Mayor Pro Tem, you are live.
Thank you very much. I'll call to order this August 14th meeting of the governing body of the city of Santa Fe. If we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Michael Garcia, and then the salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Falk.
Pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank the state of New Mexico, the assembled, perfect measure, united.
Councilor Casa, would you lead us in an invocation?
I will. Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell. I wanted to speak today about unity, given the vast number of controversial topics that we have ahead of us both tonight and over the next couple of weeks. There was a quote that really struck me by Ian Trail D. Min that said, "Unity is not an absence of disagreement, but a consensus to agree to work together." I've been thinking a lot about the way that we disagree and how we disagree productively. I've really been thinking about that the fact or the goal of disagreement does not need to be or should not be to win, especially when we are talking about topics that have so much emotion, that are so complex, that are so challenging, but rather how do we get to the best solution for our community? I know that I do not always meet that goal. And I do apologize to my colleagues and my constituents for when I do fall short of that. And the fact that I know that I will fall short of it again. My therapist has told me that perfection is a unreasonable goal for myself. So I recognize that I will at times forget what I'm here to do. But I did want to take this moment to remind us as we step into a meeting that we know we're going to have a lot of discussion, a lot of passion, a lot of disagreement, as well as the next couple of weeks as we take on some really tough topics, that our jobs as elected leaders is not to win. It's not to say something provocative to make sure that we get quoted. It is to do the best for our community. And that's not always a clear path, but I think that it is something that we can find more readily if we are willing to work together and really have these discussions from a place where we see ourselves as a united group that has been elected to serve this incredible city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Do we have any remembrances tonight? Councilor Castro?
I don't have quite a remembrance, but I do have a correction. I gave some misinformation at a meeting, and I do want to remind everybody and thank the police department and the Santa Fe New Mexican for following up with Mr. Avila Morales, who is recovering after the shooting at Sonic. So thank you so very much.
Councilor Casa?
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. I did want to remember the life of Margaret Valdez, who passed earlier this month, and send my condolences to the entire Valdez family and all that knew and loved her.
Councilor Faulkner?
I would just like to offer condolences to the homeless person who passed away on Cerrillos Road. We remember a lot of people who we all know, and these people aren't always recognized when they pass. So I just want to recognize that person.
Mayor Weber?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for helming the meeting tonight. I'm working from home under slightly diminished capabilities, but I do want to remember some people. First and foremost, of course, Gordon Wilson, who lost his life under tragic circumstances at the hands of a individual who should not have been on our streets in the first place, and took a life of a man who did nothing to deserve to have his life taken. And we think of Mr. Wilson and his family and his friends and everyone who worked with him and was a member of the church with him. I want to join with Councilor Castro to wish well for Angel Morales, who is starting his recovery, and according to a friend of his, is now smiling and praying and has more of his own vigor and life back. We're working with Senator Ben Ray Lujan to help to get his mom into this country from Guatemala, where she is needing papers to come be at her son's side. I also want to remember the life of Ron Bloomberg, who passed away. Ron was a wonderful, creative, funny, smart member of our community, a writer of prodigious talent of TV shows and plays, and also a man with a huge social conscience who made it a point to look out for others and to stand up for others using his creative ability to bring people together in all parts of the community. And then Fred Walling. Fred was a friend of Francis and mine. He was a Santa Fe fixture. He was true Santa Fe. Fred was a brilliant woodworker, also a man who had a huge supply of really bad jokes and really great country and Western tunes. He taught skiing to people who couldn't otherwise get down the mountain. And he was a friend to everyone who needed help or who wanted advice on how to solve a problem. And he really was a Santa Fean deep down and true. And we're going to miss Fred. Of course, Ron, Gordon, our wishes go out to Gordon Wilson's family, and all the best to Angel Morales and his family as he works on his road to a full recovery. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's take a moment of silence to remember these folks and anyone else in our community that is facing struggles and steep slopes and hard times. And also remember the joyous things that we have in our lives. Thank you. Okay, I'll ask everyone's patience. I haven't done this job in a while. Mayor Weber's had very A+ attendance for a long time. And Mayor, we wish you well. I know that you're struggling right now with COVID, and we wish you well. And if you get exhausted during this meeting, please take the rest you need and get yourself well and get back to us. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Certainly, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Counselor Cassett,
Here.
Counselor Castro,
Presente.
Counselor Chavez is excused. Counselor Faulkner,
Here.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
I'm here.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Here.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Here.
Mayor Weber.
Present.
Madam Pro Tem, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Do we have any changes to the agenda from staff? No?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I think there was a desire to move item 20 to after petitions from the floor.
Item 20, did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the request on that?
I believe the applicant had requested it be heard earlier.
Okay. So
That-
Councilor Romero Worth.
That's the land use hearing, and I think there was one other thing.
So we are considering, I was going to suggest that we move one of our items to after petitions from the floor, but I want to see where we are in the agenda at that time. And I think that we can accomplish that by tabling and bringing it back after petitions.
So what motion do we have for a change to an agenda at this point?
I would move that, do we have a motion? Move to move item 20 to after petitions from the floor. Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have a roll call, please.
Certainly, Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Madam Chair, I have a motion as well that I'd like to put forward. Regarding time, I'd like to ask for the 10-minute rule for tonight's proceedings.
So we have a motion to limit our initial round of questionings to 10 minutes.
Second.
Second. Any discussion on that? We need a roll call on that.
Pro Tem Linda,
Counselor
you could probably
Cas-
get a voice vote if you would like.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, so that's how we'll proceed this evening.
Point of inquiry, City Attorney, just procedurally, is it going to be possible for us to move item 10A to after petitions from the floor if we are around that time and there are folks who want to speak? I just don't want to move this item and not get to 7 o'clock and have people able to speak. How do we best accomplish that?
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, Counselor Castro, I think what I heard you say earlier about tabling would work. So that's on discussion currently, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, then yes, that would be a way to do it.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what items have we had pulled from the consent agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem, item 9AG was pulled by Counselor Cassett and Counselor Michael Garcia. And item 9AL was also pulled by Counselor Michael Garcia.
Okay, the first one was item 9A what?
9AG,
Thank you very much, like in Attorney General, yes?
yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we don't have any presentations tonight. Can we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
Get a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor Castro,
B.
Counselor Faulkner,
You just stepped out.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes,
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
okay. So moving on to item 9AG. You want to give us an introduction on that, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Mayor Pro Tem. Item 9AG is a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution to allocate $750,000 from the general fund available balance to fund contracted security services for the downtown area. And we have the interim community development director, Randy Randall, here for questions.
Good evening, Mr. Randall. Please proceed. Yeah, first, Counselor Garcia, did you pull this? Do one of you want to start before we hear from Director Randall? Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, do we have a motion on the table before we start discussion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mayor.
Appreciate the help. Counselor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, and thank you, Counselor Garcia. Thank you, Director Randall, for being here. I had discussed this at Finance, and I don't, really have any questions. I pulled this item because I am not in favor of putting extra security resources towards the downtown area, given the the amount of crime and challenges and similar vagrancies that I have seen along the Cerritos Road corridor and Zaffarano and impacting my district. I understand that this is a pilot. I understand that it was looking at how can we take a concentrated area, and if we add some additional security resources, see what those impacts can be. I do understand that this is something that is a challenge throughout the community, that downtown also experiences, people behaving poorly, and that is something that's an occurrence. However, we do tend to have a lot more eyes downtown. We do have a good police presence downtown. We frequently have the bike team downtown during the summer months. So I would prefer that these dollars be moved towards the Cerritos Road corridor, that this pilot be moved to the Cerritos Road corridor to address the many issues that I am hearing from the businesses in my district, as well as many of my constituents who are experiencing individuals who are coming in and breaking into their cars or breaking into their homes, and additional eyes and a presence there could be a deterrence. I do understand that this is not specific police work, but we do frequently talk about how just having presence, how having eyes on a park or eyes on an area, or somebody who has more of an official presence there can deter these types of crimes that I am just really hearing a lot from my district. So I will be voting no on this item. If the rest of the council were to agree, my proposal would be for this to be brought back with a proposal to move this pilot over to the Cerritos Road corridor. And that is all. Thank you so much.
Did you want to address this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Randall, for being here this evening. And I know we've had a lengthy discussion at the Quality of Life Committee around this topic. And I've expressed my concerns solely on the saturation of downtown. Can you help the public understand why it's only downtown? And just for context, as for those that weren't at Quality of Life, I definitely understand the perspective you're bringing, Mr. Randall, for regards to tourism, but we have to remember that tourism does not end at the downtown area borders. There's hotels all the way to the south end of Santa Fe, to the west end. I mean, and so got great concern that we're sending the message that we only care about the safety of those visitors in the downtown area. And so can you help the public understand why downtown and why not the rest of the city?
Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor, the real purpose of this is not to eliminate criminal activity. It's to try to control a behavioral activity in the highest concentration of our visitor. It's true that our visitors are in hotels on downtown, on Cerritos Road. They're in short-term rentals throughout the city. And with private security, I think it's impossible to cover the entire area where our visitors may be staying. But the highest concentration of our visitors when they're here is in the downtown area. It's where, no matter where they're staying, it's where they congregate. It's where they start and end their experience from, in the downtown area. So as I say, the purpose of this is to try to correct some behavioral activity that's happening in the downtown area in particular. I've been getting reports from the startup security that's already occurring, and the highest activity that the security officers are experiencing is happening anywhere from 7 o'clock at night throughout the nighttime. And they're being able to eliminate people sleeping in the downtown area in public spaces. They're being able to eliminate a lot of rude behavior that's happening to our visitors as they're strolling around the downtown area and they're approached by individuals demanding money. This is not an end all to the problems we have in Santa Fe. It's a start. It's a pilot. We've defined it as a pilot. The amount of funding that's available is not sufficient to carry security beyond this relatively confined area. And it's been proven to work in the rail yard, which is even a smaller area, with a smaller security service that's providing one officer 24/7. And since that has come in, there's been a distinctive reduction of bad behavior in the rail yard area. And so this will expand on that. And if it works, which I hope it will, it's a strong investment by the city, it then may be a model that we can move into other areas. It is not, though, to eliminate crime. Crime has to be eliminated through police protection. And I would suggest that the extra security that's provided downtown from the police through bike patrol is happening in the daylight hours. It's not happening when right now we're seeing the highest concern of bad behavior. And I would also want to state that bad behavior is not just to our visitor. It happens to our resident when they're downtown. And this is not just focused, it's not solely focused on our visitor, it's focused on the downtown historic area, which is the core. It's the center, it's the heart of our city.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. You know, I apologize, but I have to push back a little bit, given that, you know, there are behavioral health issues throughout our entire city, 24/7. Folks are sleeping all over the place. So I think that's some of the concerns, and we spoke about this, that I really have a tough time immediately turning to security services when residents pay their hard-earned taxpayer dollars and expect police services. And the potential precedent this is setting for having to go outside of police support, and now having the city having to contract out for security services support for the downtown area, beyond the downtown area. I mean, it concerns me. Regarding the funding for this, and I guess this is a question, I don't know if you can answer it or somebody else can answer it. Did we explore other avenues, such as offering up incentives for police overtime to bring on officers, public safety aid overtime, and really get the cost benefit analysis in regards to how this $750,000 can be invested, because this is nearly $1 million for 6 months of support. That's a half a year, and that will come by in a blink of an eye. And hypothetically, let's say this is successful. Well, we would move forward potentially with more security services. My question is, what if we had tried a pilot with offering up overtime pay for some of the existing infrastructure? And if that would have worked, would have that been a better investment of our dollars? So I guess that's the question. Did we explore utilizing internal capacity currently?
Madam Pro Tem, if I may take it. Madam Pro Tem, Councilor Garcia, I'm trying to track down, I know that Deputy Chief Valdez is coming tonight and can speak more to that. My understanding is that there are a variety of incentives, including various forms of overtime, et cetera, to try to encourage police performance to do these sorts of things. As I understand it from Chief Joy, I think the intent of the security is not about, I think it's about allowing our police department and our officers to focus on violent crimes, rape, murder, shootings, robberies, things like that, with the intent that the security force is more about civil enforcement of actions like the noise ordinance, speeding, things like that. That's my understanding, and I defer to Director Randall, but that's my understanding of it. But I'm going to try to see if we can't get Director Valdez here to speak to the question around the other tools in the tool belt. My impression is this is one of the other tools in the tool belt to try to help expand the capacity of the force to the greatest extent possible.
Okay.
Thank
No,
you.
Thank you, City Manager Blair. I appreciate that. And because I definitely would like to explore this more, because I don't think security services can enforce. They would ultimately be calling a police officer. So let's hit pause on that.
To
And then,
answer that question, though, just a little bit more, if I could, Counselor, again, as the city manager pointed out, the private security deals with behavioral issues, not criminal issues. And I, what he suggested of speeding and all, I guess that is criminal, but it's behavioral. So we did look at the idea of trying to see if there was sufficient interest for police overtime. And frankly, when you put the numbers to it, it spreads those dollars so thinly because of the high cost it would be versus the price we're paying for private security. It would spread the presence of security so thinly that the advantage doesn't exist. It really took away the value of trying to see if additional presence of security could help to solve the behavioral problems.
gotcha. And if that was explored, I'd love to see the data for that. Before my time is up, and I gotta ask this question in regards to funding. So it's my understanding that there is a revenue source of unanticipated lodgers tax that potentially could cover this. Why is that fund not being utilized instead of coming from the general fund? And the reason being is we could use the general fund resources to fund a pilot program for the Cerrillos Road Corridor, the Airport Road Corridor, the neighborhood corridors. I mean, we can figure that out where it would go. But I think that's another concern I have is we're dipping outside of the pot of resources that should actually be utilized for a pilot such as this, when that $750,000 can be used not only for security services, but for deferred maintenance in our community, whereas the lodgers tax can't necessarily be used for that, correct?
Madam Pro Tem, Counselor, yeah, there are definitely restrictions on what lodgers tax can be used for. It could be argued that it shouldn't be used for 100% of a pilot program for security in an area that's residential, that's used by our residents as well as our visitors. So the thinking on this was to use the one-time dollars to fund the pilot. If we are successful, which I'm confident we will be, or I wouldn't even be suggesting this, the lodgers tax dollars that are available can be used to try to help sustain this happening. And I'd hope there'd be some mixture of lodgers tax dollars, general fund dollars, and private sector dollars that could go into continuing this to allow it to remain a beneficial asset to our city, to try to keep these behavioral issues that we have in the downtown area and all over the city minimized.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. And so with that being said, I would encourage another bar to come forward for a pilot program for the Cerrillos Road Corridor. It's desperately needed, and the residents deserve to have just as much security services. It's done. I've seen private security patrol the strip malls. I mean, they do it in a different mechanism versus on foot patrol that's projected here. They do it in their vehicles, but it could be done on foot patrol. And I think happy to work with you offline to bring something forward, because those are the services that are direly needed in, given that our police force is stretched thin. And ultimately, residents deserve to be protected by this, so. Okay, I've got more questions, so. And I didn't know anybody else pulled it besides myself and Counselor Cassidy.
We had just said at the beginning of the meeting, we would try to limit to 10 minutes. Counselor Castro?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Director Randall, for the presentation. And also thank you both Counselor Casa and Garcia for pulling this. We did have a little bit of conversation. It was my understanding, remind me, your testimony was that there are more hotel rooms on Cerrillos Road than downtown. Is that correct?
Madam Pro Tem Counselor, that is correct with regard to hotel rooms. When you consider short-term rentals, there's far more accommodations in the historic district than anywhere else in the city.
And just to illuminate me and our audience, anyone who's listening, where does lodger's tax come from?
Mayor Pro Tem Counselor, lodger's tax comes from a tax that's charged on hotel rooms and short-term rentals, any lodging in the city.
And so would it be appropriate, being that the Cerrillos Road corridor has more hotel rooms than downtown, to possibly use lodger's tax as a maybe pilot program or a dual program if we were to approve this today?
Mayor Pro Tem Counselor, I definitely think that as Counselor Garcia suggested, we could do a bar. We would take a bar to pull funds out of the balances in lodger's tax to try a pilot there. I think the only concern I'd have, and I think we'd need a little more time, is right now this private security is having trouble standing up the level of service that we'd like in one area. So we'd need to get going on it soon, but I would definitely support that.
It sounds like there's a little bit of will from the departments, and I know that we would be willing to help work on that. I would love to hear, even if it was just in testimony, a commitment from the Santa Fe Police Department that if we are going to alleviate some of the pressure on them downtown, that we are going to see a little bit more foot patrols, a little bit more presence in some of the areas that we're asking for. Do we have anyone here that maybe could speak to that?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor Castro, Chief Joy isn't here tonight. And I think what I would add would be our police department is working very hard to serve the entire community. I think in part what we're hearing from, and the reason this came forward was not that we're hearing from tourists who are calling us saying they're unhappy. We're hearing from small business owners who live here, who are residents, who are unhappy with what's happening downtown.
And sorry.
Nope, I appreciate that, ma'am. And so I think it is, the notion is, I don't want you to walk away from this thinking that somehow this is freeing up time for police officers in a way that they're suddenly going to find themselves with a ton of time to do nothing. There's already too much work to be done. We're working for the last 2.5 years that I've been here. The incentives we've given to hire laterals, we've extended how far police officers can drive their cars home. Chief Joy's had extraordinary success recruiting people from other police departments. There's been a ton of work we're doing, but people retire, they move on to new things. And so it's a constant battle to bring on new police officers. And so I'm confident that the mayor and others are very focused on the dire need for additional security and support and police presence on Cerrillos Road in particular, but in every corner of the city. And so before anyone made a commitment to say, because you voted or because this passed, we can commit to doing X or Y or Z in a certain area, I would want to speak operationally with the police chief about what they have on their plate now and what it would take to maybe even meet with you or some of the counselors generally about what is it you're looking to get done and how can that be worked into the priorities of what the department's doing right now.
Thank you for that. I think it's just even this line of questioning and some of the answers are making it more difficult for me to vote for this because the concern I have is that we're going to be displacing people from the downtown area. They have to go somewhere, and we don't have any contingency plan for where we're going to actually house folks or give them services. And so I would really like to see us working in tandem with your department to work to use lodger's tax to help us in all areas of the city. If it is more appropriate to use lodger's tax for downtown because that's where we have our short-term rentals, then maybe that's how we need to adjust the bar. Thank you so much.
Else? Counselor Romero Worth.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Director Randall, I think this was addressed a little bit, but we're not saying that we're replacing the police presence or ability to be in town, downtown with private security. We're, private security, maybe talk a little bit about how, again, how private security would be used in the downtown area and how that will interface with what the police do in the downtown area.
Madam Pro Tem and Counselor, the private security would be really an amplification of the presence of security in the downtown area. It would not be responding necessarily to criminal issues. It would be to just have a stronger presence of security that would give both our residents and our visitors more of a sense of comfort as they're experiencing issues. And it will eliminate a situation where people can sleep on the streets at nighttime, or people could be walking to a restaurant from where they park their car, and they'd encounter individuals who would threaten them or cause them great concern. And I've had these instances reported to me on a frequent basis, more and more of late. And again, I want to stress, I'm not trying to take over security for the city of Santa Fe, and I'm not trying to, this will not solve the homeless problem. This is a stopgap to prevent Santa Fe from getting an image and a reputation that would be very detrimental to one of our most important economic drivers.
Thank you. And I think in one of the hearings, we heard that this could be a force multiplier for the police. If they're not responding to calls for service around nuisance types of things, that will actually allow them to be working in the Cerrillos corridor where we know we have a problem and another problem, and it's more criminal in nature in that area. It's also homelessness. It's also nuisance there too, but and that we've tried private security in that area, and we've learned some things that might be help us be smarter about doing private security in that area. And maybe it's just going to take a little bit more time to put something together for that area. But that the police will have some capacity with this additional help to really focus on some of these other areas.
Madam Pro Tem, Counselor, thank you first for reminding me of that term, force multiplier, because I couldn't come up with that. And that's true. I mean, that is the hope of this, that it will minimize the less critical call coming from the area where this is happening and allow our police to focus, as our city manager mentioned before, where their need is most critical.
Yeah. And I guess I don't want the community to think that because we're adding security for 6 months in the downtown area, we don't care about the rest of the city. We care about the entire city. And I think we are doing things to help attract and retain police officers. We are doing things around homelessness. These are really difficult. There isn't one solution that will get us more police. There isn't one solution that will get people off the streets. We're working on multiple fronts to address these very difficult issues. And so I just want to be really clear that by passing this, if we are to pass it tonight, that there's some idea that we only care about downtown, because I don't think we do. It is an important area. We do want residents who come downtown to Music on the Plaza, to the various restaurants, to the library, to feel safe when they come here. And we want the same experience for the folks who are visiting. And I just want to make sure that people understand that we are looking at the entire city and the issues that we have, and this in no way should be looked at as only caring about one part of the city. And I think that's all I have for now, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Counselor, anyone else? Counselor Garcia?
Thank you.
Madam Pro Tem,
Oh, excuse me, Mayor?
thank you. I'll be very brief. I think the origin of this effort really was stimulated by the request of many of our downtown merchants, our hotel owners and operators, our shopkeepers, as well as local people who emailed all of us about troubling experiences they'd had when they came to the plaza or to a shop downtown, and they wanted the heart of the city to feel secure. None of this says anything dismissive about the need to do serious work all over the city, but also, as has been pointed out, with attention to Cerrillos Road. And I can tell everybody that I've been working with our community services team, with the homeless Tiger team that meets regularly, as well as with the police and our ARU units, to look at ways to bring the same level of attention to Cerrillos Road, because it really does need it. It does deserve it. And it is something that we've been pulling together for several months now to bring a completely articulated and well-developed plan for Cerrillos Road. So the concern is correct. I share it with members of the governing body, but I don't think it's an either or choice. I think it's a both and choice. I think it's an all of the above situation. As Mr. Randall has said, additional eyes on the street downtown or additional eyes on the street at Cerrillos Road is not intended to replace the police or supplant them. It is simply to deter the opportunity for people to participate in really objectionable behavior. In many cities around the country, this is pretty much a standard operating procedure, and it frequently is funded in part by the business community as well. Many cities have downtown improvement districts, could be on Cerrillos Road as well, where the cost and the oversight is managed and contributed to not only by the public sector, but it's a public-private partnership. That certainly has been the case in the past when we've worked with the folks in other parts of the city, that they wanted to demonstrate their concern and their commitment that they want to pitch in and help too. So I think it's an all of the above. I think the stimulus for this was meetings with downtown businesses and the shop owners, the people who work in the shops, and to demonstrate that we can pilot this and work to maintain it in a partnership with the private sector, and not have it be solely for downtown, but certainly start with that as a place that the lodger's tax applies to, and our merchants have been very responsive to our request to do things like target hardening, making their stores less likely to be broken into, to work with the AG's office on the organized retail crime operation. There's so many different actions going on. This is just one tool that we want to bring forward so that folks will be feel safer and have more eyes on the street. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Counselor Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. My last question, Randy, and it was something the mayor brought up, and I've had questions about this, is providing security services for retailers. I've had some constituents reach out wondering, is this anti-donation violation? Because we are now providing security services for retail establishments in reaction to their concerns around safety. Can you help me understand why this would not be a violation of the anti-donation clause?
Madam Pro Tem and Counselor, I'm sure that our city attorney could add to what I'm going to say, but the security services are being provided on city property. It's in the plaza, it's on our streets, it's on our sidewalks. It's at the library front yard. It's exterior to the buildings. If there was a situation occurring in a retail establishment and the security was aware of it and could observe it when the person exited, they could certainly deal with the issue. It may be possible that if they were invited in because of a situation happening in a specific business and they were invited in, that they could go in. That's still under determination. But the primary mission of this is on our streets. It's on outside of the buildings. It's to move people along. It's to prevent loitering. It's to prevent situations that are happening right now on our streets that this security service can deal with. But it is not providing security inside of retail establishments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Randall. I appreciate that. And again, I think all the retail businesses, whether it's up and down the airport corridor, St. Michael's, Cerritos Road corridor, would love to have security officers going up and down the sidewalks and up and down the streets, if that helps to mitigate some of the challenges that businesses are seeing, whether it's criminal activity or even some of the behavioral activity that you mentioned. Retailers are screaming at the top of their lungs, help us. And we need a help. And so I highly, highly, highly encourage you to bring a bar before us as soon as possible, because they need help like yesterday. So thank you, Mr. Randall. That's all I got, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilor Romero, Councilor Faulkner?
I'm personally agree with my fellow counselors on this issue of Cerritos Road and Airport Road. They desperately need help. I'm willing to sponsor a piece of legislation to get this moving if we have to get services out to those areas as well. And if that will be helpful. So any of the other counselors who'd like to join on, we can talk about it. Well, but I'm sure we could pass a resolution to expedite the bar if it wasn't moving fast enough.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Romero Worth?
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I would just note for the counselors that the Albuquerque Journal Business Outlook on Monday, April 22nd, ran a story about merchants banding together to keep Old Town in Albuquerque safe. Similar model, hiring private security to help bolster efforts in that area. So I think it's something that we're seeing in other places. And I totally agree. I attended an event that the Santa Fe Chamber put on with small business retailers who are very concerned about what they've been experiencing. And I think we learned there a number of things. There's a big effort by the New Mexico Chamber of Commerce to help small retailers and big retailers. And there's some state law that's been passed and some software that's we're going to be trying to get the word out more about it, so that as small retailers experience and have incidents, they can upload information about the incident they have. And there's a new state law that allows the aggregation of those incidents by similar perpetrators to be aggregated and used so that instead of a misdemeanor charge, you can get a felony charge. And so I think we've talked about some ways to get that information out to retailers. We have, I think this is, the mayor mentioned sort of target hardening our retailers. I think we need to talk about more cameras and how those cameras are used, and then how this software can be utilized to report what is being experienced so that law enforcement can address effectively the crime that they are experiencing. So I think there are a number of things we can be doing, and will be these efforts to make retailers aware of this software and how to report what they're experiencing, so that perhaps we can be better at addressing it. And these are things that will be coming forward, and I think it'll help, again, across the city. We care about businesses of all sizes and in all parts of the community. And I think this could be very helpful. So thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Counselor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Madam Pro Tem. Thank you to all my colleagues for the dialogue. I did want to follow up on something that Councilor Merriworth mentioned about lessons learned. I believe it was Councilor Merriworth, lessons learned from security in the Cerritos Road corridor. I'm assuming this does have to do with interfaith. Can you provide some insight, or if you are not able to, is anyone able to provide some insight on what worked and what we would need to be continuing to look at to make it a more effective program?
Madam Pro Tem, Counselor, I do not have specifics. I was just advised by the individuals in our Public Works area who did make an attempt that the attempt they made on Cerritos Road was not successful because they said that the laws, they said that apparently there was a problem with regard to the laws not being broken that didn't allow the private security to react. And but I apologize. I really don't have more detail than that because I wasn't involved with it.
No problem. I'll be sure to reach out to them specifically. I'm fine with Councilor Castro providing insight if she.
So from what I understand, I did experience a little bit of the security in the area. Some of what would help is having interaction with Santa Fe Police Department, because they are not allowed to arrest folks or do the same level of policing that maybe a police force would be able to, which is why I'm asking about the foot patrols, because the experience was when the security guards would be in the area, it wasn't necessarily the same deterrent as if they were able to make an arrest. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we can't support businesses with other measures, other security measures, having a presence. I know that we have security at the Midtown campus that could be expanded maybe with a few more dollars. I think we should explore some other options. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The last thing I would say on this is, yes, I believe, and it may be two different strategies. And I know that retailers across the city are asking for this assistance, are being challenged with this. I know that there is one store that's had their window broken multiple times that I've heard of. I'm sure there's more. But I also just want to highlight that when I'm speaking about challenges on the Cerritos Road corridor, I am not just speaking about the businesses, but many of my constituents that are living along there that are really experiencing an influx of individuals, whether or not they are unhoused. As I've said multiple times, that there's a Venn diagram, and it's not always the same individuals that are unhoused that are also perpetrating some of these property crimes, or simply causing disturbances in these neighborhoods. So as we continue to think about this, as we continue to have these conversations, I want to make sure that we're not just thinking about the retailers. Yes, we do need to be looking at the retailers. We need to be taking advantage of every single opportunity. But I am also speaking about our residents who are experiencing things that are making them feel unsafe, right? And rightfully so, and challenged in their neighborhoods, and like we're not paying attention to what's going on. And it is complex. There are these lines around who can do what and when somebody's actually broken the law as opposed to when is somebody causing a nuisance or a disturbance. We do have some noise disturbances that are happening in that arena or area as well. So as we really look at this, I do want to make sure that we're taking a holistic viewpoint. And I know Director Randall, this is not necessarily your area as the tourism director, although I know that you are currently our interim community development director, and land use does fall in here. But just as we continue to think about this, I really want to emphasize that it is not just our businesses, absolutely is, but our residents are experiencing this. And this is a big portion of why I am really wanting to see a lot more focus on the Cerrillos Road corridor, as we do have this junction of both Cerrillos, which is very business oriented, but then as you start to get into about mile radius from Cerrillos Road, we do have neighborhoods who are being impacted. So that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, could we have a roll call, please? Are you muted, Madam Clerk?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Can we have a roll call, please? Thank you.
Okay, the Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes,
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
No.
Counselor Castro,
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
okay. I'm sorry.
motion passed.
Thank you. Counselor Castro, you have a minute to explain your vote.
Thank you so much. Director Randall, I appreciate you. I am the counselor with Counselor Lindell that represents downtown. And so I do hear the need for this to also help us in our local economy, but I will be looking to work with you in the future. And if Counselor Faulkner would be willing to make sure that we get the needs met of other parts of the district. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor. Now we move on to item AL. Could you introduce that for us, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Item 9AL is a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution to allocate $812,325 from the 0.5% GRT increment for infrastructure fund available balance to fund the purchase and installation of pallet shelters and hygiene and office units. And I believe the Community Services Department Director, Maria Tucker's there for questions.
Move to approve.
Second. We have a motion and a second. This was pulled by Counselor Garcia. Anyone else? All right, Counselor Garcia, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Director Sanchez Tucker, for being here. Just a quick question for clarification.
Or Mayor Pro Tem, can we get a motion on this one as well first?
We did.
We did. Okay, I'm sorry, I missed it. Yeah,
Thanks for trying to help me.
sure thing. Yep.
Director Sanchez Tucker, can you help clarify what is meant by 0.5% GRT increment for infrastructure fund available balance? And as I was looking at the particular item and I was looking at the FIR, it identifies it, sorry, I'm pulling it up as just transfer from 0.5% GRT fund. And I didn't know if you're able to get any clarification on what that is.
I can help.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Madam.
So, and we can, we were talking about deepening the understanding of the council around these increments of GRT. So if you look in the code, over the years, percentages of GRT have been allocated to specific types of things. And this is one of those things. It's to do capital investments. And it's something that we have to do very carefully. Of course, GRT funds the bulk, 70%, I believe, of the city budget. And you don't want to allocate or designate all of it, because then you don't have flexibility in meeting the problems of the day. You don't have the flexibility to allocate resources, and it ties your hands when you come to budgeting. And so this 0.5%, we have other levels of, we have other GRT increments that are allocated for other reasons. And of course, we use GRT to back bonds, and it's a really valuable, as we all know, revenue source. But this particular increment is in the code, and it is for capital projects. And as it says here, that money goes into the infrastructure fund, and it's one of the critical ways we fund capital dollars.
Thank you, Counselor, for that clarification. So question of clarification, was that in our budget, or where's the funding source from this? Because this is so new. One, I think this is a process that should have been brought to the council before implementation, so we were well aware of this funding source and the availability and the amount available. So was this 0.5% included in the general budget?
I believe it was, and unfortunately, we do not have budget staff here tonight. And I don't know why there's this, I think there's a balance here.
Andy Hopkins is online.
Okay. Okay, great, because he can, I'm guessing there was a balance here, just like the other money we're funding. There's general fund cash balance. That's where the bulk of these bars are being funded from, one-time money. And I'm assuming that there was some of that one-time money is coming from this fund as well, where there was a cash balance. But Andy is certainly, Mr. Hopkins, our budget director, is certainly the best person to answer if he's available.
Would you like to hear from?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Romero Worth. He was on earlier, but I don't see him online anymore.
Yeah, and I again, I have been talking with the finance committee staff to talk about some of these increments so that we are all more versed. But we did budget capital dollars in the budget, so I'm guessing this is excess. This is one-time money, and that's why it's part of this.
Okay, so I'll follow up with Andy, because I'd be gravely concerned if this is unanticipated fiscal year 24 revenue, and it's not identified as such.
I can answer that, Councilor Garcia. We don't know yet what the unanticipated level is in any of our revenue sources for the last fiscal year. That's something staff is trying to determine right now. And so this is not, and again, we've talked a lot about the use of the language. This money, a lot of the bars that have passed tonight and that we're discussing are one-time money. It is not coming from unanticipated revenue. Unanticipated revenue is where we project out how much money we think our revenues are going to bring in. And then, in fact, when we get to the end of the fiscal year and we close our books, we find that the revenue generated more than we thought or that we budgeted for. And that's how we get excess levels. And that is something that is being determined right now and not the subject of anything that's being funded tonight.
Thank you, Counselor. And since we're on the topic of unanticipated, I did some math myself and looked at what we were allocated in fiscal year 23 versus fiscal year 24 in regards to GRT. And it's already and this is not including the month of June. It's already in excess of $10 million, $10.6 million more than we received in fiscal year 23. So And I do have the June numbers that I will be adding to this. So it's in excess of that. And I definitely want to make the public aware that there's those sources there. So back to the topic at hand, Director Sanchez Tucker. How many of these pellet shelters do we currently have? The unused?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and councilors. Thank you, Councilor Garcia. We currently have 29 unused.
Okay. And can you help the public understand why we're asking for so much money to purchase more if we have so many unused currently?
Thank you. So our team, I have Director Julie Sanchez here and Kristen Woods. Our team has been working proactively to ensure that we have a local response to homelessness in our community. And so this is a proactive measure to be able to purchase these shelters. There was an RFQ that was recently put out for public-private partnerships so that we can provide more sites, so that we can get more unhoused people into safe, secure, trauma-informed shelters that we know now are working in the community, that we can deploy in several locations and get people to the services they need to get them into more secure housing. We know that getting people into secure housing takes time. We know there's a lack of housing. This is not a perfect approach, but it is one facet and a multi-pronged approach that we've been working on, planning appropriately with best practices for serving homelessness and working with our community partners. So this would allow us to move quickly to serve unhoused populations and to get the most vulnerable people into safe, secure housing. We've seen a rise in seniors needing housing. We've seen a rise in people with disabilities. And so this is really an opportunity to be proactive and to work with our community partners to provide housing. I'd like to say something else.
I think you covered it. I mean, but one thing I do want to highlight, the current pilot program is working successfully at it's District 2, which is the district I represent. And I know there was some concerns initially about that safe outdoor space being established. And from what I've heard from constituent and residents, that it's been successful. And so thank you and the church for working with the community in regards to quickly addressing any concerns and ensuring that is successful. Now back to the RFQ you had mentioned. I know we did one previously. We had high hopes of lots of applicants. Then fortunately wasn't the case. It led to one applicant, 10 shelters being deployed. What kind of outreach, engagement, proactive communication with potential sites was done? And that way, I mean, I work in the grant world and we do a lot of outreach, engagement, and really tell folks this is what it's all about, because once an RFQ opens, hands are tied. And I would want to ensure that if we're going through this process again, and we're proposing to spend a great amount of resources, that we've done our due diligence on the front end to try to really rally up that support around potential applicants. So I don't know if you can help me understand what has gone on.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Councilor Garcia, I just want to make a couple of points that when we first deployed the first space, we learned a lot. It was an experience that the community had not engaged, but we made sure that we had good planning, we had best practices in place, and we're seeing success. And I'll ask Director Sanchez if she can say a few words about the interest and the active community engagement we're doing and working with our community partners to make sure that they understand what this model looks like and how it can best serve the community.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Garcia. So to answer your question around how we've approached and done community engagement. So the city of Santa Fe is part of the S3 Collective, and that's a group of funders, volunteers, interfaith agencies that are really working to address issues of homelessness in our community. One of the things that S3 has really been integral in funding is a consultant that's kind of helped us, kind of like a second arm, because right now you're seeing the entire staff in the city working on homelessness. And so they hired a consultant to help us do outreach and community engagement, working with community partners, including even national partners that have local offices here. And so having that person kind of being a support, an additional support to our team has been really amazing. They also work closely with our S3 volunteer group, who I will give a shout out because they were really a key partner in getting the SOS set up and getting advocacy for support in District 2. So.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, just one last question. So how quickly do you plan on purchasing these? And the reason being is I'm looking at it from the historical perspective of we had hoped we were going to have more applicants than shelters the first time. And unfortunately, that wasn't the case. And I'm still having hopes that we have a lot of applicants given the community engagement that took place. But in the instance that there isn't a vast majority of applicants, I would hate for us to put in an order for what's requested and have these shelters go into a warehouse similar to the 29. So if possible, we can do the bar, but hold tight on any purchases until we understand the interest through the RFQ process. And in September timeframe, after we get a better understanding, begin to purchase some of these shelters.
Madam Pro Tem, Councilor Garcia, I would be happy to come back to City Council and talk and do a presentation on kind of the next steps of our SOS. We will have, by the time our RFQ closes, we'll have a good idea of what kind of sites we have in mind and what our purchase is going to look like. And so, yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you, Director Sanchez. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Director Sanchez Tucker as well.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Thank you all for being here again tonight. This is the last time on this particular item, but I know we'll be hearing from you more on this project overall, which is very important, as you've noted, to our homelessness strategy. And I believe the contract we have is to purchase 100 of these. Am I correct in that number?
Mayor Pro Tem, Madam Councilor Romero Worth, that's correct.
Okay. And we are also purchasing a hygiene unit, 1 or 2, I believe. Can you speak to what else that will be used with this money? What else we'll be purchasing? And why that's important?
So Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Romero Worth. So I'm going to have my staff speak to that.
Good evening. Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Romero Worth. It's important to have certain standards of dignity at our safe outdoor spaces. Everyone deserves to live in a dignified space, and having hygiene units on site is really important. So the sites will have hygiene units installed, and potentially there's also an option for laundry units depending.
Can I get you to speak closer into the mic? We can hear you just fine, but I know there are people who are listening and watching now, and you are very soft spoken, so you can just kind of be close to the mic. It will really help. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Mhm.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Romero Worth. We want to abide by dignity standards in all of the safe outdoor communities that we are looking into. Having hygiene units is an important part of those dignity standards. And there's also an option to have laundry units. So that's something we may also look into.
Okay.
Oh, and there's also an office space on site. The sites will have operators there who will be providing services to the residents.
And we do have some preliminary interest in doing more of these. And in addition, we're looking at city land. Am I correct in that understanding?
Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor O'Meara Worth, that's correct.
And I think, this is it's a tricky balance, right? If we don't have the pallet houses like in hand, and we have the opportunity to deploy them, that's a problem. And of course, on the other hand, we don't want to just buy more than we need in essence, and have them sitting around. So there is a tricky balance there that you all are trying to work with. So and again, this is a critical part of our homelessness strategy. We are going to find ways to deploy these pallet houses, because they are a critical part of our homelessness strategy. Am I correct in that understanding?
Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor O'Meara Worth, that is correct. Yeah, we're really invested in looking at ways to develop scattered, non-congregate sites around our community as a part of our homelessness strategy, which is really important to us to look into as a community. So we are, the RFQ is out for sites that can contain up to 50 units per site. And we think that that would be really a good size. We don't want it to be any larger than that because the community that is developed at these safe outdoor spaces is also an important part. But we are very interested in seeing how many of these sites we can do and doing as many as we can.
Yeah, and I think this is a new concept, right? We only have 11 deployed at the moment. It was referenced earlier that there's been a lot of work done to make that a success. And I think as we see success and people recognize how this works, how it helps address the problem we have, and hopefully that generates more interest, right? So it's a little bit like a snowball going downhill kind of thing, that will have hopefully more interest in deploying more of these. So we want to be ready. Am I correct?
Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor O'Meara Worth, absolutely correct. Yes, we'd like to be ready, and we think that our existing safe outdoor site will inspire other people to step up and help us find solutions to homelessness in our community.
Right. Yeah, and the first 11 were deployed in District 2. I do like to make sure people are aware of that, and I have also heard that it's been successful, and I applaud the people who have worked really hard to make that happen. And I'm very hopeful that we'll continue to see more interest, more of these deployed, and more success. That's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please?
Certainly, Mayor Pro Tem. Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
E.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you very much for being here this evening. That moves us on to item 10, action items, discussion agenda. Would you take us into 10A, please, Madam Clerk?
Can we move to table this item?
Pardon me, Counselor.
I think this is the one we want to table.
Correct. I was hoping that we could table this item till after petitions on the floor.
Yeah, so I'd move to table this item till after petitions from the floor. Second.
Okay,
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I might have jumped the gun there. I didn't allow the city clerk to read it into the record.
Could you read it into the record, Madam Clerk?
Certainly. Item 10A is a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution to allocate $1,107,000 from the 0.5% GRT increment fund available balance to purchase 2 armored vehicles and an explosive ordnance disposal vehicle for the San Luis Department.
Thank you. So we have a motion to table this and a second until after petitions from the floor, correct? However, we also had an earlier motion to move the land use item to after petitions from the floor. So which one?
Yeah, so I'm not sure which, and I don't know how to handle that, which one should come first after petitions from the floor. We didn't, and I don't, maybe, and I don't know what the accommodation is being given to the land use, so I don't, to the land use case, so I don't know how much flexibility we have, whether that needs to come first and then this second, or what, I'm not privy to what's happening there.
Pro Tem Lindell, counselors, I believe the interest trying to be addressed is to have petitions from the floor before this, but I don't know that it matters how much before, does it? So I
No.
maybe put this after the land use case.
I'm fine with that. So I just, so the motion would be to move it after the land use case, after petitions from the floor.
We already had a motion. Do you want to rescind that, the first motion?
I was just clarifying.
Or fine, okay, so we have.
Whatever you want me to do. I'm
We have
happy,
a-
I'm happy to
I
comply.
have a clarified motion. Is that good with the second?
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, we will proceed then. On to 10B, Madam Clerk.
Item 10B is a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution in the total amount of $75,905 to allocate funding for a term position within the Office of Economic Development, with funding allocated through the ARPA grant for small business support with a term ending December 2026. And we
Move to-
have Office of Economic Development Director Johanna Nelson here for questions.
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on this? Councilor Cassett?
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell. It's quite a mouthful. I had pulled this at finance, and again, the conversation around the title of this position, is something that I did have a challenge with in terms of it really focusing on the downtown area. And again, as I start to think about, the other businesses that have experienced, setback from the pandemic, that are continuing to grow, that continuing to have challenge, and really wanting to make sure that that focus is equitable throughout the city. I did want to give Director Nelson an opportunity to speak to some of the work that the department is doing for small business support that does stretch citywide, as well as the proposal around this position and what this really means for the department. Again, I do have a challenge with the implicated focus on the downtown area. However, that does not mean that the department is not doing really important, incredible work. And so I did want to provide Director Nelson the opportunity to go into that.
Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, Councilor Cassett, thank you so much for the opportunity to discuss this. As you mentioned, the creation of this position is utilizing ARPA dollars. And if you recall, our ARPA responsibility for the Office of Economic Development focuses on 4 different buckets. One being small business technical assistance, the other being workforce, the third being Wi-Fi accessibility, and the fourth being focused on the Santa Fe Public School intern program. So to your point, this is one piece of a much larger, broader strategy that was put in place by the city several years ago when they submitted project summaries to the U.S. Treasury to mitigate the response or the effects to the COVID pandemic. And as you know, our mission is to diversify, strengthen the economy, and create equitable opportunities. To do that, we've got 8 different priorities and many, many different irons in the fire. This is one position that is taking a geographic focus on the downtown area and looking at the tourism industry.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that, Director Nelson. And obviously, I work very closely with you, as the Chair of Economic Development Advisory Committee to discuss these areas. Again, my challenge has to do with the geographic focus in the downtown area. I do understand, again, we know tourism is crucial to our economy. It is really what drives us. But I also know that I speak with many businesses in my district, District 4 having the most commercial area than any other district. Fun fact on the districts. And so that is my concern is this geographic focus of a downtown coordinator without the, I guess, the hard strategic plan for how this also opens up opportunities. This is to meet regularly with businesses, understand their needs and connect them to resources. And I do see that as something that is needed citywide. So that is my challenge with this. I really am seeing just so much need throughout the city, obviously with my focus in District 4, but throughout the city for this type of work. I do know that you are now having office hours throughout the city, which is wonderful, and I really do appreciate that. But at this moment, as a representative of the South Side, this is not something I am able to support right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Can you talk a little bit about the Main Street program and how this will help our position us or how you are hoping this will position us?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Romero Worth, councilors, that's a wonderful question and gives us the opportunity to talk about ARPA dollars are a response to a crisis that we knew that was unprecedented, where we received this investment that I don't know if it's going to happen again. And we've got to be strategic with how we are investing this. So as we're looking at our multiple approaches within these 4 buckets that I mentioned, this position will enable us to show the New Mexico State program that we are investing in placemaking that will give us credibility to the program you have to apply and show that we are serious about creating a Main Street program. This leverages that investment into this term position that ends December 2026. This helps us connect to the 2 disjointed, if you will, they're similar but separate projects that we have currently throughout the city. One being Southside Airport, run by Earth Care Miguel Acosta, and then the second, you have the Siler Rufina Business District. So creating a citywide Main Street program would be able to tie those 2 efforts together. It is giving us the opportunity to tap in to a business organization and program that is in a league of its own in economic development in the state. We are leaving resources on the table, not tapping into that great program. We're the only city in the state of New Mexico of our size that is not participating. We are not a Main Street community. They even have their annual conference in Santa Fe, but we are not a community that participates.
Right. And so the thinking is this will be, this is a sort of a pilot. You're not really using those words, but in essence, it's a term position, and we are going to learn things like pilots typically work that you're hoping will help us tap into the Main Street program at the state level, which is very successful and has been really game changing in lots of communities throughout the state. Am I correct in that?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Romero Worth, councilors, you're exactly correct. Again, this is a program that is well organized. It's been around for a long time. The other thing that is a part of that is, aside from the facade squad, from the business resources, architectural support, placemaking support, something that will come from this position is really focused on BR&E. that we've worked over the past year while I've been here to organize that business retention expansion plan for our community. We didn't have an organized BRNE program, but that's something that we're working on. This position would plug in to the business development a team that we have created over the year, which is surveying on the streets, talking to businesses, organizing and compiling the feedback from our businesses. And I'm so sorry I'm out of breath. I was running over here and I cannot catch my breath. I was getting my kids food.
That's important. One thing that might help your breath is if you put that thing on the side. Flip the
There we go. Oh,
there,
perfect.
And then you can stand up and actually your lung function will probably
Okay.
improve.
Oh, that's great. It's perfect. All right.
Okay, so just really quick, I'm sure my time is almost up. I know the timekeeper's sitting right next to me and she's gonna start tapping. So if we're successful in becoming a participant of the Main Street program, that benefits the whole city, as I think you alluded to.
Correct.
With being able to bring in Rafina, the Sila Road, Rafina area, South Side Airport, and then also this side of town as well. And so that this money is leading us not to, again, favor one part of the community against another, but to really ultimately benefit the entire city, because again, we don't care. It's not that we're favoring one side over the other. We want to do right by the whole city.
Correct. And this is a pro tip, by the way. This is helping already. But the other important thing to mention is this position is set up as an economic development specialist, just like the two other folks on our business development team. As Councilor Cassett mentioned, the primary goal is to provide resources to the businesses. The jurisdiction is not going to stop at Guadalupe. There will not be a defined location that they are confined to. If anything, much like our other team members, we're all over the city. Even though our business development team has focus areas like outdoor rec, bioscience, different phases of businesses like startups to higher growth status, this is a light focus, but by being there, it allows us to do our coffee and collabs, do our business 101s, do our Santa Fe Open for Businesses to get out to our other regions of the city. The one thing I'll mention too is tourism is a big commercial driver in the downtown area, but one of our charges with our office is to diversify the economy. So this position will be well suited to connect with resources, but also talk to business owners about what are other revenue streams that we can look at. So if there is another crisis, we are not so beholden to ebbs and flows of tourism trends.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions and for being here tonight. I really appreciate that and also the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Much, Counselor. Counselor Faulkner.
As you know, Councilor Lee Garcia and I are working on forming an association of businesses on the Airport Road corridor. I would imagine, I mean, I've been working with you on this position. If we needed something from this position to help us with that, like as you're stating, it's not just going to be primarily like the downtown area. This position could also be used to help with the Airport Road Association and maybe some other initiatives, if it made sense.
Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, you're exactly right. Especially plugging into Main Street, associations and business development areas are a specialty of theirs. They have consultants that they bring in. They help the businesses or communities form or explore a business improvement district, MRAs, a tax increment finance district. They are pros at helping whether we want to look at financing models or just the organization that you and I have been in conversations around. How do we help our businesses form organizations so they are empowered to leverage their voices for resources, et cetera.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for the help you've been giving us in our district. There's a group of business owners who are really benefiting from you being available to help with all of that.
Thank you.
Counselor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell.
And I do appreciate the conversation around, Main Street. I am curious how I think that one of the challenges is there's a lot in a name, something called a downtown coordinator, when it sounds like potentially a better title for this would have been Main Street USA coordinator. But given that there still is this kind of nebulous focus, I'm curious how a downtown coordinator would provide more, credence or value to our ability to become a Main Street community when we do already have Siler, Rufina nexus happening. We do already have Airport Road, but also when we discuss placemaking, I mean, downtown is a place made, as opposed to other parts of the city, which I think could really show, if we're focusing on areas that the placemaking has not occurred and showing our ability to be able to do that. So I guess I agree that, going after Main Street is important. Absolutely. I just am still really struggling with there's a lot in a name. There's a lot in what we call this. And again, there's a lot of opportunity, throughout the city. I think having something that would have been, much more, the job description, much more focused on, hey, we want to be a Main Street community. This is going to be a Main Street community coordinator, could have provided a lot more open opportunity, as well as, give the message to businesses throughout the city, in District 4 within the South Side, that there is this specific resource that we are looking to build up. So I appreciate the work. I appreciate the concept. But I do think that how we title things is extremely important. As you and I have discussed just today, that even how we get information out to the community is challenging. And how people know that these resources are available. And so again, I do struggle with this position, with how it is described, in the memo, while what you are describing elsewhere is helpful. And I do appreciate that. I would, prefer to see this come back with a more defined, job description as to it doing more of what you are discussing as opposed to, what is written in the bar at this time. So, thank you. I appreciate that though. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Garcia, I'm going to remind us that we're coming up on the 7 o'clock hour when we have petitions, try to hit petitions from the floor. We don't have that many more items to get through to get there. So let's try to be timely on this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Quick question, how set in stone is this? I mean, we usually will approve the resources, not necessarily the job description. So if we approve the resources, can you come back and show us the changes based off the feedback tonight? Because I have a lot of the same concerns. I mean, and what's stated here in the memo, and to me, I mean, if I was a business outside of the downtown area where it's saying this position is to increase the safety for tourists and businesses, growing the downtown area into a thriving economic and community center, isn't that already downtown? Is downtown not an already thriving and economic center of the city? So I think that's where I have my major concerns. It's putting the message out there that these merchants are the most in need, and it's the most in need in our community, where it definitely is not. I mean, I'm thinking of how it could impact the St. Michael's corridor, especially with the redevelopment of Midtown campus, and how this position could be critical for the development of that campus. So I guess my question is, and I don't know who would answer this, could we approve the money, but you go back and rework the job description to meet the feedback you've received tonight and not have it solely focus on the downtown area?
Counselor, our Mayor Pro Tem, counselors, that's a great question. I have some comments before, or would you like me to, Mayor, City Manager's pointing toward Aaron. I will take a moment to say that when we talk about the downtown area is happening, or it's already, I forget your exact words of it's already a
It's in this, it's in the memo, a thriving economic and
thriving
community center.
economic community center. It's interesting that when you talk to residents, especially that have families and young kids, you question their frequency of going downtown or even.
But let me stop you there,
Sure.
just because it's not the economic activity, it's the comfort level why folks aren't coming down here.
For security.
No, not
Oh.
security. It's folks don't feel like they have a place on the plaza anymore. They feel like they've been pushed out. So if we're going to take that angle, we need to create an economic opportunity that's going to bring locals back to the plaza, not take the angle that we're turning. And I'm just reading off of the memo. Increase in safety for tourists and businesses, growing the downtown area into a thriving economic and community center, and serve as a template and pilot for continuing the position as a permanent role. Downtown meets most of that criteria. It's the rest of our city that needs this help. So I think this is where I'm happy to invest the resources into such a position, as long as it's guaranteed to ensure it's helping the rest of the city and not solely focus on the downtown area, because it's got the help. There's a reason why rent is in the tens of thousands of dollars per month down here, because it's a thriving economic center. We need to provide the help for those other areas, whether it be, as I said, if we're going to really reboost the Midtown area, let's do it. If we're going to really provide support on the south side, such as we're doing with the FEDIA, let's do it. So I think the question is, can we approve the money and you come back to us with an updated job description? Because we usually don't. What is here is a memo. It's not necessarily a job description. So how do we, I guess the question is, how do we move forward with this?
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, Councilor Garcia, the language of the bar is not to that level of specificity one way or the other. But approving job descriptions is not within the purview of the council, just
Right.
period.
Correct. So I think that's the concern, is what's being proposed. Then I would be a no vote, because it would, if you were to eliminate the word downtown out of this title and just put it a coordinator position at the Economic Development Department, that way it's crystal clear. This person's directed to help anybody and everybody. And so can we make that change? I make a motion to delete the word downtown out of the position.
So Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, Councilor Garcia, the caption does not talk about the title of the position. So you're voting on the caption that's on the agenda. It says a term position within the Office of Economic Development with funding allocated through the ARPA grant for small business support with a term ending December 2026. So that is what you have in front of you. You don't have a position title in front of you for a vote.
So we've got so the position is, I'm reading the bar. Cover a new economic development specialist position. Do I need to cede the floor? I'm sorry, I
Counselor, apologies. The city manager was bringing to the point that this is tied to the ARPA regulations, that encumbrance of all ARPA dollars, the deadline is December of 2026.
understandable,
Yeah,
but
that
there's no
was the point.
restrictions on the position. So I guess what we're looking at is then we're allocating money for a position. It's not in the position description based off the bar, but within the memo, there is the description of proposed activities. And I think if we can have the understanding that this position's going to support the entire city, I will support this. But if we move forward with solely supporting just the downtown area, I would have to not be in support of this. So I'll ask you the question, is this position going to support the entire city of Santa Fe, or is it going to support just the downtown area?
Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, I would say yes. We are having a light focus on the downtown area. However, in all, they're not going to be confined to downtown. Just like our outdoor rec specialists, our workforce specialists are not 100% confined to working on those approaches that we have in economic development. As you know, this is not one way to solve business connections. This is one piece of having a person that can have a little tiny focus. We can get very broad and very general, but I would question the efficiency sometimes, especially in economic development, when we are so general and we are so broad versus having geographic focuses, industry focuses, workforce, being able to carve out education, et cetera. Our ability to hone in on these approaches does us well in terms of return of investment.
Understandable, but I'm also concerned about equity as well.
Yes,
And so,
completely, as a part of our mission.
and that's where, if you're saying it will support in an equitable manner businesses throughout Santa Fe, I will support this, but if it's solely going to support downtown, I would have to be a no vote. So thank you for clarifying.
Okay, thank you.
And that's all I got, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Castro.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, governing body. Thank you, Director, for the time and effort in answering these questions. I will be brief, but last time I did mention that we needed some equity and some inclusion efforts in this position. And so I would echo Councilor Garcia's efforts that if we are even going to focus on the downtown area, how do we make it more equitable for businesses and folks that live all around the city to access the downtown area? But I would also be in favor of this being a full city position. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Counselor,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Counselor Cassett, you have a minute to explain your vote.
Thank you so much, Madam Pro Tem Lindell, Mayor Pro Tem. Again, I do appreciate it. I understand the description that this would be more of a citywide focus. As stated, I think the dollars would be better utilized if we were really looking at a mainstream program coordinator so that there is that more equitable access. I understand what the caption said. I also understand what the memo said. And because of the opportunities that I think are needed across the city, I would have preferred that if there was going to be a light focus, we would have been focusing on another part of town that does not always get the resources and attention that downtown does, despite the fact that I still recognize how important downtown is for our economy, for everything. I mean, downtown is really the heart of the city at this moment, but I think that there's just a lot of need on the south side, and I really do see it in my district. But thank you for your work, for your team, and I do look forward to continuing to work with you on this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is 10C. It's a request for approval of U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Administration Grant number 3-35-0037-062-2024 in the amount of $1,021,700 for partial funding of the airport master plan, and a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution in the total amount of $1,021,700 to increase WIP design using U.S. Department of Transportation and fund partial funding of the airport master plan. And
Madam Pro Tem.
Airport Manager James Harris.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, City Manager Blair?
Madam Pro Tem, Director Harris is going to be participating virtually. I still need to send him the information. I haven't done that yet. And it is 6:59. Might I ask if the council is willing to move to petitions from the floor now, and we can consider this after?
We have any questions? No, we can approve this item.
I defer to you all. If we need him, then we need to postpone, but if you're all ready to act without him, we can go.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Madam Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner. Oh, sorry, Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner voted yes.
Thank you. Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay, I think we
Next.
can go to item 10D. Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 10D is a request for approval of U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Administration Grant number 3-35-0037-063-2024 in the amount of $191,215 for Phase 1 design of the North Apron reconstruction and a
To approve.
request for approval.
Second.
Oh, sorry. There is part 2, part 1. Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Please continue,
No
Madam
problem.
Clerk.
Thank you. And a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution in the total amount of $1,215 to increase WIP design using U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Administration funding for the Phase 1 design of the North Apron reconstruction.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. Can we have it is 7:00. If we would like to go to petitions from the floor, I'd need to have a motion to do that.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so we will go to petitions from the floor. I am going to say that all remarks shall be addressed through the presiding officer to the governing body as a whole and not to any individual members. Additionally, the presiding officer has a duty to maintain civility and decorum. The presiding officer may call any person to order if they are making personal, intemperate, or slanderous remarks, or by otherwise violating these rules of decorum, by reminding them that such comments are out of order. The presiding officer may prohibit any person who is acting improperly from continuing to speak. And I am the presiding officer this evening. So if we can start when you are at the podium, please give us your name and your address. And you have 2 minutes, and at the 2-minute time, I will ask you to please stop speaking.
Point of order. I believe if I can defer to the city attorney, you don't have to give your address. district or zip code, I believe, is the only thing that's required.
Pro Tem, Madam Lindell, Madam Pro Tem Lindell, it is correct that we can do a street address or the street without the address number or district. Yes.
Thank you for the correction. Please
Thank you.
proceed.
Estimada Consejo Alma Castro y Alcalde.
Your name, please?
My name is Stephen Fox. I'm founder of United Nations Santa Fe. I'm going to try to get this in under 2 minutes, okay? First of all, Frank Lloyd Wright said that if you can't plan for more than 10 years, you're not an architect. I'm not an architect. I'm also not a lawyer. I have some cases before the International Court of Justice, and I'd really like someday to explain this to some of the counselors who are interested in such proceedings in the counselor's room without being run off or saying you can't write on the whiteboard. It's not a blackboard, it's a whiteboard. Okay, and so the other day on Monday, I was amazed, you know, the subject of the fentanyl. I wanted to talk about that. And it's so interesting that Monday, this Attorney General of the United States was in Albuquerque talking about the exact same thing. We have a big problem on Tranquilo Inn on 44 Cerrillos Road. It's full, it's the place where you go to get, not where I go or you go, but other people go to sell and buy that substance, which is made by Chinese chemists that train Mexican gangsters, and then they come up here and do that. Okay, and so about the other day, the subject of the $1.1 million for these armored vehicles deeply concerns me. But I want to ask first, the guy from the police department, he was answering questions from Estimada Conseja Alma Castro. That means esteemed counselor Alma Castro. He was talking about Afghanistan, and I didn't quite get all that. And he said he'd been, you know, experienced with all these things in Afghanistan. I think his name was Bihil. And would you maybe sometime call him back or ask Chief Joy if he's here, or Ben Valdez? How many people did he kill in Afghanistan? Were they?
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Your time is up.
That's 2 minutes? Okay.
Thank you.
You may not hear the rest of it. That's too bad. Sorry.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm David Montoya, 529 Agua Fria. And I'm the newest registered voter in District 1 as of this afternoon. So I want to talk today about the Soldiers Monument, the obelisk, and the proposed plan to move that. And I decided I wouldn't be angry veteran tonight. I'd maybe be a little bit lighter on this subject because it's very important and I want to be heard on it. I think that in the famous words of Jamaican poet laureate Bob Marley, if you know your history, then you know where you're coming from. This is a monument that was dedicated to the soldiers who gave their lives in the Civil War battles of Valverde and Glorieta. They gave their lives fighting white supremacy. They gave their lives to end slavery. So to relegate this and move this to the Veterans Cemetery essentially buries that history. I'm very much opposed to this. I also think that we need to really consider that if there's pieces of this monument that were added on later that offend people, well then, yea, verily move those to the National Cemetery. But please honor the veterans that gave their lives for freedom. They gave their lives to stand up against white supremacy. The only people that I would think would be opposed to this are people that support slavery and people that support white supremacy. I mean, you may have Proud Boys, you may have members of the Ku Klux Klans that are your constituents. Maybe their voices are louder, I don't know. But don't do this. I'm here representing them. I'm here representing veterans that can no longer speak for themselves because they paid their country the ultimate sacrifice. And I hope to God that 100 years down the road, if there's ever a monument to veterans that served overseas during my era, that my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren would be here tonight supporting them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We don't applaud. You can do this, but Let's try to keep this moving. Let's not applaud. Let's not boo. Let's move this along. Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Bob Swinanoga. I live on Cerros Colorados. I'm the Vice President of the Los Cerros Colorados Homeowners Association. I'm here to represent to you guys that you have the unanimous support of the Los Cerros Colorados Board to approve placing the $25 million street improvement bonding issue on the November ballot. It is desperately needed. A lack of serious preventative maintenance over decades, regardless of the reasons, has resulted in our streets being the subject of ridicule, not just in New Mexico, but outside the state as well. We understand it's hard to approve additional spending such as this bond will create, especially in these economic times, and especially on the night when it looks like you're being asked to approve about $50 million worth of spending. However, streets and safety are basic building blocks of a successful city. And right now, the condition of the Santa Fe streets is depraved. 30% of our streets are rated as poor, and many are in worse than poor condition. I will speak to just one, Cerros Colorados. It's a single ingress-egress mountain road with crumbling roadsides, an elevated split road that has disintegrated in several areas, is pothole-ridden, and hasn't had any serious maintenance or resurfacing since the 1990s. It's outright dangerous to those who drive it daily, not just homeowners, but also the users of the Dale Ball trails and service providers from throughout the area. I'm sure Cerros Colorados is not alone in its decrepit condition, but most of the others are not on a mountain. We're driving off the side of a collapsing road means more than a flat tire or a broken axle, but a slide down into arroyos or front yards or possibly houses. To the council and all taxpayers, we say Santa Fe should be better than this. We are the state capital of a great state. Let's exercise the concept of true democracy by moving this bond issue forward to the November ballot. And let's make sure our city isn't just different, but safe and best as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Corey Mansfield. I'm a county resident, so not a city constituent. Good evening, counselors, city employees, and my fellow Santa Feans. I want to speak tonight about the proposed allotment of $1.2 million to spend on armored vehicles for the Santa Fe City Police Department. Reducing the conversation of public safety to the false dichotomy of fund the cops or we won't have safe streets is offensive to the community you claim to represent. We as community members know that what keeps us safe is access to affordable housing, efficient public transportation, and a well-funded education system. A community that is provided for, not over-policed, creates public safety. Budget amendments such as this and bills like the Median Safety Act passing show a disturbing tendency of this governing body to follow the overall national trend towards approaching the issue of public safety from a purely authoritarian stance and not one that is looking to alleviate any of the true hardships facing our community today. I ask you, counselors, to consider if you'd like to approach your current role as leaders from a punitive stance or a stance rooted in true care for all Santa Feans. I'd like to remind everyone here that a punitive stance does nothing to prevent crime. It is a response to crime, and addressing community needs and alleviating the conditions contributing to crime is the only preventative action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, counselors and Counselor Lindell for presiding. My name is Nicoletta Monroe. I am a resident of Council District 1, and I'm here to speak about the resolution about the obelisk. I wrote about this topic in the Santa Fe New Mexican with an opinion. I'm not sure if my colleagues had a chance to read my writing, so I'd like to submit it for the record. Also, I've written something. Just because something is flawed does not mean it gets thrown away. I believe that we should repair and restore the Soldiers Monument to be inclusive. The governing body does not have jurisdiction to move the Soldiers Monument. There's a lawsuit in district court that prevents the city from initiating policy until the suit is resolved. While the monument was dismantled in 2020, in the eyes of the law, it still stands, based on the fact that the obelisk is an historic site controlled from a shared responsibility between the State Historic Preservation Office and the local historic districts review board, with the inclusion of the federal government from the Department of the Interior. From my research, the state of New Mexico owns the monument. The city owns the plaza. Because the Soldiers Monument was vandalized, the city is required to protect it. The city may be non-feasant because of its failure to act when a duty to act existed in October 2020. The monument is flawed from a word on one panel. Perhaps the panel could be rewritten to remove the offensive language. This is a unified community, Spanish, Anglo, Native American. I encourage this body to read the State Historic District and Landmark Act and National Historic Preservation Act. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, governing body, staff. Thank you for your time in advance. I am Patty Boucher. I am a resident of District 1. Have to admit, it takes a lot to get me back into these chambers. But I would like to say a couple things. And first, when it comes to the obelisk, I would just ask that you get rid of that brown box before it achieves historic status. Okay, so I'm here to actually speak about the $1.1 million BAR to purchase the 3, I'm going to call them tanks because that's what they are. I'd like to know how this bar rose to the top of the public safety agenda, or in general, it's a one-time fund and it could be used for so many other things. I really would like to know some of the statistics on how often the PD has deployed the existing tanks. And the only time I've ever seen them is when they were parked outside of Zozobra and folks were in flak jackets and, it seemed like a pretty passive evening. And I understand that, there may be specific situations, but I would assume that you could get some from the state if it was really important or really necessary. I would like to know why you don't consider robots. I know I've heard some think they're cumbersome, but they're very, very tactile and they've been deployed all over the world when it comes to bomb diffusing. And then I would like to know why you don't want to follow your public safety task force recommendations. And I also want to know why you've been unsuccessful in getting federal grants for these tanks if they are so necessary. I know you can't answer those questions this evening, but I would ask that you use that money for something else. I don't care if it's public safety, if you find other needs, I'm sure. Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Derek Mudry. I live in the county, but I work in Santa Fe, and I am confused as to why some of my gross receipt taxes will be going towards military-grade vehicles. Unless there's been a sudden uptick in explosions in Santa Fe that I'm unaware of, I don't see why we need $1 million to get military-grade vehicles. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors and mayor. My name is Roberto Roybal. I live on Paulina Street off of Hickox here in the city. I was born and raised here. I live in the city of Santa Fe, the city of the Holy Faith. It's not the city of a militarized zone. I strongly implore and beg you to vote down the 2 armored vehicles for $1.2 million, and also for that ordinance disposal vehicle for another $1 million. I was taking a peek at the fiscal year 2025 budget. It looks like we're in a bind. We don't have enough money for everything we need. So I see decreases in the budget in a whole lot of areas, from social services. There's cuts for housing, homelessness, all kinds of stuff. There's also a cut for the police department. So why do we need these vehicles? The armored vehicles are called the Bearcats. The other vehicles are Bobcat. Cats are nice and cute. These are not. They're military weapons that they use in war zones. We don't have a war zone. We don't want a war zone. The police already have 1 armored vehicle, but they say it's old and rusty. Well, my car is old, and I've got to tighten my budget even more and just do with that. I can't get another car because I can't afford it. I'm not going to go borrow money or cut my food budget or anything like that to get them. And if they're rusty, hey, I'll tell you what, I will buy you 5 gallons of rust remover and I will go clean the rust off of those vehicles. Please vote no. We need that money for so many other things in this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Neil Turnquist. I'm a county resident who works and spent a lot of time in Santa Fe. I'm urging you not to spend $1.1 million on these militarized vehicles. If you would like public distrust of the police to increase, I guess maybe you could buy those vehicles. But study after study shows that communities who see militarized police trust the police that they see less. It does not encourage safety. There is no significant studies that show, at least the great body of work of studies of militarization of police does not show that it makes any community safer. What it does show is that it increases mistrust of police. If you want to build a community based around common care for each other, trying to do the best for everybody that we see, then do not vote for these vehicles. If you would like to increase fear of the police, then please spend another $1.1 million on armored vehicles. I urge you to not do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nikhil Ananda. I'm a District 2 voter, and I'd like to speak on the upcoming vote for a $1.1 million purchase of armored vehicles. My parents taught me since I was very young that to solve a problem, you want to first get a good idea of what are the actual facts and the reality of the ground before trying to come up with a solution. I think very oftentimes we turn towards the flashier, the higher visibility type solutions rather than the more subtle, the more on the ground ones that actually address the problem. The reality in Santa Fe over the year to date is we've actually been down across the board in crime. We've been especially down 75% in homicides. We've been down in arson. We've been down in burglaries. And so I think those are all things we should celebrate. And I think there's a lot of folks who work in public safety who deserve a lot of credit for those achievements. But I think if we want to really reduce things further, if we want to really make sure people feel safe in their communities, the thing we need to invest in is not armored vehicles or tanks, as people describe them. It's invest in people, right? It's invest in to make sure our departments, our parks, our public transit, our maintenance workers are fully staffed and have the resources they need to actually approach people and deal with situations as they come up, right? In terms of making sure, there's proper lighting and infrastructure across our streets, in terms of making sure that, abandoned houses don't suddenly become areas where a lot of danger ends up happening, right? I think that's really how you create a safe community. And I think it requires using our resources at a time when so many of our services are underfunded to actually fund those services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Weber, City Council members, my name is Daniel Ortiz. I'm a 14th generation Hispano and the founder of the Hispanic Anti-Defamation Association. Now, it seems very strange for me to even find a need for an Hispanic Anti-Defamation Association. But it's very clear, I've been following the news both locally, nationally, and internationally. There has been a trend to demonize Spain, Spaniards, Spanish culture, and Spanish history. This is not a new phenomenon. This has been going on for centuries. It's called the Black Legend. I encourage you to Google it, and you'll find out that this Black Legend has come to Santa Fe, which is amazing, the city of Holy Faith. Santa Fe is known for many things, but one of the things that it is known for is being the city different. Well, here's how the Santa Fe is the city different in not a good way. While statues and monuments of Confederate soldiers have been coming down across America, and I think for good reason, Santa Fe has the unique distinction of bringing down the only monument dedicated to Union soldiers. So now you have a proposal before you to try and get rid of it yet again, spending yet more money after the disastrous $250,000 chart process. What is it about Spanish and Spanish history that you hate so much? We've had a celebration, a commemoration for their third year in a row now of the honoring the soldiers who died at Valverde and Glorieta Pass. Each of you were invited personally. Only one of you attended, Councilor Lee Garcia. So I encourage you to look at yourself in the mirror tonight and ask yourself, what is it about Spanish history and culture that you hate so much?
Thank you.
Hello, governing body, Eli Bransford, District 3. I also want to speak to the monument. You know, when Protectiva was depositioning Mayor Weber, I asked him some questions through our attorney. And one of those questions that I asked Mayor Weber was, why stop at the monument? Why stop at the statue? There are so many other things in our community that are actually even more controversial if you understand them. Why not ask for the Cross of the Martyrs to come down? Do you guys know what's under the church? Another church. Do you know what's under that church? I'll bet you probably don't. There are so many things in our community that make us who we are. And I just see over and over an attempt to just start knocking this stuff down. We don't have manufacturing here. We don't have, you know, coal money or oil money. We have tourism. That's what we've got. And the main drive to Santa Fe is because of our history. And it's not just how the buildings are decorated. It's so much deeper than that. And so I would encourage you to stop trying to find ways to slowly shoot ourselves in the foot over time. It makes no sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors, Mayor Pro Tem.
You can bring that, there you go.
Thank you for us short people. Good evening, all of you. My name is Valerie Brooker, and I'm a District 2 voter. As a former Santa Fe Main Library Director, I maintained a commitment to and interest in Santa Fe history and culture. I'll be reading from the Soldiers Monument Study Group statement, just a portion of it. The Soldiers Monument is historically significant. Completed in 1868, this classical stone monument is older than the Statue of Liberty, the Washington Monument, and all the other memorials on the National Mall. It is also the centerpiece of the plaza. It was specifically named as the Center Survey Marker for the City of Santa Fe land grant of 4 square Spanish leagues granted by the United States Congress on April 9th, 1900. Because of its historic significance, I support retaining a restored monument on the plaza. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth West, and I live at 318 Center Street in the South Capitol area of Santa Fe. I have lived in Santa Fe and Santa Fe County since 1966, so I'm kind of a newcomer. However, the family I married into has lived here for several generations, and my children and my grandchildren were born here. I'm going to read this very rapidly, and if you want to put it under your pillow at night, I have some copies I could give you. So officially, greetings to the mayor and the entire city council. The current city attorney's resolution regarding the relocation possibilities of the Soldiers Monument calls the Soldiers Monument and obelisk an object, and as such treats it as something separate from the plaza, the land on which it was built, proposing that it can be moved without affecting the historic status of the plaza. But this is incorrect. The obelisk is no small object. At just under 20 feet tall, made out of stone and mortar, its weight was measured at many tons, and it was built upon a permanent foundation, which means It is meant to stay put. It is a historic structure. It has been on the plaza longer than anything else. You've heard other people talk about this for more than a century and a half, and it was definitely there when the federal government deeded the plaza to the city in about 1901. Obviously, it is a central part of the plaza. It is part of our city. It has complex and beautiful and challenging historic meaning for all of us. This is our city. We must not be afraid of our own history. I believe that since the plaza has the highest level of national historic significance, in other words, it is a national historic landmark, the monument cannot and should not be moved for that reason. Compromising the national historic landmark status of the entire plaza is simply wrong. Put very simply, the mayor and the city council have no legal authority over the plaza as a national historic monument. May I hand out the rest of what I was saying? Okay.
Good evening, Council. My name's Aaron Borrego. I'm a District 1 resident. Caballeros de Santa Fe Fiesta Council, Santa Fe Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Unión Protectiva, VFW of Santa Fe, American Legion 1, American Legion Post 12, New Mexico History Museum, Museum of Spanish Colonial Art. I've just named 9 influential groups within the Hispanic and veteran communities of Santa Fe, all of whom I contacted today, and all of whom have stated that no member of this council contacted them prior to the introduction of this resolution. Despite my repeated efforts to reach out to many of you and offer assistance in facilitating communication with these groups, my concerns have been consistently ignored. This leaves me with 2 possible conclusions. Either you do not care about your constituents and their opinions, or you believe that you are more knowledgeable than every person in these institutions and their representatives, and therefore do not see value in their input. Once again, a resolution is being brought to a vote with almost no involvement from the residents of Santa Fe. Moreover, you plan to allocate taxpayer dollars for yet another study without proper consideration of costs or legal implications. I strongly urge you to vote against this resolution until you take time to meet with the people of Santa Fe. If you're unaware, there is currently pending litigation on this exact issue. By voting tonight or before this case has been heard, you are effectively dismissing the court's opinion, just as you have disregarded the taxpayers of Santa Fe. Furthermore, if you vote in favor, the court could issue an injunction to halt this resolution immediately pending their decision. Please do not waste any more taxpayer dollars on this ill-conceived resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, councilors. Miguel Acosta, resident of the South Side. I work on the South Side as well. I'm Director of Earth Care, Poder Familiar, and also chair 100% Santa Fe, which is part of the 100% New Mexico project. A couple of months ago, we were here to strongly suggest that you take half of the money that you had miraculously found in a drawer somewhere and invest it in the communities on the South Side that have been ignored since annexation, and they were ignored prior to that by the county. We got no response. We've seen no movement in that direction. And now you're proposing to buy tanks to potentially invade some of those same neighborhoods that already look like they were bombed by Israel. We can't have you investing millions of dollars in armament. And in response to the question, how does that end up at the top of the list? That's because we hire soldiers. We don't hire police officers. If we hired people dedicated to peace, we'd have different things at the top of the list. When you hire people that are not committed to violence prevention, but rather violent responses, that's what you're going to get. If the folks in 100% New Mexico and 100% Santa Fe would suggest that if you're going to invest that million and maybe 99 million more, that you invested in food for everybody, right? Affordable, nutritious food. That's violence prevention. Support for families. That's violence prevention. Community school, fully funded schools and school programs. We had to cancel football because we couldn't fight. If the city was investing in training and supporting community residents, we'd have football, we'd have soccer, we'd have all sorts of things. Housing is violence prevention. Mental health services, all of these things are violence prevention. One thing I think that can unify this community Chicano, Hispano, and Native American is the fact that these armaments will probably be pointed at our communities. That's when we see them on the plaza, when the lowriders and all of us are on the plaza. We can't continue like this. And in terms of that decision around the monolith, you all have lost the trust of most every sector in this community. You can't be making these decisions until you build back trust. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Terry Rivera. I have come before you several times in the past, and I want you to know that I have a real bad tremor. I'm not nervous when I come up here before you to speak. There are times that I feel that this is such a waste of time when I come before you. You really don't care, not all of you. Some of you really don't care what we have to say. I don't know if you are sitting there out of politeness or because you feel you have to. Most of you have already made up your mind as to what you're going to do. We're telling you we want our soldiers' monument to remain where it was put over 160 years ago. The plaza no longer belongs to the Hispano locals. Other than the cathedral, Tia Sofia's, and the Plaza Cafe, there is nothing there for us. There is nothing that draws us, nothing that we can identify with. You're taking the one thing that belongs to us, trying to take it away from us. The offensive plaque that on the obelisk was put on the monument many years after the monument was first installed. We agree it should never have been put on the monument. There is one state senator that I have really admired him because he's always willing to walk across the aisle to make things work for the good of all the people. I don't see that happening here, and she knows who I'm talking to. Most of you are not born and raised in Santa Fe. You came here as adults. You bring your biases and stories from other areas that are just not true for New Mexico. You clearly don't bother to research our unique history, and now you want to destroy our history, and in doing so, destroy us. I want you to know that you have created divisions where none existed below.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Donna Rivera Atencio. You just don't listen. You don't listen because our history doesn't fit with your narrative. The Pueblo Revolt of 1680 was not against a Spanish army. It was against families, friars, and priests. 400 deaths. That doesn't fit your narrative. Popey, the liberator, turned into a dictator against the very people he was initially trying to help. This truth doesn't fit your narrative. 1692, 12 years after the revolt, the Pueblos asked the Spanish to return from El Paso. This doesn't fit your narrative. The reconciliation between the Pueblos and the Spanish community is our fiesta celebration that many of you want to remove and change because it doesn't fit your narrative, so you don't listen. The obelisk, Soldiers Monument, commemorates New Mexico's role in stopping the Confederacy, but you don't listen. You just focused on the racist plaque put on years later. You allowed our monument to be toppled because you didn't listen to the warnings. You paid a nonprofit over $250,000 to get feedback from the community. My elderly parents went religiously to the events, as did many other locals. The Chart 2022 report that took over a year in response to what should be done with the monument said 54.62% of the respondents said restore the monument, compared to the 33% that you keep referring to that said to replace. Look at it. It's on page 93 of the report, but this doesn't fit with your narrative. So you don't listen. I think this is a big issue. You create more and more problems for yourselves because you don't listen. You have your own narrative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors. My name is Elmer Maestas. I am here again And I want to, this evening, make it short. I want to express my disappointment and disgust in the significant issues related to what's already been mentioned, Hispanic history, that the majority of this body continues to degrade and attempt to erase, not to mention what others have mentioned. We will always, while always favoring the Native American side. What is the problem with you? Are you afraid of Native Americans? You'll let them run all over the plaza and destroy that monument almost to death. And here you are again wanting to remove the monument. Something is very wrong with this body, the majority of this body. Let's get it fixed. Thank you very much.
Ronald Trujillo, Santa Fe. Members of the council, what a waste of taxpayer money and staff's time introducing another worthless feel-good resolution to move the Soldiers Monument to the National Cemetery. For those of you who support this initiative, think about the history and who that monument was dedicated to, our ancestors who fought in the Civil War. It's really not that difficult. Rebuild the Soldiers Monument on our plaza, rededicate it to the soldiers and to the cultures that make Santa Fe such a special place. You make press releases saying more policing will be given to the plaza to ensure tourists are kept safe. You should have said more policing will be given to the entire city. Crime is out of hand here in Santa Fe, especially on the south side. But most of you wouldn't know that because unless there's a photo op or it's election time, you tend to avoid and ignore the south side of Santa Fe. Amazes me that this administration has turned a once happy and proud city into a place where locals are not welcome and thus have moved to other cities due to the crime and the unfortunate state of Santa Fe. Finally, one counselor is free to speak her views on war and soldiers' monuments. It's because of those honorable veterans who fought in wars to keep the United States of America a free country. Imagine if her words were printed in Iraq or in North Korea. What do you think would happen to her? Que relaje. To quote the late Charlie the Greek Griego, wake up and smell the coffee. Santa Fe needs leaders who will represent all of Santa Vecinos, not just the ones who donated and worked on their election or re-election bids.
Thank you.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me? Usually I'm really quiet, but today I'm not. My name is Suzanne Romero. Many of you have seen my posts on social media or on the New Mexican, and I'm a local Santa Fe in District 1. Been born and raised here, and I have a lot to say. And in my post today, I put off that I was pissed off. And actually I am, and that's not my normal Suzanne. But I, first of all, am vehemently opposed to moving the Soldiers Monument again. We have been, as Hispanics, we have been insulted and insulted over and over again. We've had enough. The people that have been speaking before me, they have a lot to say. I think it was Ms. Rivera Atencio that said, you are not listening. And that I echo that same thought. Oops. Didn't mean to break that. Did I break it?
No, ma'am, you
Okay.
didn't break. Here, let me just get it back for you.
All right. See, I told you I was upset. Okay. The one thing that I got to say about the Soldiers Monument was that I believe that the administration or people that work for us allowed the cranes to go on the plaza to disrupt the top of the obelisk, which made it easier for the criminals to go in and topple it. This person knew that the criminals were coming, but this person allowed this violence to come into our town. And so here we are 4 years later and nothing has happened. I'm also upset because I've been insulted. And most of you here have been insulted too. We were called podunks Well, excuse me, I'm not a podunk. Well, maybe I am. And you know what else I was called today? A culero. Do you guys know what culero is? Does this counselors know what culero means? Okay, I see the shaking of the heads. I don't want to use that word in front of you because it's very disrespectful. And I think the person that has it on their Facebook page should remove it and apologize to this body and to the people of Santa Fe. Keep the obelisk where it is. And thank you, and God bless you, and God bless La Vida Real de Santa Fe de San Francisco de Asís. You can never take that away from me.
Thank you.
Marmion, Santa Fe County. I'm going to do something really radical right now. And I'm actually going to thank our city council body, they, them, Z. And I would also like to thank our great mayor of the city of Santa Fe. We are currently in crisis. Doses of Castro's restaurant. We have failing infrastructure. List goes on. Oh, it hasn't been on. Okay. If he donates his year's salary to an artist from one of our local pueblos to design a monument that could be placed in the heart of our fair city, bring back the Soldiers Monument and erect a new monument. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership, and thank you, City Council. God bless America. God bless you. Thank you.
Please do not applaud. Thank you.
Mayor, council, is this thing on? I'll be real brief. Basically, essentially, no matter what happens here, please,
Your name, please?
Steve Barella, longtime resident, United States Air Force veteran, La Unión Protectiva member. No matter what happens here, please, we just can't kick back and lay back as the things get destroyed. Please take action. It was way too late. No matter what happens, there's going to be an issue again. So look, that's got to be heads up here. Last thing, I don't know about this big budget Hollywood film with tanks and this and that. Instead of that money, give it to the police officers and raises. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Please, please.
Mayor Weber, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, I am Virgil Vigil. After 4 years, I want to remind the public that the mayor is the cause of all the division that is created in our city. He promised to remove the Soldiers Monument, the DeVargas statue, and the Kit Carson Monument. Now, he wants to ride his white horse and save the Soldiers Monument by moving it to the National Cemetery and replacing it with a water fountain. The leader of this proposal is riding her black horse, which has thrown her off twice with a chart and the re-gluing of the monument proposal. Now, she is the leader of this fiasco. Will she be thrown off again? My question to every one of you is, have you received any gifts, campaign contributions, donations from the Three Sisters, Red Nation, Suzuki Pueblo, or any other Pueblo? Has your spouse received any? I pose this question because it's obvious to the public that your bias is towards the Native Indian community. You favor them and put down the Spanish Hispanic community. Your actions have not been fair and just. You can answer these questions when you cast your vote. I know you can't do it now. It is appalling that one of you disparaged our one of them, our downtown hero, Sergeant Petrie, that is out there. Madam Castro, I am certain, please listen. I am
please
certain
not-
most of you will be,
Mr. Vigil, you're out
I
of
heard
order
that.
with
I
that.
am certain most of you will be
You are
side by
out
side
of
with a leader.
order.
A mayor who is the most.
Point of
hated man
order,
in this-
Mayor Pro Tem, did we say there was not any personal attacks? I think that's what we said initially, right?
Correct.
So did
So
you
who
mean to
reserved
address me
and
directly, Mr.
Who's
VP?
endures during the opera and the burning of Zozobra? A man who sees this as a badge of honor. This resolution will pass as the leader controls the majority of the councilors. He should publish a book on how to create a majority and how to control them as he does this.
Your
It would
time
make
is up,
this help.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maria Rivera, and I want to relinquish my 3 minutes to give to Bert.
That's not how it works. I'm sorry.
Against it.
Yeah, they don't do it.
No, ma'am, that's not how it works. Thank you.
They
Next,
stopped the
please.
discussion.
The colonel is speaking. We need to have respect. You guys need to listen to
A
respect.
point of call to order on this. Next, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Deborah Romero. What we're talking about is a part of history, and we can't change what has happened in the past, but we can definitely learn from it. Bowing to the wishes of one side while offending the other is repeating history. We have lived and raised our families in the city for generations. Just a couple of months ago, you all honored my 100-year-old father-in-law for his service to our country. All veterans should be honored, and as far as I'm aware, most residents and visitors don't stroll around the National Cemetery honoring veterans. Shouldn't we be known as the city that honors those that have fought for us? And what better way than in the center of our beautiful city? Because we have been kind and quiet, we are losing our culture and our history. For my kids' and grandkids' sake, I'm here to oppose moving the statute. I wish you all had as much passion for our culture and tradition as you do for the 100-year celebration of Zozobra, a puppet. Who do you represent, if not all cultures and people of the city of Holy Faith? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Miguel Gabaldon. I reside in District 4. I usually do this by Zoom, but I thought I'd come down in person. A study to relocate the obelisk, the Soldiers Monument. At a time when there's still litigation, there's all these questions that are pending. Based on a legal opinion, which as an engineer, I have my opinions, so do every other engineer, so does every other attorney. It would be best not to do anything at this time, even though the mayor says no action is not an action. No action was taken in 2020 when they were chained to the top of the obelisk because it could look bad on the media. No action was taken when they tied the ropes around it. No action should be taken now until these other issues are resolved. And in the end, no action should be taken to move something that represents a part of Santa Fe's history, mostly Hispanic, that held back the Confederate Army, that kept New Mexico, that kept things from happening here that happened to the east of us. So at this time, put this resolution aside, go through the courses that need to be taken. And in the end, let's just remember it's time that Santa Fe is a place of history, our cultures and our traditions, and it's all 400 years. I was at a restaurant the other day and this visitor was talking to his grandson that the oldest town in the country was Jamestown. No. The oldest town in the country is Santa Fe. And we got to remember that. And if we move things like we already stuck the Vargas in a museum, now we move the obelisk to a 8 to 5 national cemetery, people aren't going to know this history about Santa Fe. So Again, I ask you, don't take action on this resolution. Wait till all the matters are done and look at the big picture of history, not just one word on one of 4 plaques. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Can I submit something into the record? There's enough copies for everyone. My name is Beverly Spears. I live in District 2, and I want to speak to you tonight as an architect. Our plaza is a Mexican plaza, and plazas in Mexico have something in the center. They either have a sculpture or a fountain or a gazebo to mark that important center of the city. When I designed the gazebo, I did it knowing that the obelisk would be there permanently and could not be moved. And that set really the location and design for our plaza stage, for our gazebo. If the monument were to be moved, it would throw the whole plaza off balance. The gazebo would make no sense in its current location. There's been talk of moving it to the center of the plaza, which is a very bad idea. It has 4-foot deep footings. The archaeology was extremely expensive. And furthermore, to consider moving the obelisk is a loco idea. It is not a reinforced concrete object. It's just basically a masonry with mortar. It's very fragile. And if you would dig down at great archaeological cost to try to move it, you would probably destroy it and do so at great expense of public money. It's the oldest untampered with structure. Well, now it's tampered with, but before, of any place on the plaza. So thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Pauline Anaya. I'm a descendant of many of the soldiers that fought in the Civil War, who left widows, left orphans, left their communities, and the communities are responsible to help the widows and the children and our descendants to survive. And you would think that representatives such as this body would be defending the significance of a monument that is paid to people who gave their life and gave all they could to introduce civil society. And this body has us coming here to you to try to plead with you, to have some sense and to have a heart about what our history is. I hear you also talking about funding programs to help people and spending money, and how can we help people have dignity and respect and have a nice community. Well, when you're considering tearing down statues and history and not standing up to defend that, how do you expect the people of the community to look at the history? I think you all are a model for us. You should be upholding the standards that had been brought before. And here we come to beg you to look at our history and to respect it and to do something to save it. What we see in these days is the teardown of history and the rewriting of it. And for you all to be upholding that is really despicable.
Thank you.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Eric Wheeler, former Chief of Police, City of Santa Fe, District 2. I stand before you to ask that you move forward in this funding for the police department with the Bearcat and the EOD device that they're requesting. Fortunate or unfortunately, I was a member of the SWAT team for 8 years And I remember the days prior to the Bearcat when we had a renovated rescue vehicle from the fire department that we had to utilize as our SWAT vehicle. Some of the testimony that was brought to you earlier this week discussed how those vehicles were not designed for any type of vehicle that would prevent actual ballistics. That we have an opportunity to replace a vehicle that was brought to us in 2006. Unfortunately, that vehicle has expended its lifespan for us, and it's now time for us to keep our officers safe, but it's also time for us to make sure that we're keeping our community members safe. I pose to you a scenario where if, unfortunately, if we, God forbid, we ever had a scenario with a school shooting at our high school. Unfortunately, the design of Santa Fe High School is a tactical nightmare. The high ground of that building and all the structures around it would put our police department at a severe disadvantage. The only way that they would be able to protect our children, my son who goes to Santa Fe High, would be with armored vehicles to get in there and actually defuse the situation. I implore you, these are not tanks. These are defensive weapons that are provided for our officers to protect our community and protect their lives. That's what it boils down to, is providing our officers with the proper tools necessary for them to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elise Gutierrez, and I'm a resident of District 1. I'm here tonight to speak about the obelisk. I wanted to start off by telling you some of my fondest memories in Santa Fe, which were going downtown and listening to the music. This continues to be a part of me today. I always thought the obelisk was a beautiful part of our history until the brown box was placed around it. When it was destroyed, I felt that it sent the wrong message to youth in Santa Fe. I felt that it taught us that if we don't like something, we can tear it down and replace it, when that's not the message we should be sending to our youth. I strongly believe that you guys should keep the obelisk where it stands and continue to educate our youth in Santa Fe about why it's there, what it means, how we cannot repeat history instead. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry. I'm against the use of military type vehicles for the police for many of the reasons stated. I could see perhaps something to be able to explode bombs because I think that's becoming more common. But robots sound like a good idea as well. In terms of the obelisk, I have written to all of you about how I feel about this. I used to be in favor of bringing it back. I thought it was a good teaching point. But I've read about monuments, and the monument, whoever it's dedicated to, that group kind of takes over the area. It is obviously still really divisive, given some of the remarks about Pueblo people and about how people who oppose moving it are part of the KKK. So, well, I don't know what you're laughing about. The first person who spoke about that. I thought there was some civility here, but I guess not. So anyway, I think you have to, what I would want you to do is know that you can physically move it. I would want Ms. McSherry to make public what it is the city is basing this right to move the obelisk. And really, I know it's the lawsuits going on. Why are you pushing it? It's like pushing when you were going to have the tax and you had all this law set up before the tax for the $1 million plus homes got shot down. It seems a little bit ahead of its time. However, it's not just about Hispanic culture and military service, it's Union soldiers. And there are a lot of other soldiers there who are not Hispanics. I've also come to find out that many of the leaders in the New Mexico volunteers, etc., were slavers. They enslaved the Dene people. These are the people that we're putting this monument to. It is a marker, though. There is a marker there for survey.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Yes, I just one more sentence. You've let people go ahead. So there is a marker there that is the 0.5 for not only Santa Fe's city land grant, but land grants on downtown east side. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilors. Thank you guys for your service. We appreciate it very much. My name is Patricio Gonzalez, and I'm born and raised here in Santa Fe. And growing up, my parents taught us just to respect each other, respect each other's culture, respect each other's heritage. And even growing up, there was never any divisiveness that I saw amongst the locals, amongst the Native Americans or the Anglo-Saxon. And it's kind of sad now that we're here at this stage, but that monument, there's a lot of history to Santa Fe, tons of history. A lot of it is good, a lot of it is bad, but we can learn from it. And I think that monument needs to be where it was at. I think it explains a lot of Santa Fe. And I think that we need to be here speaking up. And I think part of us growing up, we're taught to be good neighbors and just get along with everybody, don't say anything. But I think now we got to speak up. I'm speaking up for my grandson, Kai, and I have also a granddaughter, but we need to speak up. And I would sincerely appreciate it if you guys would listen to the people, because it sure seems like the majority of the people want that monument up. And so with that being said, I appreciate you guys listening. God bless you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Renee Borrego. I think everybody has said basically what I'd like to say, but just reiterating, I grew up here. I don't know how many of you grew up here, and I'm a lot older than most of you. And we were always taught to be kind and respect each other. Our different cultures made Santa Fe what was so great. And now it's such a divided place. And I think a lot of it has to do with our government and how people are playing us against each other. And I think it's so shameful that instead of uniting Santa Fe, we're even having this discussion. I mean, that has been here for years and now we want to change it. It's kind of the way that I feel like most people move to Santa Fe because they love it. And then a lot of them, they want to start changing it. I'm not sure. This isn't California. This isn't New York. This is Santa Fe. And for those of you who didn't grow up here or did grow up here, you know what I'm talking about. We were proud to go downtown. We were proud. I just couldn't believe that we knew about that topple before it was toppled. I don't know how our police, our mayor, our city council didn't know about it, because on Facebook, they were saying that it was going to happen at a certain time. I just thought, how did we allow that to even happen? How did we allow so many of these things to happen? I just feel like, God, just go back to common sense and what it was to make Santa Fe so great. Because this is not making Santa Fe great, and in dividing us and turning us against each other and fighting because I'm Hispanic and you might be Native. You know, we loved each other. Where did this go wrong? And I believe it was our government. Those of you, or not you directly, but those of you who were elected to take care of us. And I see it all over the nation. I see it throughout everything. I'm not sure what the lady meant by the KKK. I didn't get that. I mean, I'm Hispanic. I'm not Anglo. We're here speaking on behalf of the obelisk. So please put it back where it belonged.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else that would care to address the council tonight? Anyone on Zoom? Do we have people on Zoom? Oh, we have one more person coming forward. Welcome.
My name is Charles Rosacker. I'm from District 2. A neighbor from Santa Rosa Drive. Want to first address the police issue. Within the last 6 weeks, and I live next door to an ex counselor We have had 2 guns stolen from an Airbnb. We cannot leave our cars unlocked, not even during the day. So do we really need this military type things? When I finally reported it, and I can guarantee you not everybody's reporting everything, the policeman said, "I'm sorry, sir, we only have 10 people on the streets." Meanwhile, he says, "I gotta go. I can no longer take your statement." But with that said, let's talk about why I'm really here. What do you see on me today? Ron Trujillo was at the unveiling of the runners. We went because we have ties to the artist that did those runners. We also took our grandchild, Lenini. And I think what I'm trying to convey to you people is during that event, we realized how close we are to the Tesuque people, how close we are to the people of Santa Clara. So I think we should be taking pride in this monument, huh? Don't you think? Because we're all intermingled. And I guess I can't say anymore, but I urge you, I have a solution. Give the county or the city manager the authority with those $250,000 to find out what the status of the monument is at this state. And then let's move on.
Thank you, sir.
Blessings to you.
Thank you.
This be the time to talk about the purchase of the police equipment? Yep. My name is Dan Esquivel. I'm a constituent of District 1. And most of you know that I'm a supporter of the police department. I'm 100% in support of the police department. And I believe that the safety of this, I had to write this because I wasn't prepared to speak. So if you'll excuse me, I have to read it. The safety of our safety and security of our community are paramount. And the men and women of the police department are on the front lines, ensuring that we all can live, work, and raise our families in peace. Their ability to respond effectively to emergencies and protect our citizens depend heavily on the quality of their equipment. While I understand the concerns and priorities of those who may be opposed, we must recognize that investing in the necessary tools for our officers is not just an expenditure, it is a critical investment in public safety. Under-equipped officers are at the disadvantage when facing challenges of modern policing, which ultimately impacts every one of us. By supporting the funding request, we affirm our commitment to providing our police force with the resources they need to keep our community safe. In doing so, we are not only supporting our officers, but also protecting the well-being of every resident of the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Councilors, thank you. My name is Brian Gutierrez. I'm a resident of District 1. I travel through District 2, 3, and 4. This is our community. We're all in this together. I think sometimes we get bogged down in the intricacies that some common sense is lacking. And the first thing I want to do is I want to thank everybody here in the back that's our first responders. We need them in this city, whether it's fire, whether it's police. And I want to say that I think they probably know what they need. Now, when we go back to the common sense part of it, if we have one and it's working and they need two in case of other emergencies, one's broken, then maybe the compromise is to keep the one you have as a spare and buy the new one as far as the vehicles. The other piece of common sense I'd like to talk about is the obelisk, knowing that there's a lawsuit in court and it's set for September. Why the timing of this is now instead of after something has been decided. It just brings unrest to this community. It brings unrest in a time when we're coming up on fiestas, in a time where people should be out celebrating. And so I think the timing of this was just ill-gotten, and it should have been thought out a little better. I won't go on because I know you have a long night. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to address the council? Thank you for being here. Madam Clerk, do we have people in the Zoom room with their hand up?
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we'll start with Amber Trujillo.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. First, I guess I'm going to be your historian once again. Good evening, everyone. I'm Amber Trujillo, District 4. First of all, you guys are public servants, all of you. I'm not addressing a single one of you. All of you are public servants. We pay your salary, do your job. Listen to your constituents, not your own ego or what you want to get on TV with. Okay, number 2. The only person besides us that was not of Native descent that went to the Amtua and Katua unveiling, Ron and I went and Mayor went there. Like I was surprised that none of you guys went. You act like you're so supportive of the whole community, but none of you took the time to go. I guess you had other things. Anyway, the reason I go is because I love both sides of my mestiza heritage. I'm Native American, I'm Hispanic, and I'm like 7 other things. But it's funny that you guys time after time are, oh no, we got to do this, we got to do this. You don't even pay attention to your constituents. The mayor was there. I didn't see him visiting with any of the Native Americans, but he was there to give his little speech. But like we're there with our family from Tesuque. And I know you guys think that these people are so divided. Did you know that Governor Rivera is married to my cousin who's an Ortiz, a direct descendant of Juan Paez Hurtado, who's second in command to Don Diego de Vargas? Did you know that? No, you didn't, Mayor. And I can see you smiling. I saw you sleeping earlier. Anyway, on the obelisk, you guys, it's already been way too much money and way too much drama. And it takes an act of Congress to make a change at the National Cemetery. You'd think that, you know, Carol Romero Worth and you would like have looked that up first, because you know how the headstones are flat. We've tried to get those upright. Ronnie, I think, has been fighting that fight for like good 10 years. And it takes an act of Congress. So you're really not going to be able to move it there. And it's disrespectful. And David Montoya said it best that, you know, you're just trying to bury them and the history along with it. I was doing my ancestry tonight since I was home watching you guys. And I was like, wow, Ronnie and I both have people from the Civil War.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next in the Zoom room.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, there are no other hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay, thank you very much. So if you are going to leave the chambers at this point, we need to continue our business. I would ask that you would do so quietly so that we can continue to conduct our business here. Madam Clerk, what is our next item?
The next item on the agenda will be item 20. It's a public hearing land use case. It's an appeal number 2024-8077.
Madam Clerk,
Yes,
point
ma'am.
of order. I believe actually we need to go back to item 11 and then go down.
Oh, okay. I apologize about that.
That's okay.
Item 11 is matters from the city manager.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, I think
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
To put the case right after petitions from the floor
Yes.
and then the police matter right after that.
and then go back to 11,
Correct.
go back
Correct.
down?
Right.
Okay, my apologies, Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk, will you please continue with the land use case?
Certainly, Mayor Pro Tem. Item 20A is appeal number 2024-8077 of case number 2023-7620. Appellant Stephanie Benenato appeals the Board of Adjustments decision to grant a setback variance on a property located at 1030.5 West Houghton Street. And we have Assistant City Attorney Rebecca Minnick-Herman here to present.
Thank you. We started this case previously and were not able to continue due to a power outage. So I'm going to ask that Ms. Minnick-Herman would just give us a brief recap of where we are in this case.
I would be happy to, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the governing body. We began this hearing on July 10th and were interrupted by a power outage. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of what is before the governing body tonight and where we are in the proceeding. In this case, appellant Stephanie Benenato appeals the Board of Adjustments decision on February 6, 2024 to grant a setback variance for a property located at 1030.5 West Houghton Street. The appellee in this case is the owner of the property, Francesca Bonci, and I believe she's going to be represented tonight by her attorney, Stephen Domas, and I believe she has an agent, her architect here as well. So there was a bit of a split decision leading up to this appeal. While the Board of Adjustment had voted to approve the variance, city land use staff had recommended that the Board of Adjustment deny the variance. This is going to be a de novo hearing tonight, so the governing body is considering the record and the testimony anew. The governing body may consider the decision by the Board of Adjustment, but does not have to defer to it, nor does the governing body have to defer to staff's recommendation. The code section on variances provides 5 criteria for granting a variance. And Mayor Pro Tem, I have some printouts of the decision tree that I presented last week, or the last time we had a hearing on this case. I can pass them out if you think that would be helpful.
Yes, I
Okay.
do. Thank you. Well, we've lost our quorum. Okay, we're back. Yep. We need, I don't want to have. We have an issue.
Shall I go ahead and continue? I wasn't sure if we're waiting for any of the other counselors to come back, or maybe the stenographer.
Pardon me.
Shall I go ahead and continue?
It's recording. We can continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, yes. So in this case, a fact-based analysis is going to be important. In order to render a decision that's not arbitrary and capricious, the decision has to be based in the law. So it must be based on a reasonable interpretation of the code. If there's going to be some deviation from the code criteria, that deviation has to be based in the code itself and according to the criteria that the code provides. At the same time, the city can't unreasonably deny a property owner of all or substantially all of the beneficial use of his or her property. So the city code provides criteria that guides that analysis, and that's laid out in the decision tree that I just passed out to all of you. So the city can make sure that the code isn't unreasonably depriving someone of all or substantially all of the beneficial use of the property, but is also not arbitrarily choosing to not follow the code. So the 5 criteria to consider are going to be: 1, do unusual physical characteristics exist that distinguish the land or structure from others in the vicinity that are subject to the same relevant provisions of Chapter 14? 2, do the unusual physical characteristics make it infeasible for reasons other than financial cost to develop the property in compliance with the standards of Chapter 14? 3, does the intensity of development not exceed that which is allowed on other properties in the vicinity that are subject to the same relevant provisions of Chapter 14? 4, is the variance the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land or structure? And 5, is the variance not contrary to public interest? And so in this case, criteria 1 and 3 do not currently appear to be in dispute. It does not appear that any party or land use staff thinks that criteria 1 and 3 are not met. However, there is a dispute as to criteria 2, 4, and 5. And so I think that's going to be the main focus of the inquiry tonight. One issue that the governing body may wish to explore in order to further develop the record in this case is whether a different configuration of the property might be feasible in compliance with the code without granting a variance, without considering the individual's circumstances, individual property owner's circumstances, or financial cost. And so we do have, in addition to the appellee and the appellant in this case, we do have some staff members that are available to answer questions if the governing body or any agents of the if the appellee or the appellant wants to question them. And I believe the people that we have available tonight are Daniel Alvarado, who is the senior planner on this case that wrote the original staff recommendation. And so he is going to probably be the person who knows the most about the property itself, staff's analysis, and kind of his determinations. We also have a senior planner, Dan Escabel, available. Mr. Escabel knows quite a bit about land use processes, and he's been with the city for quite a long time. So if there are questions about processes within the land use department or how it works, or general code questions, Mr. Escabel is available to answer those. We also have acting land use director Heather Lamboy available, and Geronimo Griego from Fire. There was a question that the appellant had raised about fire safety that I don't think was explored in the record before the Board of Adjustment. And so if there are questions about fire safety, we do have Mr. Griego available to answer those by Zoom. So just to recap, and so just to recap what we have covered in the proceedings so far, members of the governing body disclosed any pre-hearing communications regarding merits of the application, and were given an opportunity to recuse if they were not able to be fair and impartial. The presiding officer, who was the mayor at the July 10th hearing, announced the order of the hearing. I gave a staff report. The appellant, Stephanie Beninato, gave an opening statement and introduced evidence through sworn testimony. The applicant, or the appellee in this case through her agent, then gave an opening statement and introduced evidence through sworn testimony. And then the next step was that the appellant, the presiding officer had given the appellant an opportunity to cross-examine witnesses. And at the time that the power cut out, the appellant had just called senior planner Daniel Alvarado. I think it appeared that we were kind of moving into the next step, which is addressing questions to staff. And so I think we might just, the chair may wish to just clarify with the appellant, confirm that she had in fact finished her cross-examination and was moving into questions from staff. So that is where we are in the proceedings. I will be available if there are any questions for me later in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manuk Herman. So my notes show here that we were at a point where the appellant, Ms. Beninato, was able to address questions to staff, and we have a suggested time frame limiting that to 10 minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell? Excuse me, a point of order. I have witnesses, that is Mr. Sears and actually Mr. Domas. I would like to ask some questions of them before I go to asking questions of staff. I didn't realize there was a distinction last time.
Is there a distinction on Ms. Benenato's ability to address questions to staff or to other people, Ms. McSherry?
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, it is a separate category on our agenda, but if there's still additional time available or if the cross-examination hasn't happened, I think it could still resume. It was the previous step. I think the first staff member had been called, but
Okay, so can, we have 10, Ms. Benenato has 10 minutes here. Can she address her questions to whomever she would like?
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, Assistant City Attorney Minnick, did we have cross-examination of the applicant and or applicant's witnesses during the last hearing?
Believe so.
Okay, so I think am I getting no's and yeses at the same time?
I think that it sounds like she had not finished her cross-examination. And so I think the rules do allow her to continue cross-examination of the appellee's witnesses. And so it sounds like that is what she would like to do.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, I do just want to state for the record, I was not in attendance at the last meeting, but I did take the time to actually watch the video. So I just wanted to let everybody know here that while I was not there, I am caught up. And as we've discussed before, that allows me to.
I appreciate that.
And another just procedural technical matter, we do have an extra microphone, should that be helpful. We just need to turn it on whenever it's desired. I can pass it down so that that's available. So people don't have to use the same microphone at the same time.
Ms. Benenato, you have 10 minutes to do your questioning.
I will try my very best.
Thank you. That's what you have.
Yeah, okay, fine, but you give other people more time. Mr. Domas, I just had a couple of questions for you. Were you physically present when each neighbor signed the form letter? And you have a.
Can you make sure, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I have a little trouble hearing. I really need for you to speak into the microphone.
I asked Mr. Domas if he was present when the neighbors signed the form letter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello? No, I was not physically present.
And did you interview any of these people to understand what, to talk to them about their understanding of what they were signing?
No, my client, the property owner, Ms. Banchi, did that herself.
Okay. And is your intention now to file a zero lot line affidavit from the owner of 1030 for 1030 and a half?
I'm sorry?
Is your intention, you got a variance from the Board of Adjustment. My understanding was that they were allowing you to use the front lot line to go to zero lot line. But I thought you were still supposed to get a zero lot line affidavit. Are you intending to execute that zero lot line affidavit?
No, I believe getting the variance is enough, and Ms. Banchi owns both properties.
Okay, but, okay, that's fine. And then I do have questions for Mr. Sears. I would like to bring up pages 5 and 6 on Prime Gov. It's Exhibit A. It's the applicant's application, the owner's application.
Do people need to be sworn in?
I think Mr. Domas was sworn in. I think Mr. Sears was sworn in, but I'm not sure. I was sworn in.
Were you previously sworn in on this?
I don't remember.
Okay, so let's go ahead and swear him in.
If you would please raise your right hand and state your name and your street name.
My name and what?
And your street name.
Your name and the street you reside on.
Jeff Sears, Lorenzo Road.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd like your staff to be able to pull that up onto the screen. That is pages 5 and 6 of the application. It's Exhibit A. It's the owner's exhibits. It's on PrimeGov. It's the BOA record.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if you give me permission, I can share my screen.
I think
If
Daniel
not,
can do it as well. Okay.
That would be fine.
Okay. While we're waiting, oh, here it comes. I'd like to see the actual plat, the drawing. Yeah, there it is. And can you blow it up a little bit? So we're really looking at the plat. Can I have the microphone here? You stand here because I'm going to go over and want to point. So, Mr. Sears, you were the architect for the first, for 1030. Sorry. You were the architect for 1030 West Houghton.
Yes.
And that's now a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house. That's at 40% lot coverage. Is that about correct?
No,
Okay. Would you clarify that?
it's a 1-bedroom house
Bedroom,
and a 1-bathroom house.
200 square feet.
Yes.
And this says it's an ingress and egress easement. The cars actually park on that lot, is that space, right?
Yes, cars can park there.
And what are you actually proposing to take down on this residence? You have this marked here as coming down. Well, how big is that? What's the width? What's the depth from that, from here to here? What's the depth?
Well, everything that is crosshatched there is proposed to be removed. And the portion you just looked at is 7.5 feet. Is that what it says there? I can't see it.
That's the distance from the lot line to the structure.
No, the other dimension there beyond the lot line to the left.
Oh, yes, 7 feet, 6 inches. So that's what you're taking down. So from here to here is going to be close to 16 feet then. Because this is 8.3 and then you have 7.5 feet. So you're getting very close to 16 feet. Is that correct?
Sounds right, yeah.
And you're asking for a variance for extra lot coverage.
No,
I thought you were going to for lot coverage.
yes, the current lot coverage is over 52%.
Right. And that includes the shed, does it not?
Yes,
You said the coverage was 975 square feet. Let me do something. So that
Mayor Pro Tem, point of order. I can't, yeah, it would be better if you stood that way because I can't see what you're pointing at.
So I've been pointing out.
To turn it anyway, and I need to let you know, Ms. Beninato, you're at 7 minutes.
I'd like to be able to get through these questions. I think they're important for you to understand. And I'm sorry, but this is just.
I'm just suggesting that you move through as quickly as you
Trying to
can.
move through as quickly as possible. So I just want to, for your information, this distance from here to here, when this is removed, will be approximately 16 feet. I've asked now what's coming down. I asked what was the lot coverage. And I said if it included the shed. This is the shed. The shed is going to come down because there's too much lot coverage. And that shed is included in the 975 square feet, correct?
Current lot coverage is 975 square feet.
Okay. You're removing the shed.
Yes.
That shed is approximately what, 250 square feet, something like that, because in the historic report, the shed was listed as a total of 329 square feet. That historic report, by the way, is in the packet. And so looks like a 20-80% split. I'm saying that it's about 250 square feet.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow you there.
How many square feet of the shed is on 1030 and a half?
I'll have to measure that on the plans here and calculate it.
If you would, please.
My calculator is 22 feet by 12. 264 square feet. 264.
I'm sorry, you've got to speak into your mic. Who can't hear you?
What do you think is in my hand? My mic? Yeah, okay. Can you hear me? Okay. So if we take 264 from 5,
711.
711, that is less than 40% of the lot coverage. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Well, the lot is 1,949 square feet.
I'd have to calculate that.
I have, okay. We know that let me just go. What are you removing here? What is this thing here that you indicate you're removing?
That's a low planter wall.
The planter wall. Okay. And so this is, you have 711 square feet left when you take down the shed, but you want to add, the house will be 890 square feet. Is that correct?
897.
You're actually adding on about 100 and some odd 60 square feet to the house, even more than that. You're not reducing the size of that. Just want to establish that. And you did
No,
say,
I think that's incorrect because that shed was used as part of this residence.
not connected,
Pardon me?
not connected. It's a separate structure. You said you were reducing the structure. This is the structure. This is the shed. They cover both 975 square feet,
No.
but when you remove this, you have 711 square feet. That is slightly less than 40% of lot coverage. You could easily expand this. You could easily have a 1-bedroom, 1-bath house. You could easily have a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. And again, this is what we have.
You don't understand that we're taking down everything in crosshatch there, and that is what creates the lot coverage, the total 975.
I just asked you what the total lot coverage is. This is all lot coverage, right?
Yes.
264 square feet. You have 711 left.
But wait, we're also taking down the area there that you originally pointed out, which is
Right,
that,
the total is still going to be 897 square feet on this lot. That's what you're proposing.
wait a minute, you just said two different numbers.
You said 897 is the total square footage that you are proposing to have after your project is done.
Yeah, and that's not shown there.
No, it's not. sir.
Okay,
We're,
well, this is
I know.
confusing. This is just creating confusion.
this is. So, Ms. Beninato, would you just, without using these numbers, would you give us the point succinctly that you're trying to make with this?
Yeah. First of all, we are not reducing the intensity of the use because it's at the house itself is going to be increased in size. That is the actual residence that was being used is going to be increased in size. And it's being increased and on page, here's the point of the application. The intensity of land use will be lessened as the existing 975 square foot dwelling will be transformed into an 897 square foot dwelling. But we can see that it's actually being increased.
Okay.
You said and could you go back, share screen and go to the next page, please?
Madam Pro Tem, the mic really needs to be close to her face. You need.
I said, would
Thank
you
you.
please go to page 6 so that we can share the next screen?
Ms. Beninato, I can only give you a couple more minutes with this.
Okay. Mr. Sears, have you ever had to get a variance just to raise a roof? Speaking right into the mic. Is it not working?
It is now.
Okay. So Mr. Sears, have you ever had to get a variance just to raise a roof?
No,
Have you ever had to get a variance just to improve the inside of a structure?
no.
Okay. So you have said here that you need this variance. You were thinking, Mr. Alexander, one of the members, says that he's looking at the second bedroom. It's only 9 feet wide. That's not expansive. And then you go on about, well, that's really going to be its bedroom, but a study. And then you say, you see there's this large bedroom, of course, where the addition is. And that includes the area we're asking for the variance for as the bathroom and the closet. And those can be modified for accessibility for the future. Your whole your application itself said, page 8, that the lot is only 24.24 feet wide. And with all the setbacks, it would only be 13 feet, which would restrict development of a bathroom suite that could be modified in the future for accessibility of the owner who plans to live in the dwelling and is planning the addition to enable her to age in place at home. That is in your application, is that correct?
Yes,
And then you also say in your application, because you were asked about this, you said the variance will be, that the variance will act in place of the zero lot line affidavit and will meet all the requirements of chapter 14. Remember saying that in your application?
no.
Okay, well, let me find it for you then.
May I
Ms.
say something?
Beninato, you're
May I
gonna-
just respond to this? Ms. Beninato, I'm an architect. I work for my client. I design something that my client asks for and desires. That's what I've done here.
I'd like to ask,
You're really, your time is done.
Right.
We need to move on. The next part of the hearing is the applicant. You can address questions to staff. or to other people that have testified? You used all your time talking with this and Mr. Sears. You had 10 minutes and I allowed you 16. Pardon me?
Mayor Pro Tem, both parties get the opportunity to ask questions of staff as well. And
I thought we established that there was 10 minutes to ask questions of staff, or that it was a 10-minute time frame.
there's 10 minutes for each. If you wanted to do 20 total, that would be reasonable as well.
Okay, so we will let Ms. Beninato continue for 10 minutes, asking questions of staff. I don't see.
Mayor Pro Tem, part 7 was the applicant's witnesses or the applicants. And that's the part that there was some difference of,
Thought we had completed section 7.
that was the question. So Ms. Beninato said she had not done 7 and that we were not at 8 yet. She did not know they were distinct categories.
Okay, so we've completed section 8. Ms. Beninato, you have 10 minutes to ask questions of staff.
This doesn't matter.
Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, Mr. Alvarado, were you sworn in during the last proceeding?
We were in the process.
Okay, then we should swear you.
I think you're muted.
Mr. Alvarado, if you'll please raise your right hand and state your name and address.
Daniel Alvarado, Bishop's Lodge Road.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Good evening, thank you. How many variances did the applicant request?
One variance.
And that was to to act as actually, could you please bring up page 6 of and maybe you could, I think you have it right there, or can.
Might be best if she just does it. Yeah.
All right, let me go back over here. Here it says, get over here, sorry. Need variance for 0 lot line in front yard. What did you understand that to mean?
So the variance request was for the front yard setback, which is the one variance that they requested, and that's what we heard at the BOA.
The front yard setback.
That's correct.
Was the BOA granting the ability to use the line as a for 0 lot line, and the owner of the front house had to agree? Did they have to meet the other requirements in note 5?
Yes, they were asking for a setback for what equivalates to a 0 lot line setback, which means that they can build directly onto the lot line. However, there's no requirement. Well, let's just put it this way. The variance does not also require a setback affidavit. The variance replaces the need for a setback affidavit, which is why they requested a variance.
And where's the setback? Because when you have a 0 lot line affidavit, the person granting the owner's request to come to 0 lot line has to have enough space for both setbacks. Is that correct?
Not, the variance allows them to.
I'm asking for variance. I'm asking on a 0 lot line affidavit. This had been the board saying you can use this lot line to have the neighbor give you a 0 lot line affidavit.
So that is not the situation that we're in, but if it were a 0 lot line setback, yes, the 2 lot lines on either, or the 2 setbacks on either side of the lot line have to be added and moved onto one property or the other in total. But again, that is not the condition that we considered here, and that is not what's up for discussion tonight.
And I just want to go through that process because I think it's important because they basically bypassed that process here. And so when you do the 0 lot line affidavit, you then have to, both parties file it in the county record, and it becomes part of the chain of title for both lots.
That's correct.
That each lot knows that there's a setback that's required. They can't develop. The owner who's burdened knows they can't develop in that setback.
That's correct.
In this situation, the owner of the front lot is not going to know that they're supposed to have, there should have been an extra 7 feet there if it had been a 0 lot line affidavit. They just have their normal 10-foot backyard setback.
Again, the variance gets rid of the requirements for a setback on 1030 and a half. So that is will be shown on the plat. However, again, there will not be any extra requirement for the owner of 1030 to add any additional setback to their rear setback because of this variance.
And in order to get, and they are asking for more than 40% lot coverage.
They are asking, they have 48% lot coverage under their proposed plan, which is allowed with the private open space, which they've provided. They can go up to 50% lot coverage with a certain amount of private open space, which is shown on their on their proposal, which is why we did not consider the need for a lot coverage variance in this case.
Okay. And but that private open space is actually, where's the parking? Where's the required 2 on-site parking for this R5's lot?
So the parking is the existing parking, and that's the parking that we accepted as part of the proposal.
Could you bring that back up? I'm sorry. I don't know why you put it down. I'm still looking at it. Could you bring 6-8 back up?
Oh, it's
So you mean on the ingress egress easement, not the parking easement? That's not a parking easement. That's an ingress.
It says parking ingress, existing parking spaces and parking, ingress, egress, and parking spaces. And I believe because it's a single family home, they're allowed to park in tandem, which means one car behind the other, which is why they were allowed to proceed with the parking configuration as is.
Have you seen that easement? Have you seen that page of have you seen the easement itself?
I do not recall if I have or not.
Okay. It's not in the packet. Only the deed is in the packet.
Okay.
All right. And the board did ask you about front lot line affidavits and the need for the double setback. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe we looked into that possibility, and the applicant was not interested in creating a front lot line setback. Also, I'm not sure if they even have the necessary width for that setback. As we discussed, it would have to be the total rear
They'd
and
have
front
to have
setback.
7 plus 10. If their setback is 10, front lot line setback is 7, that would be a total of 17 feet, right?
It's either that or 20% of the average lot depth, whichever is smaller, I believe.
And have you ever, do you know if variances are needed for allowable height? Well, to go to an allowable height, if you just want to raise your roof up, make it higher, you're not going above the allowed height, you need a variance.
No.
And do you need a variance for 40% lot coverage?
It depends on the context. You mean in this,
Problems with the setback. You don't need
Again, in this particular context, in R5, you can go up to 40% lot coverage without private open space or 50% with private open space.
And would you want somebody, I mean, is the standard practice to make somebody comply with the basic requirements of an R5 before you allow them extra lot coverage?
They do comply. I'm not sure if I follow the
They
question.
don't have actual on-site parking. They're parking on somebody else's property. It's an easement.
Okay, that's permissible.
But if they had space to park on their own property, wouldn't that be preferable?
It's not really a concern if they have an easement.
And if they have an easement, then they're not really landlocked either.
I think we kind of determined that they aren't, landlocked is a odd term. They are what we might call a flag lot. They're down a lot access driveway, which is how we got to this whole issue of whether or not we apply the front setback, the street's yard setback, as we call it in the code.
You're familiar with many flagged lots like on Canyon Road, Asaki Madre and compounds, things like that don't have direct access to the street.
Yeah, that's pretty common in Santa Fe.
Okay. Do you remember the board talking a lot about the height of the house? And remember Alexander being appalled at the height of the house?
I remember there was talk about the interior ceiling height and how that was inadequate, which again is not an issue in this variance. We found that their design in terms of height met all of the code requirements.
Okay. And so that would not be the grounds for a variance, the height of the interior height.
Not this variance.
And it wouldn't, the idea that that the owner wants to live in or age in place is also not the basis for a variance.
As we like to say, we grant variances based on use, not or based on case. I'm sorry, I'm getting it backwards now. We don't grant variances to people. We grant variances to circumstances.
Okay. I think that's the only question I have for you. Thank you very much for doing that. Let me just make sure. Okay, I think that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will move on to the applicant can address questions to staff.
Am I audible? Yes. Mr. Alvarado, would you agree that square footage of the house is not at issue in this variance request?
In terms of lot coverage, no, it's not an issue.
Right.
In terms of the square footage that is in the setback area, that would be what we're
Right.
discussing.
And I was going to ask that lot coverage is not at issue here.
We accepted the proposal in terms of lot coverage as complying with chapter 14.
Exactly. Would you agree that the actual total square footage of the house is decreasing?
The actual square footage of the development, so what we call it, is decreasing.
Right.
The footprint of the development.
And the lot coverage is decreasing.
The lot coverage is decreasing.
And would you agree that what is at issue here is the 13-foot 5-inch, 91 square foot, 0 lot line variance that goes up to the property?
That's absolutely correct.
Again, it's 13 feet, 5 inches of a 70-foot long lot line.
That's correct.
Totaling 91 square feet.
Not sure of the measurements off the top of my head, but I'll take your word for it.
And that is the only thing that's at issue is that variance.
Yes.
Do you agree that the 1030 and a half that lot line is set 50 feet back from West Houston Street. It's not right on the street. It's,
Oh, yes. I mean, again, I'm not sure of the measurements off the top of my head, but it is set back from out the street, the depth of the front lot.
right. Sorry. Do y'all have a copy of the plan? Yeah. And would you agree that the open garden space that she's proposing abuts the driveways for the parking of the cars?
That is where it's located.
Right. And that the addition, the 13 feet, 5-inch, 91 square foot, what's at issue here, is on the opposite end of the lot of the driveways.
More or less, yes, it's kind of
Driveway is here.
Yeah.
The variant, it's
catty corner. Yes.
it's actually about between 40 and 50 feet away from the driveways. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's next.
Take us to the next section. The next section is an opportunity for anyone from the public that would like to testify. You would be given 2 minutes to speak. I don't see anybody. Is there? No one in the Zoom room? Okay, so now,
Zoom room.
pardon me?
There are no attendees in the Zoom room with their hands up.
Thank you. We have a member of the public that would like to speak.
David Montoya.
Mr.
549 Offria.
And the clerk can swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Great. So I just wanted to share an observation. That during open discussion, there were several veterans that wanted to continue to speak. And they were basically cut off.
Sure, we're on a land use case right now.
And I'll get to that. And then during her testimony in this land use case, you let her continue to go on for an additional 6 minutes. I think that's the ultimate demonstration of white privilege, that Latinos are silenced while this lady is allowed to go on and on.
Sorry, we have an anti-bullying piece of legislation in city offices. I don't think that's appropriate here.
This is not relevant to this hearing.
That's all I have to say.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
I am not white. I am a person of color. So when you try to judge somebody by what they say or how they look, maybe you embarrass yourself.
Thank you. We will move on. Now we will hear from questions from the governing body of staff, parties, witnesses, and the public. We'll start on one end. We'll go around for one round. And if we need to do 2 rounds, we can do that. Councilor Lee Garcia, would you like to start?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell. I don't have a huge amount of questions, but I think that what I'm trying to really get down to and get to understand is that there were variants that were requested, and I guess this might be staff. What were your main reasoning to? I'm not a big fan of variances, and I know they can get tricky because the reason that you will either recommend a variance or not recommend a variance is obviously to to allow a project to go forward that makes sense, I guess, more or less. But it also not just makes sense, but you have to answer the criterion, right? And so what made the variances that were granted by the Board of Adjustments meet the criteria, I guess, is my question.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, Councilor Garcia. That's, so as you know, staff disagreed with the decision by Board of Adjustment to approve the variance. We felt that they did not meet 3 of the variance criteria, namely that for reasons other than financial cost, that there was a special circumstance that required this variance. That's pretty standard interpretation for staff. Variances are quite a high bar, and that's for a good reason. In terms of the reasons BOA were able to make that decision, I would refer you to the finding of facts from that case, from that decision, which was crafted and written in a way that was trying to reflect the way the BOA came to a decision, even though staff did not agree with it. So I couldn't tell you exactly what their reasoning is off the top of my head. But it is reflected in the finding of facts.
Thank you. So then, next question that I would have then is that as staff did not recommend the variances and the Board of Adjustments overturned that, without the variances, what would this property have looked like? I mean, could they have still done something with the property without the variances?
Yeah, so variance criteria number 4 is this the minimum required variance to use the property? And staff held that yes, or no, excuse me, no is not a minimum variance because the property is already used as a residence and they could renovate the property without the variance, just with a different floor plan, essentially.
Okay. And from my understanding, I just going through the script of the Board of Adjustments is that they seemed to take the variances and overrule on them, but there was something about this was a creative way on to be able to allow this plan to go forward. And so I think that was the reasoning for that. I'm just trying to understand that portion of why they made that decision.
Councilor Garcia, again, I think that I wish the member of Board of Adjustment was here to speak to their decision because again, as staff, we don't take into account creativity or so to speak in the variance criteria decisions. I think they saw that, again, I don't want to speak to the decision too much because it was their decision, but
yeah. And I won't put you on the spot for that.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, without them to speak to that, it'd be unfair to have that in the record. I think those are just the main, I'm trying to wrap my head around that and I'll yield the floor for now if other councilors have questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Councilor Cassett?
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell. Mr. Alvarado, please do not go too far. Thank you. Okay, so I just want I'm looking over again at the transcript from the BOA meeting. One of the comments that they had was the reduction of nonconformities on the site, and this has to do with the different setbacks. Can you please go over that just in detail of what there are current nonconformities right now? They are within the setbacks. This would change it so there's only one area where they are within the setback, but those other 2, 3, I'll let you speak to it, would be resolved if this floor plan were to go through and if this variance were to be granted?
Councilor Cass, that's correct. Maybe the clerk could bring the plat back up to reference.
That would be wonderful.
Thank you. So if you go actually back to that one, the existing. So as you'll see, there's several hatched areas. Those are the areas that are to be demolished. Both of those areas are currently within the setback, so they'd be considered non-compliant.
Both are all three because it's,
Sorry, I guess, yeah, all three, because there is that kind of jutting out area.
okay.
So the northern hatched area is like a shed,
Mhm.
and that's to be demolished. And then the lower part, I believe, was portale or something along those lines. And that is also to be demolished. So that's why their actual building footprint or their lot coverage is actually being reduced through their proposed plan. However, we still had issue with the proposed extension into the setback as shown in the proposed plat.
And where on 1030.5 is that?
Yeah, if you want to go to the proposed plat now, so that's the next page. Right, so it's the section in red, if you want to just point to it, maybe.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Need a mic.
Thank you. The variance was granted for this rectangle right here. That's 13.5 feet by 7 feet. That is the area that was granted in this variance.
Thank
That's
you.
correct.
And can you please explain to me, there was something that had to do with the definition of whether it's a driveway, whether it is considered a street front, and that determination did change whether or not this would require a variance. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. So when there's no obvious street frontage, as in this case, we defer to note 12 in the zoning, dimensional standards table, which says that street yard setbacks apply to lot access driveways. And so that so we determined, or staff determined, that the lot access driveway was that access easement that Stephanie was referring to, Mrs. Benanto. So our determination was that the street yard setback should apply to whatever lot line is closest to that access easement.
So the street yard setback to the access easement does not matter, that this is not a through street and it is not a street that would be utilized by any other member of the public?
That is how we've interpreted in the past, and I actually Dan Escobar is here, our other planner, to speak to that particular interpretation if we need to. But that is what the way that has been applied in the past. Yes.
This does seem like this is part of the crux of the issue. So, Mr. Escobar, if you do have more information on that, I would be interested to hear. Because again, correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that if that was defined differently, that the variance would not be necessary.
I'll let Dan speak to that.
Mr. Escobar, if you please state your name and your street.
Daniel A. Escobar, Our Freya Street.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, Commissioner or Councilor Cassett. So a lot access driveway is a street. It provides access to many lot splits, to many small subdivisions that allow access from a public street to a lot. In fact, the code will remove the lot access driveway in terms of lot coverage for the lot that it crosses because it's a lot access driveway. Our practice, at least for the last 19 years that I've been with the city, identifies that we utilize the street that the property is addressed off of as the primary front or the front of the yard. In this case, as that lot access driveway comes off of Houghton Street and connects to that southern property line of the lot in question, that becomes the primary front, the front property line. So establishing that front property line, the code establishes your front, your rear, and your two sides. Your front has a 7-foot front yard setback. And the two sides will have a 5-foot setback, and the north is going to have a 15-foot setback. Now, there are some considerations that have to be taken into consideration with every lot that comes through the city, which are those nonconformities. Lots that have been established pre-code, some lots have been established through other ordinances that allowed certain allowances. However, that structure came to be, it had some issues. We do not allow zero lot lines on side or on front property lines. We only allowed zero lot line affidavits on side and rear property lines. So in order to breach that 7-foot front yard setback, a variance had to be established. This was done by the applicant rather than an appeal of that front yard, because as you know, as that is an interpreted front yard, you have two options. You can appeal the decision of the land use administrator or land use director's decision, establishing that as a front property line, or you can accept that and file a variance to those design parameters established within Chapter 14 for front property lines. In this case, it was a 7-foot front yard property line. They wanted to go into that where a zero lot line affidavit would not be applicable, in which case a variance is the only option they have in order to get to that zero lot line. While we did recommend denial because the application did not meet the variance criteria, the board found otherwise and approved that application.
And well, obviously, we cannot speak to their reasoning. We read that. And so we have, as you said, a defined front property line, but it is not the functional front property line. Am I understanding that correctly as well?
I'm not sure where that came from. That property line becomes the front property line.
Because of where the street.
So it has a 7-foot setback across that line. However long that property is, that now becomes the front property line where the 7-foot setback is established.
Okay.
There are some lots that it makes it very difficult to establish a front yard. I mean, I've seen some lots that look like an amoeba. I've seen some easements that go on forever where you don't really have access to a public street as it is. I mean, this one's a pretty easy one to establish where that front property line is. But sometimes you get into really deep interpretations because you have to make a decision. Usually we work with the applicants on such a thing, but this one is just pretty cut and clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't think I have any further questions at this time, so I will go ahead and yield the floor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Romero Worth.
Dan, don't go away. Can we look at at the plat again? And maybe can you take the mic? I'm a visual person, and help me understand what you were just explaining in terms of on this picture, where's the front and where's the.
So based on our practice, as Daniel placed it in his review, this becomes the address in question. This is the street where the primary address comes. This is the lot access driveway because it provides access to this back lot. So that puts this property line as your front property line where that 7-foot front yard setback is established. I don't think this is working. So that automatically sets the rear and the two sides. You got 5-foot setbacks here, 15-foot here, 7 here with nonconformities established. And then they are rearranging what's on the property in order to build and attach it to this front property line. And that's what the variance is for. So that once you eliminate a legal nonconformity, the code does not allow you to put it back. So in order to do that, they would have to, once they took that down, you lose the nonconformity, you would need a variance to put it back. And that's the way the 1410 establishes, it doesn't want them there. So therefore it doesn't allow them to go back once they're removed by any means. And that's how it's written.
And so in order to have something there,
That's correct.
And that, is that the crux of it?
That's it.
Interesting. Okay. I think that's all I have, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Faulkner.
Questions at this.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Two quick questions. One for staff. In the packet, hold on 1 second. And this is for the Board of Adjustments minutes. Can you tell me the reason why staff denied setback variance for this case?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Garcia, members of the governing body. You're asking why did we recommend denial?
Yes.
So it's because they, according to staff's analysis, they did not meet variance criteria 2, 4, and 5. So 2 is the variance criteria related to special circumstances other than financial hardship. 4 is the minimum variance required for development or use of the property, and I'm paraphrasing here. And then 5 is it against the public interest, and because it doesn't meet code requirements, it's considered against public interest.
Gotcha. And since that decision, has anything changed with this application that would modify meeting this criteria?
No, staff has not changed their position because the application has not changed since the BOA hearing.
Okay. Next question, just because it was referenced, and I do want to get some clarification, and this isn't around the letters of support or the petitions. This is for a petition, variance. Is it to build a 14-foot stretch of wall along a remodeled home on this property? What is the variance being requested?
The variance is to build within the front yard setback.
Okay, so because if I was reading this petition, it seems like they're requesting to build a wall.
I'm not
Is it-
sure what.
So
what you're
I'm
referring
reading,
to.
and I apologize, I'm reading the petitions, right? And it says, as a neighboring homeowner to the applicant Francesca M. Bianchi of 1030 and a half West Houghton Street, I wish to express my full and complete support of the original variance application to build a 14-foot stretch of wall of a remodeled home on this property up this street side of the front property line.
Council, I think they mean like the wall of the structure, not
Okay.
not like a fence or a wall to keep people out. If you
Gotcha. Okay. Just because upon initial reading, it's a bit confusing. And if I was a bit confused after having to read it, how many folks signing this petition might have the same confusion? I would have to ask them that. Sorry, Mr. Alvarado, you wouldn't know that, the answer to that, but clarifying. No other questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Castro.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff, for your time. Thank you, the appellant, for giving us so much good information. For me, it's pretty clear if it doesn't meet the criteria, it doesn't meet the criteria. But I would like to ask, is there any prohibition for going a second story or creating some other means of making this a more livable space?
Councilor Castro, I need to look at the zoning code to really do a proper analysis, but I believe the height is 24 feet in this district, which would not preclude them from building a second story. However, there are other issues around step backs of buildings when it comes to proximity to other buildings, and because it's such a tight lot, that step back may be a consideration. But again, we'd have to. Okay, thank you for reminding me. That's also within the historic district, which has additional height restrictions that may or may not impact the ability to go higher.
So in your opinion, is this the only way that they're going to be able to change the footprint or increase the living space of this building?
Councilor Castro, as we wrote in a staff report, we believe that they could proceed with renovation as proposed or in a different configuration, just without this additional area within the setback.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Mayor Weber, did you want to have any questions?
No, I'm fine. Thank you. I do want to thank staff for the clarity of their answers. I really appreciate that. And the knowledge they display continues to be quite impressive and very helpful, but no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Counselor Faulkner, did you have questions?
One. I'm a little punch drunk right now. So is there issues around accessibility? Is that one of the reasons they want to add on to the building, to the premises?
Counselor Faulkner, who's that question addressed to?
Staff or or whoever can answer it.
Well, I'll just answer from staff's point of view. Other than required ADA accessibility and that sort of thing and building codes, we do not consider interior floor plan accessibility as in the variance criteria decision making. But I know that the floor plan was drawn up by the applicant, or at least they said in their application that it was drawn up with the consideration of future accessibility in mind.
Can the applicant answer this question?
Accessibility is not an issue. That answer your question?
Well, yeah, but was there issues around making this?
Well,
More
without the
livable.
variance, the house will be 13 feet wide.
I'm trying to get at, is there a disability at hand that's trying to be addressed?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes, I think this question is for staff. The role of these petitions don't really fit into the criteria, and we need to look at the criteria to determine whether the variance should be granted. They're sort of,
Yeah, Counselor, again, staff does not consider them as part of the variance criteria decision making. I can't speak to your decision making role. I think you can take all information into account.
right, but we have to approve or deny based on whether the criteria are met.
That is my understanding, correct? And maybe City Attorney McSherry could elucidate.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, governing body members, and I think Assistant City Attorney Manuk Herman can jump in on this as well. But yes, you do have to apply the factors. And I think we were highlighting the three that that the governing body may want to focus on as the ones that are in dispute tonight. So I think Rebecca had outlined those earlier.
Yeah, 2, 4, and 2, wait. 2, 4, and 5, yeah, sorry.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, and I would agree with that. I think that the petitions could potentially play some role in the consideration of public interest, since the code doesn't offer a definition of what public interest is. Staff has offered their interpretation of public interest. The petitions may factor into your decision on that criterion. But the question before the governing body tonight is whether it meets the criteria.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Counselor Cassett?
Thank you so much. Can somebody please remind me what the concern is over fire safety? And Geronimo, as you were here to discuss any of the concerns, I know it had to do with how close the buildings are together, and obviously in this area that is something that occurs. But if Geronimo has something to say to the ability to access the property, and any fire risk that may be from either keeping the property as is or the proposed change, I'd be interested to hear.
Do you need to be sworn in?
If you'll please, your right hand and
Geronimo Grego, 1751 Cerrillos Road.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank
So, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Cossett, do you have questions in reference to the response from fire on this particular property?
Yes, I would be interested to hear about the ability for whether the variance you see proposes or poses a increased risk to the neighborhood, or again, because this does then actually eliminate a couple other variances, is the way that the property is configured right now, or the structure configured right now, creating a risk of fire to either the structure or the neighboring homes.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Cossett, members of the governing body. The fire department looks at a couple of things when we review 1 and 2 family dwellings, and primarily it is, do we have the fire flow to be able to provide what we need for that property? At that point, if we don't have the fire flow, sometimes we'll have to provide a fire sprinkler system in lieu of, or sometimes it's also the type of construction. So with for example, type 5A constructions are rated construction, and you're able to build larger buildings with that. You get a reduction in fire flow if you sprinkler that portion of the new addition. But with this property, and correct me if I'm wrong, the overall size is 1,400 square feet. What's the overall size? Okay. Okay, 897. So that's irrelevant when it comes to the fire flow, because what's needed is 1,000 gallons per minute. So as far as anything else that's related to the property in the area, the primary access to the property getting there is something we would be looking at. So in this situation, it's not going to be a big deal for us.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Ready. Thank you.
No further questions.
Okay, I think that now we can move on to city attorney or planning staff. If you have a need to respond to the appellant or the applicant's evidence and testimony. Ms. Manuk Herman.
Thank you, Mayor Pro. I think that staff was pretty thorough in their explanations of the code and what was at issue tonight. So I don't really think that there's anything I see that I need to clarify. I thought it might be helpful if I could just recap the motion options for the governing body. So the first motion option is that the movement could move to reverse the Board of Adjustments decision to grant the setback variance and direct staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with that motion. The second motion option is the movement could move to affirm the Board of Adjustments decision to grant the variance and direct staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with that motion. Or a third motion option, the movement could move to modify the Board of Adjustments decision to grant the setback variance and direct staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law, potentially based on different findings or different conclusions than the Board of Adjustment reached. So unless there's any other questions for me, I think that concludes my statement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we will move on to a closing statement by the appellant. Ms. Beninato, do you have a closing statement? You need to keep it within 10 minutes, please.
I'm asking you to deny the variance because I believe that it's not the least, it's not a reasonable use of the property. It is more than that. It is asking to have bonus lot coverage. And because they want the bonus lot coverage, they're going to add on into a setback. and make it non-conforming. This is for a bathroom and a closet. It's for a 10-foot walk-in closet and a bathroom that's equally big. And it says right here, this is the architect saying, and you can see also in the large bedroom, then of course, where the addition is, and that includes this area that we're asking the variance for as the bathroom and closet. And those can be modified for accessibility in the future, because this is all about investment and the speculative need to age in place. And that's why there's this insistence that there has to be a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house there. It is absolutely reasonable. If you took away the bathroom and you made the closet not a 10-foot walk-in closet, but a normal closet, you would get rid of that 90 feet. You would get rid of the need for the variance, and you would have a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, which is quite typical. And I can tell you that I've lived in both a 700 square foot and a 750 square foot 2-bedroom, 1-bath house with 2 children and a spouse, and it was quite fine. And so it's reasonable to keep it to the 40% lot coverage, or at least to deny this variance. Because in this case, when you do a 0 lot line affidavit, you have both setbacks. The front lot line setback has been eliminated. And you don't have that. You have only 10 feet separation instead of a 17-foot separation. And when the front lot gets sold, because it's owned separately, the next person is going to be surprised to have somebody's residence right there on the edge of their backyard. And again, do you really need a 10-foot walk-in closet and an equally big bathroom? Do you need the second bathroom? I think that's why staff is telling you that it is not actually reasonably, that there's a lesser use that could happen. And so again, if that 90 feet is eliminated, they still have the whole area where the shed is now to extend into that and to add on to it. So it's not like they're being denied reasonable use or even more than the 40% lot coverage without actually providing on-site parking, which they could if they kept it to 40%. In addition, if you look at the transcript, you'll see that the Board of Adjustment focused primarily on the height of the building. And you can't give a variance for the height, but that is what they did. When Ms. Deering talks about it can't be used practically, she's talking about the building. I mean, Alexander himself, a member, says, I just wonder, in terms of the existing use of the structure, the idea that the structure can be used now without a variance, to me, 6'2" height is not a viable place for a building. This is why they gave the variance, because of the height. The aging in place, you can't give a variance for that. You can't give a variance because they're raising the height. They need to raise the height of the structure or even to make it more habitable. You can only do it if there's no reasonable use of the lot. And I would just like to add and end by saying that I believe that it is not in the public interest because, again, you're too close in there. The neighbors to the west did not give it because it's already too tight. You have a shed up at the 0 lot line on the north side on another property. So you're just proliferating 0 lot line, too close, fire hazard. And you can say the fire department can get there, but there are big trees there. And by the time they get there, it'll spread to at least 4 lots. We have overgrown area in that area. We have alleys that are never cleared. We have an overgrown alley now. And in terms of the letters, again, no matter how many letters you get, it is not a criteria for giving the variance. The neighbors on the 4 sides were the important neighbors. They didn't even approach the neighbor on the south. And then they didn't approach the neighbor on the north because they assumed they wouldn't move the lot line, and Ms. Bankchi's property didn't have the proper setback anyway. We have no idea what Ms. Bonci told these people because she said she couldn't remember. She talked to so many people. She couldn't remember what she said, what to whom. And so there's really no validity. I don't think that they have a very high credibility. And I don't think they have a proper foundation because we have, again, no idea what was said to each signature of those letters. Thank you very much. Again, I ask you to deny the 90 square foot variance. They can still have a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beninato. Closing statement from the applicant, please.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, thank you for taking the time both on July 10th and tonight. It's been a long night. Thank you for taking the time to consider the merits of Ms. Bonci's variance application. This gets very confusing, I think, even for me when Ms. Benedato's up here talking about, she kept saying 90 feet. I assume she's referring to the 91 square feet. It's only 13 feet and 5 inches that's going to be on the property line, a 70-foot long property line. And we heard a lot about the code, but the variance process was written into the city code to provide an avenue for property owners to make improvements that do not entirely conform to the code. Using the minimum variances necessary. Again, 91 square feet, 13 feet, 5 inches on a 70-foot property line. To win approval, the property owner must show that special circumstances make development within the code extremely difficult. As you heard at our previous hearing, that is exactly the situation here. 1030.5 West Houston Street is very small, extremely narrow, totally landlocked lot that sits 50 feet off the street, tucked completely behind the other home. The property currently has 2 structures on it, as you know, a dwelling and a shed. Both structures encroach on the property in front, and both are derelict. The historic board already approved partial demolition of the shed. The ceilings in the home are only 6 feet high. The adobe walls are crumbling. The plumbing doesn't function. There's black mold under the sink. The electrical system hasn't been updated since the 1950s. This property isn't just unlivable, it's potentially dangerous. Ms. Bonci sees its potential. In fact, she wants to make this her forever home. To that end, Ms. Bonci and her architect, Mr. Sears, worked in close consultation with the Land Use Division to devise the renovation plan before you. This plan preserves and strengthens the historic adobe walls, creates a large, lovely open space, visually aligns the home with its neighbors, and yet fits well within the confines of this tiny, narrow, landlocked lot. The Board of Adjustment called Ms. Bonci's plan creative and a great design. What they meant by that is fitting within the variance process. And the only thing that is required to transform this long neglected property into a modern livable home is one minimal setback variance. Also, please note the correct directionals on the site plan in your packets, as I misspoke at the last meeting, the north, south, east, west, and I apologize for that, but it should be corrected. The variance involves a 13 feet, 5 inches along the east lot line at the far north end of the lot, about 40 feet away from the driveway access and completely hidden from the street by the house in front of it. The original code, the reason why they have the no zero lot line, they don't want houses going right up to the sidewalk or going right up to the street. Well, that makes sense. This is 50 feet away from the street. And it does not, the only thing that abuts the driveway, and we heard about the driveway as being an extension of the street, is the open garden space that she's creating. That's the only thing that will be seen from West Houston. Land Use initially denied Ms. Bonci's variance, citing a section of the code Mr. Alvarado told the BOA had never been applied to a lot like Ms. Bonci's. The BOA conducted a thorough review of the application, questioned Mr. Alvarado extensively, and ultimately decided that land use was wrong. The variance application does meet all 5 criteria for approval. Allow me to review those 5 criteria quickly. Both staff and the BOA agreed that the plan meets criteria 1. The property is non-conforming and has unusual physical characteristics, specifically small size, narrow width, and the landlocked nature of it. The Board of Adjustment determined the application also meets criteria 2 because these unusual physical characteristics make it infeasible to develop the property in compliance with the code. It's clear why the BOA made this determination. The lot in question is only 24 feet deep. That means any addition that fully complied with the setback requirements laid out in the code can only be 13 feet wide. That's not feasible. Ms. Bonci did explore other options for building the addition within code requirements. She requested a setback affidavit from her neighbors to the west, but they declined. The neighbor to the north has a shed sitting on the property line, which makes a setback agreement impossible. That left only one remaining option: extend just 91 square feet of the addition a few feet to the east. 7 feet. And that requires just one minimal variance, which the BOA approved. The BOA and staff agreed Ms. Bonci's application meets criteria 3, as Ms. Bonci's plan does not exceed the intensity of development allowed in the area. As I noted at the previous hearing, Ms. Bonci is not trying to build a McMansion on a minuscule lot. As you've heard, her proposed renovation reduces the size of the current home from 975 square feet to just 897 square feet. Total lot coverage shrinks from 52% to 48%. Her plan reduces the size of the home and increases the amount of open space, which is remarkable given the small size and narrow shape of the lot. Criteria 4 asks if the variance is the minimum variance that will make possible reasonable use of the land or structure. The Board of Adjustment spent a great deal of time discussing this issue, which involves greatly whether this property has frontage on West Houston Street. And we've heard a lot about that. At the BOA, Mr. Alvarado argued that the east lot line is a street front lot line because it partly abuts the shared driveway. We heard that explained earlier today. And the code does not allow zero lot line variances on street front lot lines. The intent of that rule is to stop people from building homes that come right up to the curb or the shared driveway. That makes sense. That's not what's happening here. As you saw in the plan, the addition is between 40 and 50 feet away from the driveway, on the opposite end of the house. In fact, from the street, you won't even be able to see the addition or indeed much of the renovated house at all. From the street, the only visible portion of the property will be Ms. Bonchi's spacious new garden. This question was addressed in detail at the BOA hearing. Chair Winston actually interrupted Mr. Alvarado's presentation to say he didn't understand the logic that a landlocked lot could have a street frontage. BOA member Alexander pressed further, asking Mr. Alvarado whether the code specifically addresses landlocked lots like Ms. Bonchi's, and Mr. Alvarado responded, no, it does not. That may be something we need to address, but it's one of these circumstances that has not come up before. In other words, this was the first time land use had applied the street front lot line rule to a property like Ms. Bonchi's. That's how unusual this property is, and it clearly shows how much the code is subject to interpretation. The Board of Adjustment disagreed with staff's interpretation and approved Ms. Bonchi's variance because they determined the front lot line, line rule simply does not apply in this case. Criteria 5 asks whether the variance is in the public interest. The BOA decided Ms. Bonchi's application satisfies this final criteria as well because approving her variance embraces the spirit and intent of the code. The code is designed to support development that conforms to community standards. We're here today because two members of the community, one and Ms. Bonchi's previous witness, opposed Ms. Bonchi's variance. In your packet, there are 34 letters of support signed by 40 of Ms. Bonchi's neighbors, each expressing full understanding and support of her application. The community reviewed Ms. Bonchi's renovation plan, and by a margin of 40-2, they approved. The Board of Adjustment reviewed Ms. Bonchi's renovation plan, and by a vote of 4-1, they approved. It's also in the public interest because Ms. Bonchi is taking this dilapidated potential fire hazard, frankly, seeing its potential, investing in it to make it a livable home, fitting within the confines of the neighborhood and how it looks with the historic board. There's a question about whether or not it could have 2 stories. The historic board would not allow that in the neighborhood. So no, that's another way that she would not be able to go. Member Deering said of the BOA, I just think this is a really creative solution that solves a lot of problems and makes the property usable that otherwise would practically not be. We hope you agree. We respectfully ask that you affirm the BOA's decision to approve Ms. Bonchi's variance and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will close the public hearing and, no. No. Thank you. No. Public hearing is closed. Governing body, we need to do another round, or what would you like to do? We have a motion? More discussion? Oh, pardon me,
I'm happy to make a motion.
please.
I'll move to grant the appeal, reverse the BOA's decision to grant the variance and direct staff to prepare facts, findings and fact and conclusions of law. Motion that it did not meet criteria 2, 4, and 5.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any more discussion on this? We have a roll call, please?
Certainly, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay, I think that it would be appropriate if we took a 10-minute break. Be back at 5 minutes after 10. Thank you. So, and I can just call it the current proposed. And then I Don't eat any more chocolate. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order, please. Madam Clerk, I do believe we are now on item 10A. You want to go ahead and introduce that?
Certainly, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. 10A is a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution to allocate $1,107,000 from the 0.5% GRT increment fund available balance to purchase 2 armored vehicles and an explosive ordnance disposal vehicle for the Santa Fe Police Department.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it on my agenda. Okay. We have a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a
Second.
Motion to approve, and who made the second? Counselor Lee Garcia. Do we have any questions or discussion on this? Seeing none, Madam. Oh, I didn't see it. Counselor.
Sorry, Mayor, Madam. I was like waiting. I was trying to pull it up. I apologize. Thank you, DC Valdez, for being with us. As I've brought up in previous meetings, definitely have some concern around purchasing 2 at this moment in time, given that there is many needs in our community. And we're trying to figure out how to address all those needs, given the ample supply of resources we're allocating. Would it be feasible for you and your team to move forward with one of the Bearcat vehicles and utilize the funds that would go to a second vehicle and come back with another proposal that would further continue public safety measures?
Mayor Pro Tem Councilor Michael Garcia, at this point in time, we've been working on a strategy to replace the current Bearcat that we have. That work started with me back in 2015. And I want to start by thanking everyone on this council and all our leadership for giving us the opportunity to make this request. As it stands now, our current Bearcat vehicle is end of life. I've been in communication with Lenco to even find out how much that trade value would be for the vehicle. At this point in time, for one, they're really happy to hear that it's still kind of being used in service, but also let us know that it's end of life. So the trade-in that we would seek for that would not be something that would be anywhere close to the purchase price that we're looking at for just one right now. the disposal of that vehicle needs to happen before, we have no platform and the vehicle needs to be replaced. Much like a fire truck, the build time in these vehicles, we're looking at 12 to 14 months. So we have to try to make sure that this vehicle is still feasible until we get the replacement vehicle, if approved, to make sure we still have this protective asset for our staff and also for our community. Again, we're willing to accept any recommendation this council has. We appreciate the support that you have all given to us, one with staffing, recruiting our personnel, equipping them with the equipment they need to serve our community, and even just giving us your appreciation and support as we face the challenges day in, day out with our folks. I stand here before you, if we needed these three, that's what we're asking for, because that's what the need is. We're not trying to say that, hey, well, we want to try to shoot for the stars. This is what our department needs to be able to continue to provide services to our community when those crisis situations arrive, and to also keep our personnel safe. Something the chief spoke to during some of the hearings, and I'm going to echo his sentiment as well. Yes, Sergeant Vigil, our SWAT commander, gets the call when there's a crisis to bring calm to the storm and try to bring a peaceful resolution situation. We want everyone to be safe. But in order to achieve that, it is Sergeant Vigil getting approval through his chain of command, and ultimately our chief of police sending our folks into harm's way. I've had the distinct pleasure to serve on the SWAT team, serve the Special Operations Commander as well. And those call outs, they can happen anytime. I've had to miss anniversaries. I've had to miss Father's Day and get my folks out of bed early on Father's Day to go apprehend a homicide suspect. And DC Champlin, when he was a detective sergeant, he was there right with us, trying to get that person to keep our community safe. These items help us do that. They've been very successful in helping us resolve those situations. And for us, much like how the city operates, we need sidewalks, we need streets, we need parks and recreation. We need all these services as pieces to provide a wonderful place for our folks to grow their families, to work, and just come visit. This is one piece of that equation as well. We need to have this type of equipment. So if that scary, dark day happens to come, we are prepared. With any type of crisis, the worst thing to do is say, hey, we don't have that resource. And then you have to go around to request it. Because without requesting, you're just finding out who has that asset that's available, and then it's mobilized, and then it travels to the location. In a time of crisis, seconds and minutes count. We need that equipment on scene within 15 minutes. And that's what we strive for, 15 minutes or less, because we either have folks that are on shift, we have folks that live in town. They're going to get that protective equipment to that scene so we can start de-escalating the situation, negotiating and opening up communication with that person. And again, making sure that folks know that we care, but not overly exposing our folks to threats from gunfire. I was really appreciative. A chief of police that I served under, and he was one of my commanders in investigations. And he was one of the guys that I replaced when I came on the team, was Eric Wheeler. And what he mentioned earlier today during the public discussion is 100% true. This equipment really gives us a lot more benefit than what they had before for protection. And I know Sergeant Vigil has spoken to it. The only other option without this platform is we gave our guys a shield about this big that they can carry with one hand, and that only protects them from pistol munitions. Our goal, I know every one of you here, you want to see our folks be successful. You want to see people in our community get the help that they need. These tools help us do that. But again, I just want to express my appreciation for allowing us the platform to come and talk about it, make this request to you, and just share kind of what it is that we see based on our experience with working through these situations, the equipment that would help us out with this, and even the need when other agencies call us for assistance. Some agencies are not as blessed as our city to have these types of resources. I'm very proud of our EOD team. They're one of 5 in the state right now, and they do a phenomenal job.
Thank you, DC Valdez. And that's why I'm in full support of replacing the aging vehicle. But I do have some concern that we're investing $400,000 in a time where we're issuing a contract for security services for $750,000 to protect residents. And so what I want to do is try to be able to find another avenue to support you where we're not having to rely on private security services. Find another avenue to provide you the equipment that's going to keep all officers safe, whether they're responding to this specific unit or equipment that's going to keep them safe 365 days a year. And so if you and Chief Joy and DC Champlin can come back with a plan on how to invest that money to continue to keep your officers safe, I would fully request that and recommend that, because there's not a day that goes by that we don't hear from constituents that they are concerned for their safety. I'll admit, it's not every day that we are responding to an incident that would require one of these vehicles. And I completely understand why you're requesting them, because I want you all to be safe. And when those times come, I want you to have those vehicles. But in those incidents where it is the worst case scenario, I feel confident that we would at least have the one new piece of equipment. Or I feel confident that we can reach out to partnering agencies, whether it be us, the state police, or the sheriff's department. Because when those times of crisis hit, we all come together. I'm sure that they would be willing to lend a hand. I don't think they would say, nope, sorry, we're not going to lend you this in this time of crisis. So with that, I would like to make a motion to move forward with purchasing one of the Bearcats, not two, and still one of the Bobcats. And then I would also request to bring a separate bar forward with the remaining funds for whatever resources you and the department need to keep you safe and continue to keep the community safe.
So Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, Councilor Garcia, is the motion to amend the main motion to reduce the amount of the bar commensurate with the amount of a reduction in the number of vehicles?
It is, and I can't include the motion to bring forth a bar. I'm recommending it because I want you to know that those resources are there for you to plan and utilize and strategize. And if there's a need for more, happy to explore that, because in this day and age, that amount of that vehicle, how far it will stretch, I don't know, but let's give you some autonomy to come back with a plan for the remaining funds, and if there's more needed, so be it. But the motion is to reduce the number of vehicles from 2 to 1 and keep the 2 Bearcats to 1 and keep the same. Is it the Bobcat, right? Or
A Bobcat.
UD response vehicle.
yes, yeah.
And I will second for discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to amend the existing motion. Discussion on that. Councilor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell. Thank you, DC Valdez, for being here. I want to talk a little bit about the different utilization or the different scenarios in which these vehicles would be used, as opposed to what we were discussing earlier with the general public safety and the security and those force multipliers. Because as I'm understanding it, these are separate functions of the police department. In terms of day-to-day operations, and and we have discussed this. We've talked about our vacancies. We have discussed trying to be competitive with salaries and hiring bonuses and retention bonuses. I believe City Manager Blair mentioned that there are currently incentives for overtime. from what I'm understanding in terms of keeping the police department safe, that is not necessarily the issue that we are running into when it comes to our ability to have as many on patrol as we would like to see. Am I understanding that correctly? That this is not a safety equipment issue, it's a staffing issue?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Cassett, I would say that there are two separate issues. One is for equipment for our current staff to perform their job duties. I think the other discussion concerning staffing and what the operational deployment would be a separate discussion. My only concern with the funding source is my understanding, this is a one-time funding source. It's not a recurring cost. I would certainly love to look at ways to explore getting staff out there in the community. We've utilized strategies to create civilian positions that were otherwise filled by sworn officers to create capacity as well. But those come at a recurring cost that we would need funded year after year. My understanding on the funding that we're requesting now, it's a one-time cost. That's why the request is made for the equipment purchase, which is a one-time cost.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out, because this really does have to do more with capital. And that's why I was asking if the issue has anything to do with, lack of equipment for officers to be doing, your day-to-day, I'm sorry. What does Chief Joy always say is the bread and butter? It's the patrol, right? Day-to-day patrol.
Backbone of the department's patrol, they take care of the operational duties. Day-to-day is my staff that just keeps them fueled up, paid, and make sure they're good to go. But with this equipment, one thing that I know Chief Joy also mentioned is recruitment retention. Those strategies have also changed when I started. And these folks, we send them out to different community safety events, sometimes other agencies, and they look to see how we equip and we train our staff. And again, we are showing up with the oldest armored response vehicle in the area. And we were, for a number of area agencies, because we had those assets and they were not as fortunate as us, they would call us. So when we would get called, in most cases, unless we train with that team, we're taking over that scene. If we were to request assistance from another agency, which we've had to do on a few occasions, they take over the scene. SFPD steps out of that scene. They process and manage that within their policies, their values, their scope. All we're going to be relegated to do is do traffic control while we resolve this. For us, we would rather be the folks that work with our community because we understand them. We work with them day in, day out. And again, our approach to things is going to be inherently different from another agency. They may not have the same values that we have. Not saying that they're different, but again, if you look at rural policing versus policing in a urban area, it's inherently different. If it's someone that we have rapport with already and having to pull our team out, that also poses a different challenge tactically during that situation as well. So it's not ideal. Usually it's a very strategic method that we have to do. And again, we've had to do it from time to time because we've had folks on scene for 20 hours and we have to pull them off because they're fatigued. And at that point, we're still keeping command and control in places. But what we've seen is if our team is being called out there, we want to have incident command. We want to be able to say what tactics and what we are going to do if we're going to negotiate for X amount of hours or how we're going to resolve that situation. So it's not as easy as just a quick handoff. For these situations, they are very complex. And usually you clear the bench, you bring in a whole new crew, and then they have command of that scene. So that's something that I would want to share and just let that weigh in on your mind as well. It's not a quick tag out. They know what to do and they know how Santa Fe is. Like, these are our people. We serve them. We know how to provide that care and service.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you so much for sharing that. And, it speaks to some of the conversation we were having at Finance Committee on Monday, which is this discussion around, well, first of all, it was the presentation talking about whether or not this is a militarized vehicle, I think was really important. And I think that verbiage, and we need to be very careful around the words that we are using. So my understanding, these are armored vehicles. However, they would not be utilized by the military. So I do think that it is important that we make that distinction because it does, we had somebody mention tanks today, and these are not tanks. So I do think just for the public that it is really important that we actually discuss what we're discussing. However, what we did discuss was that it's not just about the equipment that we have, but how it is utilized. And, you know, saying to Chief Joy that, hey, this falls on you. And at the end of the day, you know, are these being utilized appropriately? And that it does fall on the leadership, and the police department, as well as leadership at the city, and us for oversight to make sure that these are actually being used in an appropriate way and in the manner in which they are meant to be. So that I appreciate you sharing that about, you know, whose equipment and how does that change the procedures and change, you know, I guess what we have control over at that juncture. Because if they are utilized in a way that we do not appreciate, we don't have any power there, as opposed to how this police department is, you know, uses things. We eventually, you know, it gets to come to us if needed. I'm so sorry it is late. I feel like I've been ranting. And thank you for talking about the one-time dollars, because again, as we're looking at, you know, these different balances of public safety, and I do think that it is important to continue to talk about all these components. How do we continue to expand the force? I do believe that, you know, showing officers that we care about their safety is really crucial, as well as showing the community that we care about how they interact with the police department. I know that when we have spoken in the past about community policing, one of the challenges has been that at the end of the day, patrol has to come first. And if we do not have a fully staffed police department, does limit some of the other things that we're able to do. I do appreciate when you guys do come out for other things that do form those relationships. You know, I think that that's it. Apparently I'm at 10 minutes. Oh, I have 3 minutes left, so I don't necessarily have to use them. I mean, I guess what I would say is that as I've really been thinking about this, I frequently think about the world that I want to live in and the world that I actually do. And that we do have to contend with the world that we actually live in. I've mentioned that I know that there have been SWAT missions within my district. And that there have been some very dangerous situations within my district. And I also wish that this was not the world that we lived in. I wish that this was not something that was needed. However, I think that we do have to contend with the fact that it is. I prefer for these vehicles to not be utilized because that means that they're not needed. But we have seen it. I do think that the number of large events that we have in this city really speaks to this. The fact that Councilor Lee Garcia brought up the other day that we are the capital city and how that changes things. Unfortunately, these are the types of equipment that we would rather not use, but when they're there or when we do have to use them, it is important that they are there. Councilor Lindell brought up a really wonderful point about staggering. And so that is something that I do have concern of, that, you know, buying 2 new at right now means that they're likely to break down at the same time. This last one's lasted, what, 20 years? Less? 15, 12? I can't remember.
Mayor Pro Tem Councilor Cassidy, right now it's 18 years old.
Okay. And we should have replaced it when?
Probably about 5 years ago.
Okay. So, you know, I guess that'll be an issue probably for other people besides us and other people besides you to have to deal with. But I, you know, that is something that I do find concerning is how we continue to look at that with either this equipment or with future equipment. So I'm probably out of time. I will yield the floor, for now, but thank you.
Councilor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Lindell. You know, I think that many of us here have expressed our views and what we feel through the 3 committee processes that we've already had. And this gives us a time to kind of also hash things out again. And yet, you know, I've been thinking over this for quite some time now. And one of the things that I was really pondering over was what happens when our city goes into crisis. God forbid that doesn't happen. And I think that we did get someone from the city that is in charge of our emergency management plans. And they were very, very adamant that these are the type of equipment that our police department, if needed, absolutely 100% needs to do the job that they are called to do each and every day when they put that badge on. They walk out of their house, kiss their wife, their significant other, their children goodbye, and go do an operation. And for me, it seems as if you can't put a value on the life of you guys up there. And you can't put a value on anyone's life. And so the people that you protect. And so I can't come here and being that you have come with this ask, say, well, I don't think that you need these things right now. Now I'm gonna flip a little bit over and kind of say, well, okay, it is a one-time funding. So I think that it is when you look at purchasing equipment, and I'm gonna go into equipment costs and things of that nature, and I'm in business, so we understand depreciation and how many years it costs you, but what do you get out of that equipment? And I do understand that this equipment is not used a whole lot, but at the same time, when you need it, you need it. And you'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it, right? We've checked boxes that our current equipment is outdated. And we have established the need for a second piece of equipment to assist in operations. And so again, for me, I'm just making the case that over time, I do see the fact of them both aging at the same time. And for whatever reason, we didn't replace the vehicle back in 2015. We can't go back there, but we are here now. And I think that given this opportunity, I believe that if you guys needed something else, you probably would have asked for it. I think this was the biggest need in your department at this point in time. One of the other things that I just want to kind of maybe ask a question of in regards to the EOD vehicle. I think you mentioned there's 5 law enforcement agencies in the state that have bomb squads, we'll call them EOD.
Councilor Pro Tem, Councilor, as it was, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Garcia. In the state of New Mexico, the FBI authorizes 5 law enforcement EOD teams. From those squads, we have 4. Los Alamos Police Department has 4. I believe State Police has about 5. Joniata County right now, they're trying to get theirs going. They're in a challenging situation that we were in, that we were able to restaff our staff. That's all we have for law enforcement EOD response in the state. So if there is a situation that arises for our team to go to a neighboring community, let's say Espanola, we have had to deploy our folks to Tierra Maria to help out with the courthouse because the Rio Grande County Sheriff's Office does not have this asset. The FBI requests the assistance from our folks and they send them. They're trained by the FBI, their certifications are maintained by the FBI, but again, it's a small community. And that is, when I'm looking at things strategically, sending them into a crisis site in a soft skin vehicle with no ballistic protection, whether we have 1 or 4 there, any of them that we lose to light duty or heaven forbid the worst, for us to find someone, get them trained up, just basic training on the fast track, because we've seen it, it takes 2 years. There's so many agencies that have a need for this. It takes a long time to do that. But for us, again, we're very blessed to have that resource here in Santa Fe. If we didn't have that, we'd have to call whatever agency that has that or the FBI. They go and see, well, who has this asset to send to Santa Fe? Right now, it's approval through the chief of police. They notify the FBI, we have the situation that's going on, and they're going to the scene to get it resolved. We've seen a lot of these incidents recently, and because our folks are here and they're trained, they've been able to get them resolved in a timely manner. Now, depending on the size of the incident, it could be disruptive to traffic, it could be disruptive to business, and just the sheer presence of knowing something's going on can just cause a lot of a sense of uneasiness with folks. So with us being able to resolve these quickly, it really helps out. We've had one within about the last 2 years here in the downtown district, catty-corner to the plaza, that really caused quite a stir. But because our folks were in town, it was, again, resolved in the most timely and expedient manner they could to get things going back where they should be. So we're very fortunate to have that. A lot of stuff that we've, including our current Bearcat, that was awarded to us on a grant. We've tried since 2015 through several state and federal grants to try to get it funded. We've gone through the process with leadership, but again, like what's been mentioned here, we've looked at priorities. Hey, we need this, but we need to address retention. We need to address equipment in other forms and fashion. Again, we've been fortunate from the support from this council to get where we are right now. And now we're just chipping away at all these strategic items that we have right now. And at this point, this is the one that is just, again, right there before us, that we need to start looking at this before we don't have a resource to send when it is needed.
So it seems to me that you've put this off, and not just off, but it's taken time and time again until you're here. You have the resources to do it. All you need is approval of this governing body. I will finish up here. I think that from my perspective, because this is the ask of this police department, and I want to support the police department to the fullest. This is what your asks are. And given the fact in the state that we are the capital city, there's so many special events that happen here in this town, huge crowds. And I think this is something that we need. So I wouldn't be supporting the amendment at this point. And so we'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Romero Worth. Oh, Counselor Faulkner.
The point I'd like to make is going to be brief, but I've asked you guys this before. How many of you have families? Or as partners? All of you, most of you. What I don't like about the discussion around removing one of the vehicles is it's in a sense putting a price on your lives. Like what are your lives worth in protecting the city? And so I personally don't feel that you're only worth the cost of getting rid of one of the Bearcats. I think you guys do a lot for the city, and you do a job that is not respected as much as it should be. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't in your position. And so I also will not be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Counselor Romero. I see your hand is up.
Thank you. I think this amendment, which I also will not be supporting, it was pretty much something we could anticipate, because I think it's human nature to say, well, could we get by with one and then reallocate the funds in other directions? And I understand that instinct. Anticipating it, I reached out to Chief Joy, knowing that he wouldn't be able to be here tonight. And I specifically asked him about the proposition that we could have one Bearcat and then potentially rely on other neighbor agencies to provide a secondary Bearcat. And Chief Joy responded that the thinking that would be a good solution is what he called flawed. And I'll quickly run through the response he gave me. He said, the overall goal of doing this in the first place, the fundamental reason why we would do this, to buy 2 Bearcats, is to give our Santa Fe Police Department the resources that our team needs so that it is self-reliant and self-sufficient in response to all needs, but particularly when there's an emergency that requires the police to respond. And that we cannot afford the luxury of assuming that we can borrow another agency's armored emergency response vehicle in hope that they may or may not currently be using it, and that the supporting agency also has the staff to support that additional vehicle. Because while we're talking about utilizing the vehicle, the way the system works is when you acquire the use of the outside agency's equipment, you also utilize that outside agency's staff who are subject to their own policies, training, demands, and expectations. Utilizing an outside agency's Bearcat, as we've already heard from DC Valdez, also adds time for their approval process of the outside agency. It has to go through the chain of command, and then it has to get to the location at a time when we're facing an emergency. And the notion that every time we would ask, we would be given such a vehicle is not, in fact, supported by the past. According to Chief Joy, in 2020, in October, we did request an outside agency's Bearcat, and our request was turned down. There's also the point of maintenance. If we have two, one can be in maintenance, the other one is available. That will lengthen the lifetime of both of these vehicles, meaning that we're doing the proper amount of maintenance, repair, and upkeep without sacrificing safety. You could imagine, as Chief Joy does, that there could be larger scenes or incidents where having two Bearcats would provide two different vantage points of protection when there may be armed or barricaded subjects. And finally, in the event of a truly horrific event, and God forbid it should take place, but were that to happen, you could have two Bearcats used for different purposes. One to help with civilian evacuations, the other to maintain the scene and provide situational oversight. So I think it's a reasonable question to ask, but it's also, I think, Chief Joy's answers are pretty compelling, that this is not a luxury. This is not having a spare Bearcat just in case. This is an operational reality for a modern day police department. I agree with Councilor Cassett, who says, wouldn't it be great if we didn't have to have any Bearcats? Wouldn't it be terrific if people didn't shoot at police in the event of a standoff or a barricaded situation? And wouldn't it be great if none of those rounds went past the police into neighbors' homes across the street? But I think Chief Joy and his team are dealing with a reality of policing in this day and age, and it does require this kind of equipment. And I don't believe that they're asking for more than what they need. I think they've assessed their needs very carefully. They've used experience and past situations to guide them in this request. And so my belief is we should support the request as they made it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone else? Councilor Castro.
Thank you so very much. Thank you everyone for your time, and thank you for having the opportunity to have this conversation. So I do have a couple questions in regards to how we could possibly leverage some of these funds if and when we were to bring another bar. I think this might be for Sergeant Vigil. How many bilingual officers do you have on the SWAT team?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Castro, if I could just have a minute, take a little count of our current staff and give you an accurate number, that's fine with me. Three is the consensus I'm getting. It sounds about right.
Perfect, no worries. And so I would suggest that if we do have excess funds, now I do want to sort of push back on the idea that this is because you are not aware of what you would like or what you could use. It's more having to do with the funds that are available, and also hearing our constituencies saying that they are a little concerned with their tax dollars being used in this way. And so we are trying to find what I believe to be a middle ground of saying we do want to protect folks. We do support having a vehicle that we haven't in the past, and also replacing the vehicle that is a little bit older. But in particular, I think we are trying to also acknowledge that we've done a lot of research and that we've invested a lot of time in building a good relationship between the police department and the city of Santa Fe. And in the community health and safety report, it was very clear the things that the community is asking from the police department so that they feel like they can be more approachable, so they can feel more comfortable being policed, whether we like it or not. We are policed in our communities. And so we need to feel comfortable with that kind of policing. So what I am hearing from our community is they want you to be approachable. Do you think that we can find a way to maybe be a little bit more approachable using these types of vehicles?
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Costa, I just want to add onto the question that you had concerning bilingual officers on the SWAT team. When the SWAT team goes out, they also go with crisis negotiators, and we have a number of crisis negotiators that are bilingual as well. But in the event that we had to establish communication, and let's say none of our officers that spoke Spanish had to establish communication, we train each and every one of our officers in crisis intervention training. With this type of equipment, we can very easily put them in there without them feeling like they're exposed. They could get onto the speaker and establish communications and start the ball rolling to get rapport built. Discussing about being more approachable. I think there's a lot of things that kind of go into that, but for us, much to, I know some of my folks, when I used to run the team, I let them know, hey, crime prevention called, they have a car show. We're going to send 2 folks with the vehicle to go talk about it. We don't want it to be something that people don't see when we have these public events or we have opportunities to share with them. Here's what it really is. It's a armored response vehicle. It is not a tank. We've been able to do that stuff and work with folks. And even with members of this council, we've been able to bring them out to see the equipment, to see what it's used for, to kind of put a lot of those myths at bay, to say, look, this isn't what you think it is. This is what it's used for and how we utilize this equipment. And that's important with everything we do. Sometimes people see things on television or other media and they think, well, that's what's happening and that's what they think is true. For us, we want folks to know that we are approachable. We're all humans. That's the big thing we've been trying to talk about, and letting our folks know too, like, we have a lot of expectations from you, but at the end of the day, you're human. You need to eat, you need to sleep, you cry, you feel emotions, and that's good. We want human beings policing folks. We don't need a bunch of robots out there issuing citations and doing that kind of stuff. We want people to have conversations, say, look, I'm sorry, but I know you're trying to get your kid to school. Let's get there safe today. And have that relationship, much like you mentioned and like we've discussed. That's so important for people because our job is to earn that trust. We have to earn it. We can never demand it. We must earn it.
Thank you. And so I do sort of want to mention that DC Valdez and I and many of the officers here interact on several occasions. And so we are having these conversations on the regular of how we are more approachable and how we can police our communities. What I do know is that we're understaffed and under-resourced, and that's one of the reasons we're not seeing folks out in our communities. So what I'm asking is if we could sort of cut the difference and try to invest somehow in some of our patrols to get folks out there more, to maybe incentivize some of the folks who live in our communities and our neighbors to do that extra overtime, to maybe incentivize the folks who do know a second language to make sure that they're on the streets. We've heard today pilot programs. We've heard, we've hired a position through economic development that is funded through this position. I mean, this is some pretty flexible money, and I'm not saying we don't want to keep you safe. I just think that it would make it more accessible if we were listening to our community members and that task force and saying, we need to maybe pump the brakes a little bit and define what a military style vehicle is. We don't even have those definitions right now.
Councilor Costa, one thing I will mention, and I don't know if Chief Joyce mentioned this, but I've been with the department for a long time. And when I heard that we're going to have a discussion between members in our community and public safety to work on relationships, understanding what's going on across the nation, and even in some aspects globally, right? A lot of folks had concerns or they had situations that occurred. The first thing I told the chief at the time was, this is a great opportunity for us to have a seat at the table, house the discussions. Sadly, we were never invited. We were asked for data. It was presented. And then when the report's put together, that was not reflected in the report, unfortunately. But I can see how some people, again, maybe the interaction they had was with an officer and they felt a sense of fear or uneasiness, but we're all human beings and we like to have those conversations to work through that. If there's things that we can do to improve, we want to make those improvements because we exist because of the community that gives us that authority to protect and serve them. That's where our authority is derived from. If there's no trust there, where's our mission? That is my question. But to not even get a seat at the table for me was kind of heartbreaking because I have family that lives in this community. I grew up in this community, and not having a voice or a seat there to say, look, we do care. I'm sorry that you had that experience. Let's work through that. Let's fix it. Those opportunities were never given. And I know it takes a lot of courage for people to come forward and say, look, I had this happen and I didn't think it was a good thing that happened. I don't want people like that in my police department. That's what's happening. I've done a lot of assignments. One of them was internal affairs. And for me, I still know that we need to have a vehicle for folks to have their grievances be heard. If we don't have that, we may not begin the full story. And it's important for us to address those issues of misconduct as they arise. And that's the way that I believe we should be. That's what I've seen, because community policing, like I share with folks, it's not a program, it's a way of life of what we need to do each and every day. Work with folks, help them solve problems, get resources addressed. And if there's times that we have to go and effect an arrest for the safety of the community, then we have to do. But it's not a program we say, hey, let's put money towards it and do this. It is a philosophy of what we do. We're here to serve and protect our community. That service comes in different ways. And maybe asking someone, how are you doing today? Or even if there's someone out there that is hard up on life, just talking to them and learning what their name is. And when you see them, shake their hand and talk to them. Let them know that they are seen, they are a part of our community, and show some compassion. I know there's a lot of things that folks may not be able to see in the community, but I know the work that I do, and I'll be here after the meeting. We can have those discussions. I still believe in the human side that we need to show and what we do. Our folks, again, they're responding call to call to call. They're very busy. They're trying to deal with a lot of crisis situations. I'm okay if I skip a lunch and go pass out, sandwiches and do stuff like that to help people in need. I'm good with that because I want them to have that experience. So when they do have an encounter with one of our officers, they know and trust that they can tell them what's going on and get the help that they need. So community policing, it's what we do. It's not a program. That is a philosophy we have to live by.
Agreed. And I have 2 minutes and I'm probably gonna just wrap up, but I want to thank everybody for their time and their commitment to this, regardless of what happens in the vote tonight. I know we're going to continue to try to build that relationship and that trust, both with local government and with the police force. So thank you so much.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. So a lot of, I think there's been some really great points made tonight. I want to encourage the community who's concerned to watch the Finance Committee presentation that was given on Monday. There is a PowerPoint. A lot of questions were answered. Really quickly, there was public testimony tonight about why don't you just use robots? And in fact, you do use robots, but robots serve a different function than what this armored vehicle will serve. And can you, DC Valdez, you are very thorough in your answers, but because of my limitation, I'm going to ask you to keep it kind of short because there's a couple things I want to get to.
Absolutely. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Romero Worth, our robots, but we send them in just to be very blunt. If there's a hazardous or explosive device that we do not want to send an officer to go and examine, that robot takes equipment up to that hazardous device to assess it and make sure that it's not going to be lethal to someone to have it be dismantled. Those are the only areas we use them. We also utilize them for reconnaissance. So we have drones that give us a viewpoint that prevent our folks from having to put it into harm's way to help us develop a plan to, again, get someone to de-escalate and communicate.
Great. And the armored vehicles, and again, I encourage people to watch the Finance Committee, that they are to protect officers. Robots can't protect you. You can't hide behind a robot and, and be protected from gunfire. But the armored vehicles also allow you a communication vantage point to be able, hopefully, to de-escalate a situation. Didn't we hear that?
Yes, Counselor, you're correct.
Okay. And again, I think there's some confusion. These are not military vehicles. And in fact, we saw a comparison at Finance between a vehicle, a military vehicle we used to have, which I remember voting to get rid of. These are armored vehicles. That's very different. Is there anything you can kind of add to that briefly?
Councilor Romero Worth, the vehicles that we're requesting are police armored response vehicles that were built for a police purpose. The way they were developed was with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office back in 1999. because they had some surplus military vehicles that they found were not suitable for law enforcement use. So that's how we received our vehicle in 2006, is based off of the recommendations of the LASD Sheriff's Office.
Great. And I thank you for mentioning that this is one-time money. And I think I do, I agree with Councilor Lee Garcia that, if there was something else that was more important to you, that would have been your ask. Obviously, this is your priority. And I also want to thank Councilor Cassett for distinguishing between buying equipment and the work that we do for personnel. And, equipment, this lines up well here because that's a one-time cost. And this is working to keep you safe. And the personnel end, we have done a lot of work in, and we don't have time here in my 10 minutes and the hour is late to go through all the things that we have been doing and you have been doing to make your force go further, add to hiring and retaining officers. I mean, there has been we have, in the 6 years I've been on this council, we have done a lot for you all, and which I totally support and which we have needed to do to keep things where we are. Now, do we need to do more? Obviously we do. But I don't want it to go without being said that we have been doing quite a bit. And I guess I would just ask you to confirm that we don't have time to go into all the details, but maybe a different time.
I concur with you, Counselor. Thank you.
Okay. And I also agree with this idea that we're a capital city, and that's a different situation. I think there's been some concern that we're a little city, and therefore we don't have the policing needs that would require these vehicles. But in fact, I think we're a growing city. We're getting more complicated. We do have these situations, and I think the fact that you said somebody said we want you to have these when something happens, if something horrific happens. And that's part of the reason I think you've spoken in the course of the committee hearings about the fact that that's why we need two, because if one of them's in the shop for some reason, whether it's routine maintenance or some glitch in it, and something happens and we need that redundancy. And so again, I think you said it well, it's not a luxury. It's something that we really need to have them when we want them. And really borrowing, we've heard in the course of the committee hearings, doesn't, and the mayor outlined this as well. Borrowing them is really not the right or realistic way to go. I mean, it'd be nice if that were so, because these are big, expensive things, but I do agree that we need to be self-reliant and self-sufficient. How am I doing on time? I might need to, let's see, I'm almost done. I think those were the points I wanted to make. I really do want people to look at the Finance Committee presentation. There was a good PowerPoint put together by your team. I think it did help with this idea. These are not military vehicles. That's not what we're doing. I do like the statement that you made about how, you can continue to work on being approachable, and these aren't mutually exclusive. If you don't have them, you're more approachable. You have them because you need them for the particular situations that they're built for, but that doesn't preclude you from doing the work of being approachable. And yes, I think we'd all love to see you do community policing. And I think that's something even you all would like to see done. And so we've got to continue to help you recruit, retain the personnel you need so that we can get to that place. Because I think I would love to see us be able to do more of that as well. So thank you. I think that's all I have, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you. DC Valdez, you said this is a vehicle that's been in need since 2015. Am I understanding that correctly?
Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem Councilor Garcia, yes, sir.
Okay. Is this the first time this request has come? I recall Chief Joyce saying there's been multiple requests for these vehicles. And so let's go through a timeline. And I'm just going to go back over the last 2 years, right? So fiscal year 22, we had $38 million in unanticipated GRT. Was a request for a Bearcat put in at that time?
Councilor Garcia, it was not. At that point, we had our fleet that was in need of replacement because in fiscal year 21, we only purchased 7 patrol cars due to the COVID pandemic. So in FY 22, our priority at that time was ensuring our patrol fleet was functional because at that point, I believe in fiscal year 22, we had 90 vehicles that had to be replaced within a quick time span.
Understandable. So let's go to last year when we had 14 million in unanticipated GRT. Was a request for this vehicle put forward?
The request was put forward as we put on a budget request proposal to our director. At that point, it was Director Ochoa. So we had our priority list set up and we said, here's what we need. At that point in time, we were still trying to replace and purchase additional fleet vehicles. I believe we got 45 that year in FY 23. I could double check on that, but it was part of our proposal on here's the items we need to get addressed. But again, these proposals would have been only those that went through the city. Concurrently, we were going through state and other federal grants to try to get this funded from 2015. I think up until the last request you made through our emergency manager to say, look, this is something we need to do. In addition, I know Special Operations Commander Nick Wood, the chief and I, we sat down with the director of the New Mexico Department of Homeland Security to also try to see if they can assist us because we've been denied the request over the years to have it replaced. Let him know what our current status is and the function of our vehicle right now and how it was aging out. So there's been several attempts to try to get this replaced from 2015 until present. Again, we all have budgets we have to look at. And again, I'm preaching to the choir. You guys have to go through it line by line to see what are the priorities. The department itself had to do it. Again, this is an opportunity for us to make it to this level. This is the first time we made it to this point in time within our own city. So that's why the first appearance is here today.
Right. And thank you, DC Valdez. And I think maybe that's why it's catching me off guard and maybe some of the members of the public, because it's not one vehicle that's being requested, it's 2. And knowing that there has been several attempts to request this in the past, it's quite concerning to me, given that you're saying this request has been going on for 9 years. And this is what the unanticipated GRT one-time funding is supposed to be used for, especially given all the testimony you've given tonight where it's here to keep you safe, right? And so that is concerning to me that it wasn't approved previously when the funds were available. Grants, you mentioned that this has been on your need for nearly 10 years. How many times have y'all applied for grants or any type of outside funding for this type of vehicle?
Every year since 2015, we've put in a request for it. It's been our #1 pick. And for us, those equipments, again, are not recurring costs. They're one-time costs. So that usually goes towards equipment and vehicles. The way that we're able to get this vehicle in the first place was through this same type of grant. There were changes to the grant awards where they were more specific on their approvals for vehicles, and they wanted more infrastructure. And just through that whole process too, people were able to buy a myriad of things, but then they narrowed it down to certain things because some folks wanted to get certain radios, but the state's push was interoperability to get everyone on the same network and to then invest into towers instead of handheld radios so they can all be interoperable or possess interoperability, right? So those priorities changed in that aspect. But for us, when we put in the grant, I'm suspecting back in 2005 or late 2004, we got delivered this vehicle in 2006. At that point, we were able to get vehicles such as the Bearcat or other types of incident command vehicles like a command post. Right now, from the experience I've had putting in requests for these grants, they've been a lot more selective on those things. And for us, we try to plan ahead. I'm not someone that likes to have to request things in a crisis, but again, the attempts have been made. The vehicle has been in need of replacement, so we've been trying to work strategically to replace it. And again, like I mentioned before, we're just very pleased and really appreciative that it's at this level at this point. This is the furthest we've made it to try to make this request. But it has been made through our chain. Again, we all have bosses that we report to, and for them, they have to look at what decisions need to make in the same fashion that everyone on this council is going to make tonight.
Understandable. And so back to the topic of grants, who is it, the entity that you're applying to?
We've applied to the New Mexico Department of Homeland Security. Every year they put out the grant request.
Okay, and is that the only available funding source? There's no other state opportunities, federal opportunities, even private opportunities? Have y'all run the gamut in available funding sources?
Council, so for us, through the NMDHS, their process of the grants, they allow us to utilize the vehicle how we need to use it. If we go through private entities, sometimes they have different requirements, like we want this information on it, or we want our business logo on it and stuff like that, which would run in conflict with other things we have to do. For us, that was the grant that we got off of. That was the one that we knew that we had the criteria to support the need for it. But again, the state, they're looking at statewide response as well. So they have to weigh those things as well. Could we look at other places? Sure. But again, we have to make sure that it fits within our process that we get equipment through. Even now, the way the procurement process is going through these grants, we used to utilize one set of process, which was our state procurement process and our city procurement process. Right now, we have to fulfill three types: state, city, and federal, which federal is pretty different from what state and city does. So with some of the equipment purchases that I know these special teams have had to try to get specific equipment for, sole source really is a tough thing to overcome in the federal system. So they've had to make concessions to get different equipment to meet their needs. So it just depends on, again, who you're requesting from, what the requirements are. And because they are the ones that are going to give the award, you know, there's certain things that you have to fulfill. And sometimes it may be favorable to us, and other times it really doesn't benefit us if we have to do certain things, like we have to put a big logo on it that says this was provided by so-and-so, and then we have our little logo saying police. For us, we want to make sure that we can utilize it in the manner we need to utilize it for. That's within line with our policies and the mission that we do for our department.
Thank you, DC. And I just want to clear up something in regards to, you know, however the vote goes, whether it's in this amendment or final vote. I want to speak to each of you officers. We all know you have families. No matter how the vote goes, doesn't mean we don't care about you and your families. And for anybody to imply otherwise it's an unfortunate matter to look at it this at. We all want you to not only go home every day safe, but we want you to come back to work safe and back and forth. I think that is why I've put the seed out there. Is there any other equipment, training, whatever it is that can be utilized by one-time funding to keep you all safe? That's the end of the day. You guys are the who keep our community safe. So if I don't want you to think that if somebody doesn't support this, that they don't want you safe. With that, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Call the question.
so-
Second.
Okay, so can we have a, Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call on calling the question? Although I haven't had a
Certainly,
chance to speak.
certainly, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, let's start with Counselor Faulkner.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Did I jump the gun on that? Yes, because Counselor Lindell, who's been very good at chairing the meeting, didn't get a chance to speak. And I thought because you'd gone back to Counselor Michael Garcia that everybody had spoken. So
I need 1 minute.
okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I withdraw. You got to withdraw.
I just want to very, very briefly say that I'm happy to support purchasing one vehicle. I talked about the strategy of, I don't like the idea of purchasing two vehicles in 1 year. I would much rather see them staggered over time. I think that that's a much, much better strategy for keeping our equipment together. And happy to support one, but I'm just not able to support two at this time. It's clear enough to me that it's going to pass. So my vote is not a particularly important vote on this, but I just wanted to say that. So now we have
Call the question.
if we can vote without it.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to call the question. Could we have a roll call on that?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Wait, point of order. We're voting on the amendment.
No, we are voting on calling the question.
Oh, thank you, God. It's so,
Please continue, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now would you call the roll on the amendment? Counselor Garcia, would you restate?
It was to reduce the number of Bearcat purchases from one to one from two, and to keep the Bobcat at one.
Thank you.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
No.
Counselor Cassett,
No.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
No.
Counselor Lee Garcia, I'm sorry, Mayor Weber,
No.
Okay.
motion did not pass.
Okay, so now we're on to the main motion. We have a roll call, please.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
No.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
No.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Counselor Santiago.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you could take us to the next item.
Certainly, that is matters from the city manager.
Mr. Blair.
Madam Pro Tem, members of the council, hope you're doing well. Happy almost Thursday. Couple quick flags. First is we had sent out communication data to the community about the roads that are closing for this weekend's 102nd Indian Market. And then you can do to help make sure your residents know where they can and cannot be to park this weekend be a huge help. Like all major events in Santa Fe, want to thank everyone who is a part of Team Santa Fe, whether you're the streets team, police department, fire department, ESD, you name it. It's a huge lift for the city, and we're grateful for everyone who does that sort of work to make sure these events are such a success. We'll flag for you right now. We'll have one more meeting before we get to that week, but a reminder that we'll be closed on Labor Day, which is September 2nd, that Monday. Later that week for fiestas, we will also be closed that afternoon. And so those are both two holidays that you all approved a year ago on the calendar. So we'll be closed all of September 2nd and the afternoon of September 6th. We'll flag for you tonight as well that we're grateful for you all approving the bars that have been coming through. The leadership of my team will be working to go as fast as we can to get those dollars out to purchase the equipment you all have approved, to start investing in the community and fixing things. And so we'll plan to have, I think, some updates in the future for you about how quickly that's going. Same for capital outlay. We're working right now to see what we can do to make sure that once all the grant agreements with the state are in effect and we have the 21, 22, 23, and 24 fiscal year dollars in our pockets, that we will be in a place to spend that. And finally, I do want to say, I wasn't here at the last meeting, but the city staff did a great job over the last few weeks of successfully getting the Don Diego de Vargas statue placed in the New Mexico History Museum and getting the Chew Runner sculpture placed in the convention center. A couple things I want to flag. First of all, is I want to make sure that you all are aware and that we make sure that our residents know that anyone who wants to see the de Vargas statue will be able to for free. The leadership of the New Mexico History Museum has provided that anyone who comes in and says, I'm just here to see de Vargas, they'll be escorted over there so they can see the statue. That was a concern for some residents, that they'd have to pay to see it. And the leadership of the New Mexico History Museum has really been creative about making sure that it's in a location that people can get to directly, get back out. And we're hopeful that that's something that the public will take advantage of as quickly as possible. But from Chelsea Johnson, the Arts and Culture Director, to City Attorney McSherry, Director Randy Randall, you name it, this is a huge lift to get those back out. It took a lot of coordination and a lot of hustle and a lot of last minute work. And I think it was a step in the right direction for the city. So I just want to say thank you to all of them for that work, and anyone who I forgot to mention who contributed to that. But that's it for me. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Blair.
I think we need a motion to suspend the rules.
Second,
Or some caffeine to go real fast.
I have chocolate covered espresso beans if anybody needs them.
Madam Clerk, could you read, can we do a voice vote on that? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay, nay. Okay, so that passes. Next,
Next item is matters from the city attorney.
matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, and thank you for chairing tonight. We will have an executive session at the next meeting. Counsel for the Unión Protectiva lawsuit will be here for that. And I did just want to correct a couple factual things that were said earlier. The lawsuit in the district court doesn't have any sort of injunction associated with it right now, so it doesn't have any sort of directive at the city. There is a dispute in district court. No directive has come out of that dispute, so the district court judge hasn't directed the city to do or not do anything in particular at this point. And so these ideas of not respecting the court's authority or something like that are very confusing statements to be made about a lawsuit that is pending about a legal issue. So just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is matters from the city clerk.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for making the extra effort to serve tonight through Zoom. Next were communications from the governing body. We'll start with Councilor Castro.
I just wanted, to wish one of my best friends, Elsa Lopez, a happy birthday tonight. And also I wanted to thank Councilor Faulkner. One of the reasons that I wasn't able to or didn't do the remembrance is I actually don't know the name of the person that passed away. But it's been a very difficult sort of situation to remember that we have folks that are passing away in our streets without support, without anyone with them. And so if there's anything that we can do to better serve our unhoused community, I really encourage us to do that.
Garcia?
Thank you. Just want to give a couple shout outs to some city staff or some that are departing. Sheila Chavez, who is going to be retiring 25 years with the city. She was the front desk person at GCCC. So definitely lots of folks that visit that center frequently will be missing her presence. In addition, a constituent reached out to me in regards to land use staff, Eva Romero. They had nothing but good graces to say about her, that she's a great asset to the city and very courteous and professional. And it's so great just to hear from residents when they reach out about city staff in those regards. Another notice, I will be holding a town hall next week, August 22nd. It will be from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Geneva Chavez Community Center Community Room. I would invite anybody and everybody to participate and come. It will be on the topic of crime that is impacting our community today. And then lastly, I just want to continue to request that presentation be given on the enterprise risk assessment. We had requested this about 49 days ago. There was 5 counselors that requested this. It's a very important report, and I hope we can get this on the agenda soon. That's all I got.
Counselor. I will, couple of things I want to mention. The 4 Kids golf tournament is combining with the 25th anniversary of the municipal golf course. I would encourage everyone to get a team together and come out, and it's a scramble. It's a lot of fun, and it's been going on for 25 years. So join in that fun. The other thing I'd like to mention tonight is a big ol' happy birthday to Raymond Sandoval, who's having a Decades Project birthday today. So if you see Ray, give him a pat on the back, say happy birthday, and a thank you for all that he does for the city that he loves dearly. Thank you. Councilor Faulkner?
Councilor Garcia and I have an event happening in our district. The Tierra Royale community has been cleaning up their property on their own without a lot of assistance. And the city has been helping a little bit in the last couple of weeks. But on the 24th, we'll be working with the S3 group and some people, volunteers from around our district to help them clean up one of the more severely polluted and damaged areas. So I would love it if any of you would like to come. This community's really been amazing, and they are setting an example that I think would be good if everyone in the city cared as much about community as they do. Also today, well, actually, my daughter lives in New York, and we always have a competition in our family about who wishes our loved one happy birthday first. So I'm going to take this opportunity. Her birthday is technically in a few minutes in New Mexico, but it's already her birthday in New York. So happy birthday. I hope I beat my son and my husband, ex-husband. And then I'd like to wish a happy birthday to Cindy Miller, who's a good friend of mine. Her birthday is today. And then a happy birthday to another friend of mine named Joel Davis, who's a great advocate for disabilities in the state of New Mexico.
Do I get to go next?
Please.
Okay. Just really quickly, the Livability Speaker Series continues tomorrow night, 6 to 8, Site Santa Fe. The speaker is Chris Wilson. He's the J.B. Jackson Chair of Cultural Landscape Studies, Emeritus and Founding Director of the Historic Preservation and Regionalism Program at the University of New Mexico. His talk is titled Creating and Recreating Santa Fe, Making Room for Innovation Within Tradition. And that's going on. Want to wish my husband a happy 35th wedding anniversary, 34th. Oops, I got one little ahead of myself. So that we celebrated on Sunday, and that's all I've got.
Happy anniversary. A couple things I wanted to point out. There were a number of things that passed on the consent calendar that I'm very excited for in my district, and I know that many of District 4 residents are very excited about. And I've actually, funnily enough, gotten calls over the last couple weeks wanting updates. And it was really exciting to say, hey, we're passing funding. So one of those is the reconstruction of Governor Miles from Richards to Nizoni and looking at bike and pedestrian infrastructure. So we're moving forward with that project. Not my district. We already talked about the Swan Park Phase 2. Very excited about that one that we discussed in finance in detail. Kai Ataho is getting their Phase 2 of speed humps for their traffic calming project. They've been working on this for a number of years. The Neighborhood Association has been extremely active, so I know that they're very excited about this. Also not my district, but I know something that all of us have expressed excitement about is more turf at Regal, field number 1. We are getting that turf there, so continuing to make sure that our youth have great baseball fields that they can play on. And thank you so much to Santa Fe Little League for all your partnership there. And then some paving that's happening in my district, Autumn Leaf Lane, which has been asking for a repavement for a number of years. Very excited that they're getting that. Rufina from Zaffarana to Ataho will also be getting repaved, as well as Pueblo Sankawi will also be getting repaved. So really just want to thank the Public Works Department, because this is all Public Works, for moving these things forward. And I know that my constituents are very grateful and excited to get these done over the next, I think they're all scheduled to happen in fiscal year 25. So coming up. And then last but not least, I do want to wish my tiny human a happy birthday. So between now and our next meeting, he will be having a birthday and a Bluey themed birthday party. So we're very excited for that. So wanted to make sure I recognized him. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Chair. Nothing really for tonight. I just want to wish everyone a safe weekend for Indian Market, and give a shout out to a friend of mine who I attained a nice bracelet from many years ago that I am sporting tonight, which is Native American jewelry that's made or artwork that they do. And so a shout out to them and all the hard work that they do every year to contribute. And as this is a very, very large event in our community, wish everyone a safe time with it. Happy anniversary and happy birthday to your son.
Thank you, Counselor. Madam Clerk, would you take us to item, Mayor, I'm sorry. I thought that you had cashed it in at this point.
Yeah, this is my swan song. I appreciate it. You're chairing the meeting tonight. I'm obviously a little bit under the weather, but and I appreciate your ability to translate my voice from something that sounds largely not human into actual words. So thank you, everybody. A couple quick things. If you haven't gone over and looked at the Zozobra statue, it's probably going to be the most photographed item in our city very soon. It's quite a wonderful installation, and congratulations to everybody who made that happen. Indian Market promises to be bigger and more celebratory than ever, with more features and more people. So please enjoy it and stay safe. A great big thank you to everybody who makes these mega events happen. They are enormously complicated, and the volunteers, the nonprofits, the city staff, police, fire, everybody, parks, Barbara, everybody who takes a hand in it. It's just a huge undertaking, and I honestly don't know another city of our size that could pull it off. With that, Madam Pro Tem, I am going to withdraw from the meeting and thank everybody for their patience and tolerance for this disease-affected Zoom appearance. I know it's not fun, so I'm going to say goodnight to everybody and thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Feel better. Next item, 16A.
16A is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councillor Jamie Cassett. It's a resolution authorizing the sale and consumption of beer and wine during Mojo Go LLC's Reds and Greens True Blues Fest on October 5th, 2024 at Via Linda Park from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. pursuant to subsection 23-6.2C SFCC 1987.
Thank you.
Pretty self-explanatory, although it sounds like a really fun event. So highly recommend anybody going to check it out. This is the first I've heard of it. So October 5th from 12 to 6, I hope individuals go and enjoy regardless of whether or not the beer and wine consumption is something you're interested in.
Thank you, Counselor. Madam Clerk, item 16B, please.
Consideration of a resolution sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Cindy Bell, a resolution approving a public fireworks display during the burning of Zozobra celebration on August 30th, 2024, and if necessary for proper disposal of the discharge of unused fireworks on August 31st, 2024.
Thank you. I think this one is self-explanatory. Could we go on to C, please?
Consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councillor Carol Romero Worth, Councillor Alma Castro, and Councillor Amanda Chavez. It's a resolution directing the city manager to investigate the feasibility of relocating the Soldiers Monument of the Santa Fe National Cemetery and, if feasible, to take appropriate steps to relocate the monument, reorganizing the distinct purposes of the plaza and the monument.
Thank you very much.
Do I get to talk on this?
Yes.
Thank you. I know the hour's late, so I'll be quick. And one of my co-sponsors is here tonight. I bet she'll want to have something to say as well. I just want to say thank you to everybody who came out tonight to start this conversation. I look forward to the hearings that will proceed and deepening the understanding and answering the questions and some of the concerns that have been brought forward. The feasibility of this, I think, takes, there's three things that I think we need to do. One, formally ask the National Cemetery to undergo their federal process as to whether they would accept the Soldiers Monument. We would need to engage conservationists to tell us how best and what we would need to do to rebuild the Soldiers Monument. And then, of course, we'd need consultants and maybe some of those same conservationists in helping us in consulting on how best to move it. I will say that constituents did bring me this idea in May of 2023. I really felt at that time that the community was very polarized and there wasn't really a path forward. We saw some of that polarization tonight. And it was the events in Espanola around the Oñate statute, when the reinstallation of that statute was tried, the result was gun violence. And for me, that really changed the equation because I just don't know how we can restore the Soldiers Monument in the center of the plaza if it's a public safety issue. So for me, that started my journey in looking at an alternative. And I have been working on this for a while. And I want to thank the city attorney's office. We did go through about 6-7 drafts and just trying to really get the language tight and the arguments clear. And I, again, look forward to walking through all of that and deepening the community's understanding. I am hopeful that placing the Soldiers Monument potentially in a context that makes clear its original purpose, the original reason it was built, which was, of course, to honor and memorialize Union soldiers. And by placing it in the National Cemetery near Union soldier graves, I'm hoping that that will potentially end the controversy over it. And I don't think that we are erasing anyone's history by doing that. In fact, it's a way to put it back safely and make it available, make that history available. I'd also love to see an exhibit over the whole about the whole history, either something that we do or maybe something a state museum does. I would say that also I want to be clear that this resolution doesn't say what comes next. It only deals with whether it's feasible to do this with this monument at this time. We can talk about what comes next once we move through what's called for in this one. And then finally, just so people know, I did reach out. I have had various meetings with representatives of various groups. I have had some neutral responses, generally positive. Hey, that's a good idea. And I knew that there would be people who would not like it. And I think, you know, I don't know that anything we do, everybody will love. And so, but I do think this is an idea worth pursuing. And of course, we can't do anything until this resolution passes. And it directs city staff to make a formal ask and to engage the necessary people in looking at those other elements of feasibility. So hopefully that touches on a few things, but again, I look forward to talking about this some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Castro.
Yes, really quickly, I also just want to echo Councilor Romero Worth's comments that I also have been having conversations with, interestingly enough, almost all the groups that were mentioned today in public comment. So we are having these conversations. I also have decided to sign on as a co-sponsor to really address some of the breadth of the complexity of this historical monument and representation. I don't think that my personal perspective has even been at the table at this point. Some of my concerns are with monuments in general and statues in general and how we tell the story. I would love to have a much more complex conversation about what our history is and what kinds of cultures are here and what it looks like to be a New Mexican. And I find that things like statues and monuments are really rigid and hard to bring into the time that we're in currently. I wouldn't even say the 21st century because we want this to go into the future. So I would love for us to really use this as an opportunity to rethink how we identify ourselves, how we tell our stories, and how we are going to be viewed in the future. But by no means are we going to cut the community out of this conversation or do anything without certainty of what we're able to. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion to refer this item to the Quality of Life Committee and to the Historic District Review Board.
Second. I'd like to talk to that point, I think.
Councilor Romero Worth.
I don't see any reason why it needs to go to quality of life. If it goes to Public Works, Public Utilities, and to finance, we hit every counselor prior to it coming to the governing body. At Public Works, it is a park. The plaza is a park. And so that was the reason for referring it to Public Works, because technically parks is in the purview of Public Works, Public Utilities. Also, I don't know, and I guess I would ask the city attorney, do we refer legislation to the Historic Design Review Board? That's not really their jurisdiction, is it?
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell and councilors, I think it potentially could be. I can double check. I think they can comment on legislation.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I would comment back that we should not take the stance that we should hit only one committee if all counselors have an opportunity between two committees. It's a very dangerous precedent to set. And this is in addition to that a quality of life issue. We heard loud and clear from constituents, their passion, their concern about this has nothing to do with the park aspect. It deals with the quality of life issue. And so I would be very discouraged if this did not go to Quality of Life Committee as well.
Yeah, and I guess I would just report, you know, fine if Historic Design Review Board can, if it's part of their purview to hear legislation, fine. I'm fine with it going there. I think quality of life is an unnecessary step.
Point of inquiry. I find that arts and culture might actually be more appropriate than Historic Review Board based on the cultural aspect that we heard today. Can we have some discussion on that?
Sure. And the reason why I said Historic Review Board is because they deal with structures over 50 years old, which the monument is. But I think sending it to the Arts and Culture Committee as well. I mean, this is a matter that should not just quickly go through a process. We need to have a conversation about this. We heard, we sat through over an hour of testimony from folks. And I think sending it to whether a Quality of Life Committee, Historic Review Board, or even the Arts and Culture Committee, we want to hear from the citizens that we've appointed to review such matters. And we want to make sure we're thoroughly vetting the proposal that's in front of us.
Well, with that in mind, Counselor, I guess I would also send it to Veterans Affairs.
And Pro Tem
I don't know,
Lindell,
we
Councilors-
probably have to, yeah, I was just gonna say that messes up the schedule, I believe, doesn't it?
That part I don't know. I do have the powers and duties of the HDRB up. We might want to be a little bit more specific about what we're asking them to do. Because there's not a general legislative authority.
On the Historic Design Review Board.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I
So-
thought.
So we are basically asking them to review the potential review the proposed redesign of the park. Because what's being proposed here is basically taking this structure and moving it away, which is changing the complete landscape of the plaza. Similar to any other, when somebody builds something or they want to take something away, they want to change the facade. Is it, and I'm sorry at the 11th hour, is it contributing? That's their role in the process. And to say that, well, it's not going to adhere to the, hopefully we can get this through by August 28th. That's dangerous. Let's go through the entire process. Let's have each committee go through it. And if we can get it on the immediate next agenda, fantastic. If not, we owe this process that much.
Yeah, I wasn't arguing that it has to go by the end of August. I was arguing that we have it currently scheduled for governing body at August, and if it's going to make all these stops, it's not going to make it there. So, but I don't think, I'm very curious whether Historic Design Review Board has a legislative role. And again, we aren't asking, it's premature to be talking about the design of the park because this is just asking to look at the feasibility of whether you can't formally approach the National Cemetery unless we direct city staff to do that. And then they have to go through a whole process by which they determine, whether, I'm sure it gets kicked to Washington. There's a federal process for deciding whether they would take it, where they would place it. And then, of course, we've got to look at just the structure, how you put it back together, and then how you ultimately move it.
Yeah, Council Pro Tem Mayor Lindell. I think it would fall under probably just the generic part here that says perform other acts as requested by the governing body, provided that such acts relate specifically to this section. This isn't an application it's not a case for the Historic District Review Board. So it would not be something like designating a primary facade or anything else like that. I think it would have to fall under a requested review of the legislation and any recommendations about the legislation.
Can I?
Okay, Counselor Faulkner?
I would just have to concur with Counselor Michael Garcia. I know that in my district, and this is like, this monument is sacred to people. And I think if we're gonna, if we are gonna run this through the process, I want to give the people ample opportunity to participate. And we may find that there might be another approach that is possible by allowing the community more time to negotiate the situation. And so I concur with everything that Counselor Michael Garcia said.
Okay, so what is the motion?
Well, if we're going to refer it to all these places, I think it needs a new schedule. So it could go to Vet Advisory Board on 8/20. It could go to the H Board on 8/27. It could go to Public Works, Public Utilities on 9/3. It could go to Quality of Life on 9/4. It could go to Finance on 9/9. And it would stop at Governing Body that puts it at Governing Body on 9/11.
Counselor, I think we forgot the Arts Commission as well.
No, well, Public
We-
Works, we were already sending it, but we're just bumping.
You speak into the mic.
Arts Commission would be on 9/9.
Which is also Finance.
Correct.
So we could kick it through to, well, we could kick it to, what's the next GB meeting?
The next governing body meeting after that, after 9/11, would be the 25th and hearing from other people. September 25th.
Point of inquiry.
So if it, hold on just a second. So if it went to September 25th and it went, so that would have to go to Finance week, that same week, right? So it'd be the,
What?
well,
So if we hit our advisory committees first, so then we'd be going to Arts Commission on 9/9.
it's the same night as Finance.
The
So,
same night as Finance.
oh, I was moved. So then we're gonna, that's why you have to do Finance later, which kicks it to Governing Body later.
That's my point of inquiry. Is it prohibited to have them heard at the same time? I mean, it could move with a recommendation from one and not the other.
Well, the problem is the sponsors and the city attorney's office being there. You can't be in two places at one time.
And Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, councilors, the other thing is this, I think what Councilor Cassett is referring to is the rule about standing in special committees coming before the Quality of Life and Finance, Public Works generally, although you can waive that rule on a vote. But we certainly can't be in two places at once as well.
Madam Pro Tem, Councilor Romero Worth, if I can, looking at the calendar of committee meetings, if we roll back from the September 25th governing body meeting, the Finance Committee meeting just before that would be September 23rd. The Quality of Life meeting would be September 18th. The Public Works Committee would be September 16th. And then we could add in the Arts Commission meeting on the 9th. And I don't know when the Veterans Advisory Board is.
If we want to start,
8/20.
yeah, we could do 8/20 for Veterans Advisory Board, H Board on 8/27.
Arts on the 9th.
Arts on the 9th, Public Works, Public Utility, or I'm sorry, when was QOL?
Public Utilities on September 16th.
Quality of Life on the
On the
18th.
18th, Finance Committee on September 23rd, and Governing Body on September 25th.
Okay. So looks like we have a schedule.
We put that.
Madam Pro Tem, I think we need a new motion. Yeah, the initial motion was for 2 of those committees.
So moved to adopt that schedule as proposed.
Second.
We have a roll call vote, please.
Certainly. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes, and thanks sponsors for considering this.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to item 18, public comment on bills. First public comment, no action. Would you please read into the record item A, Madam Clerk?
Certainly. Consideration of Bill 2024-24 and adoption of an ordinance sponsored by Counselor Carol Romero Worth. It's a resolution relating to House Bill 139 adopted during the 2023 regular session, amending Section 1-3.2 SFCC 1987 to remove text about the corrections fee, judicial education fee, court automation fee, and substance abuse fee, consistent with the repeal of 31-12-8 and 34-14-11 NMSA 1978, and amending Section 12-6-12.2 of the Uniform Traffic Ordinance to remove text about the DWI prevention fee and the crime laboratory fee, consistent with the repeal of Section 31-12-7 NMSA 1978.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone that cares to come to the microphone and speak to this bill? Is there anyone in the Zoom room?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, there is one person in the Zoom room with their hand up. That's Aaron.
All right, go ahead, please. Aaron, did you want to speak to this? Anyone? Anyone?
Aaron, if you'll unmute, please, you have the opportunity to speak.
Last opportunity. Okay, we will move on. We are now at item
19A.
19A.
19.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry to interrupt. Please read it into the record.
19A is consideration of bill number 2024-8 and adoption of an ordinance sponsored by Counselor Amanda Chavez and Counselor Carol Romero Worth. It's a bill authorizing the city of Santa Fe borrower to enter into a loan agreement with the New Mexico Environment Department for the purpose of obtaining project loan funds in the principal amount of $151 million plus accrued interest, designating the use of the funds for the purpose defined in the most current project description form as approved by NMED, declaring the necessity for the loan, providing that the loan will be payable and collectible solely from the borrower's pledged revenues defined below, prescribing other details concerning the loan and the security for that purpose.
Okay, do we have a motion? If
Second.
we have a motion and a second, we have discussion.
Public to the.
Madam
So there's folks
Mayor
that
Pro
get to
Tem,
speak.
there
Madam
is an
Pro-
amendment.
Oh, right. I forgot
Thank,
about that.
thank you, Madam Clerk, for pointing that out. I wasn't paying attention to that.
I'd move to approve the amendment. Second.
We have a motion to approve the amendment. It's public hearing. Would anybody care to come to the microphone and speak to this? Public hearing's closed. We have a motion on the amendment and a second. Any discussion? We have a roll call on the amendment, please.
Certainly, Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay, so on the amended ordinance, any comment, any discussion? Sure, we're getting close to the end here. We don't want to get done
Stop
too
now.
quick.
It's 10 minutes apiece.
All right, could we have a roll call, please?
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Now we go to item 21, appointments, Historic Review Board, Mary Ellen Degnan. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. Item B is Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. We have three reappointments: Judith Gabrielle, Tony Gerlitz, and Stephen Pilcher.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. Item C, Public Safety Committee, Steve Pilcher.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
motion passed.
Madam Clerk, thank you for helping me tonight. And it's certainly harder to do your job across Zoom, but you did a terrific job. Thank you very much. And again, I appreciate your help tonight, keeping me on track with this meeting. We are adjourned.